The story begins inside this PC zone. Someone asked if they had seen the new Kongchi map on Dungeon Craft, an online multiplayer game where users create their own dungeons. A person asked if they had just found out about it. Another shared that he hit first place as soon as he got up in the morning. The other person in the conversation was surprised to hear that. Another group of gamers talked, and one man reasoned that the map was insane, it was really hard. The other person replied that the Kongchi dude isn't human. They wondered how this person got first place so quickly whenever there were new maps. He bet that Kongchi was using a bot or something, it didn't make sense otherwise. Little did they know, the Kongchi they were talking about was playing behind them. He heard what they said, that Kongchi used bots. The man inquired why Kongchi ate there all the time when he earned money like crazy. Kenkai replied that the place had really good food. He said that he hit first place this time, so the man should be ready. The man cursed at Kongchi for talking like getting first place was his right. He commented that Kongchi must really be a bot. Kongchi thought that they weren't technically wrong. He only ever found fun in the game's world and in creating maps. Besides that, nothing else mattered. A few hours later, they left the Power PC zone. The man said goodbye to Kenki and told him not to forget to treat him with that fat wallet of Kongchi. Kongchi bid goodbye. If Kongchi is ever asked why he's obsessed with the game, it's because there's nothing he can control in the real world. He finds it easy to do things in games, while everything seems impossible in real life. Even those inefficient telephone poles are things he can't move. If they were in a game, he could have changed their form and size with just a click of his mouse. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, a truck made its way. It was approaching RMC. He felt bad that, in reality, even an object like a truck can't be removed just because he wants to. The truck was fast, but unlike any other isekai story, it was able to stop on time. Still, it scared Kongchi. He actually thought he'd be ice-skate or something. The truck driver got mad at him and asked where the hell he was looking. Kongchi pointed at something. It was a green light for pedestrians. He told the truck driver to look at the signal first. The truck driver was confused as to when the light had changed. Kongchi crossed the street, feeling frustrated. He thought that if he could change things in real life like he could in a game, everything would be so much more convenient. Then he'd be able to create the world that he wants. Unexpectedly, a rope on a cane that held a steel bar broke. The construction worker yelled for everyone to get out of the way. The steel bar was about to fall on a kid. Our boy saw it. The kid stood frozen. Kongchi tried to push her. The kid dropped her ball, then she crashed to the ground. She was terrified. Kongchi was in full control of his body at that moment. He laid in his pool of blood as the steel bar crushed him. He was losing consciousness, and the last thing he thought was, see, this is real life. The next thing he knew, it seemed like he was floating. He wondered where he was. It was so dark that it felt like he was in a black hole. He wondered if he was dead. Someone called him mortal and asked him how the hell of oblivion was. This monster-like creature in front of him told him that it was now time for him to face reality. Kongchi asked who he was and inquired what the hell of oblivion meant. The monster replied that death is only a means for reincarnation. Kongchi was surprised. The creature told Kongchi that he would give him a chance to recall his memories. Kongchi was so frustrated and confused about what this creature was talking about. The monster called the Oblivious One and ordered him to open his eyes. Kongchi was so confused. Then he opened his eyes. Kongchi was shocked. He screamed out loud, but as you guys can see, he was inside a different body now. He got confused. He saw his surroundings, it looked like a castle. Then he saw himself in the mirror. He was shocked to see his reflection. He asked if he was dead, and it made him wonder if he'd been ice-skate, just like what happens in anime. He couldn't believe it, but he felt a sensation. It felt so real that he could tell he wasn't dreaming. RMC checked his surroundings. He wondered where he was. It seemed like he was inside an old castle. Who am I? He asked himself. Then someone arrived and asked him what he was muttering to himself. That surprised him. He was shocked when he was stabbed from behind. He screamed out loud and coughed up blood. Right in front of him was this demon lady who had suddenly attacked him. Blood gushed out as the blade was pulled out from his body. The woman asked him how it was and if he thought he would die. RMC was hurting so bad. He felt that she pierced through his sternum. He asked her what it was for. This bitch asked him what he meant. She replied that since she hated him, she was trying to get rid of him. After saying that, the demon lady raised her weapon again. Our boy realized that she really intended to kill him, But then someone whipped the sword from this woman's hand. She called the person Tarm and asked why he was getting in her way again. Tarm told the woman, named Caldera, that she shouldn't do that to her brother. Kangchi was so confused about what was going on and who those people were. Tarm called Kangchi by another name, which was Kella. He felt bad that Caldera had bullied him again. Tarm gave Kella a bottle. From this point onwards, we'll start addressing our MC as Kella. Kella drank it, assuming it was a potion. He felt relieved. Tarm was amused that Kella drank it. Kella suddenly felt bad. He vomited. He felt his throat burning. It was so hot that he thought it was poison. Caldera asked him if he was going to die. She felt sad because she wanted him to die by her hands. Tarm replied that Kella was in pain but not to the point that he would die. He uttered that the recipe was a failure too. Kella questioned why he had to suffer like that. The door opened. Someone reported that the demon king Hel Kaldun had returned from his hero hunt. Caldera was surprised that their father was back. Tarm said that it was earlier than he expected. Kella was confused. The man had prominent horns and was equipped with powerful accessories. He wondered if that person was the one called Demon King Hel Kaldun. Hel Kaldun asked why he was hearing those vile noises. Kella called believe that this man was the Demon King. Caldera apologized and tried to explain, but before she could utter another word, Hel Kaldun grabbed Caldera and Tarm by the neck and told them to shut up. He told them that it was a humiliation for the moans of the weak to echo through the walls of the Demon King's castle. Caldera apologized. Tarm apologized too. Kella thought that if those two were his siblings, then the Demon King in front of him was his father. Hel Kaldun uttered that he only wished to hear two sounds in his castle, the sound of a great demon being birthed. Kella realized something, and the other was the sound of honorable death. Kella was terrified. There was a loud scream. Before we knew it, everyone was lying on the ground. Kella coughed more blood. He realized that he had reincarnated into another world but as that bastard's son. He cursed out loud. All he could think of was, it really had to be the Demon King out of everyone. Kella, who was a child back then, cried when Caldera poked his eye with a fork. His mother empathized with him. He also told his mother that Tarm poisoned his food. His mother suggested that he pay them back like a demon would. Kella replied that if he did that, Caldera and Tarm would kill him. His mother replied that he just needed to kill them first. Before Kella could protest, his mother stabbed him to demonstrate, and told him that that is how a demon should be. Kella cried out loud. His mother asked him if he understood. Back in the present time, Kella woke up screaming. His maid asked him if he was awake now. He realized that the body he reincarnated into was Kella Kaldun's. He saw that the injuries on his body had completely recovered. Kella possessed incredible regenerative abilities. His maid was disappointed that he had slept for quite a while. She told him to get up since it was almost time for a family meal. This bitch demon was his personal servant, Rin. Kella was much more timid compared to his other siblings, so he had always been despised. He had a memory of when his maid just gave him the clothes to wear for a party, while his brother's servants dressed his brother. His maid teased him that he could help her wear her clothes. Kella replied that he'd put his clothes on himself. She told him that for that day, their task was cleaning the blanket. Kella was confused because he knew it was her job as a servant. His maid even had the guts to sleep on his bed. There was also a time when his maid sent a doll to her place. The new Kella cursed the old Kella in his head for allowing himself, a son of the Demon King, to be intimidated by a servant. He thought about it. His fist clenched when he realized that Kella had been helplessly bullied that entire time. It made him think that his life in that place isn't different from his past life. He understood that those who look weak will die. A few moments later, he arrived at the dining area. His father and siblings were already seated. His father called him out for being late. Kella felt how overwhelming his father's presence was. He realized that he's the Demon King for a reason. As he sat down, he apologized for being late. Caldera welcomed him, and it came with her kicking a knife into his shin. He groaned in pain. Caldera uttered that Kella doesn't seem all that energetic, so he should eat more. Kella had no idea what might happen if they found out who he was, so he tried to hold it in. He simply replied, "Got it, thanks." He ate the soup and realized that it wasn't food, but poison. Tom told him that the soup was made especially for him. He asked him if he found it tasty. Kella replied yes. He looked at those demons and understood that they are not his family, and he will not let them bully him any longer. He was determined to do something about it. He had always wanted to accomplish something by himself. With that mindset, he was acknowledged as the strongest map designer in a game, but when it came to real life, he couldn't do anything. He never wanted to die helplessly again. This time, our boy wanted to be in control. He looked serious, as if something clicked. The timid face changed into a cocky smile. Our boy then called for Caldera while holding a plate in his hand and threw the plate at her face for her to have a taste of the soup prepared by Tarm. Our boy also pulled out the dagger from his shin while telling Tarm that he was going to give Caldera's present to him. Kella threw the knife at him. Hell was confused. Kella grabbed the table and asked his father why demons should gather and have a happy meal together. Then he threw the table while yelling that they should eat their meals by themselves from now on. All three were surprised. Kella was raging in his head. He was up for the challenge and wanted to see who would win. Outside the castle, Kella felt really great. At the same time, Rin was already wondering what had happened to her master. Although he did flip the dining table and got beaten half to death, he was able to completely recover in such a short period of time. RMC could feel the foreign strength. It made him think that he really is the Demon King's son. He wondered how strong the ability of the Demon King is. His maid cut off his thoughts when she told him that it's almost time for his lesson on demonic power, and he needs to get there quickly. He told his maid that he knows and she should stop ordering him around. His maid turned pale and wondered why he was acting that way. Kella thought about his lesson on demonic power. According to Kella's memories, it's one of the worst things he's experienced, but he deemed that there's no reason to skip it. The instructor announced to the class that Caldera and Tarm wouldn't be joining them. He saw that the rest of them were there. Kella recognized the guys beside him. He remembered them from Kella's memories. Back then, Kella expressed that he couldn't do it. The red-haired guy exuded purple flames from his hand, then slapped Kella while saying that it's a lesson. Kella yelled that it hurts. They were the true demons among the demon kin who relished bullying Kella as if it was a game to them. Caldera told the red-haired guy that he's too easy on him. She said there's no need to be considerate, and encouraged him to show them his true abilities. The guy was pleased and thanked Caldera. He released the purple flames again, even when Kella begged them to stop. Kella didn't want to fight. He begged them to stop. The new Kella realized that the old Kella wasn't weak, it's just that Kella had a soft heart. But everything's different now. While thinking of all the devilish things he could do to get his revenge, our boy uttered, "I will now use this strength properly." The instructor announced that they would start. He asked who was sparring during the last class. The red-haired guy answered that it was him and Kella. This guy didn't even bother to use honorifics toward Kella, a clear sign that he didn't respect him as the Demon King's son. The red-haired guy pretended to apologize. Kella was annoyed. A few moments later, they now stood in front of each other. The instructor told them to do the second spar. The red-haired demon exuded purple blades from his hands. Then he asked Kella if he was ready. The class was amused. One student uttered that the young master Kella would get beaten to death again. They called the red-haired guy rude and told him to go easy, otherwise, the young master would cry again. Kella was annoyed. We also find out that this guy's name is Rude, and he looked like he had ill intentions. The new Kella thought that he and the old Kella were similar in many ways because even in his past life, he didn't have the money or strength, and everyone looked down on him, but that was all in the past. At this point, RMC exuded his powerful aura. He really looked pissed. Rude was surprised by the amount of Kella's mana. They all wondered what that mana was and if it was real. This was the very first time they saw Kella get serious. Rude was terrified. He couldn't move because of the pressure. Kella told him that he'd go easy, so Rude would only take one hit. He punched this fucker in the face. Several teeth could already be seen flying out of his mouth. Rude crashed to the ground. I think this is one of the most satisfying punches I've seen this year. Everyone's jaw dropped. They saw that Rude wasn't able to react at all. The instructor asked if Rude died. Rude lost teeth, and his face was all bruised up. This guy couldn't even talk properly now. Kella reminded him of what he said. Kella told him something that he will remember for a long time. "You really dare talk to the son of the Demon King that way, huh?" Rude asked for forgiveness, and this time he addressed him as Sir Kella? Kella told him not to make mistakes in front of him again, or he'll die that way. The students had no idea how it happened when it was Kella they were dealing with. Kella called the teacher, who was rattled, then Kella suggested that he continue the class. The teacher was so scared. Rin was also present in the class, and this time she was worried about Sir Kella. She knew that he was acting weird. The Demon King watched from his balcony. His eyes were focused on Kella. He stared intensely. At Hell Calden's castle, someone yelled that she couldn't forgive Kella. Caldera was ranting at Tarm for daring to throw poisoned soup at her face. Tarm told her to calm down and focus on her treatment. It's because Caldera doesn't have good regeneration like Kella. Caldera expressed that she found it weird that Kella is the only one with regenerative powers. Tarm muttered that it looked like Kella had gone through a change. He recalled how Kella threw the table while telling them they'd have dinner separately. When the three of them saw that, they were in disbelief. At that time, Tarm saw the Demon King's side. Even if it was brief, Tarm saw that their father smiled for the first time in their lives. Tarm was surprised. Caldera was still pissed off. She didn't expect that their father would smile for something like Kella. Tarm agreed that it isn't normal. Caldera asked him what it was that he wanted to say. Tarm knew that Caldera would rather die before joining hands with him, but Caldera was shocked. Tarm suggested they stop their fight for a bit and take care of Kella together. Caldera was amused. She stated that it's not a bad idea. They planned to kill Kella first, before Kella managed to catch their father's eye again. Meanwhile, we see Kella was surprised at the image before him. The instructor said that it was the previous Demon King, Turk Kaldun. In his head, Kella thought that the previous Demon King looked demonic. The instructor explained that Sir Turk was stronger than anyone else at the time. He only passed away due to a cowardly scheme concocted by the Heaven Guild. Since then, opportunistic guilds have been gathering near their kingdom. The guilds surrounding the Demon Kingdom were instilled in Kella's memory. Because of those guild bastards, Kella couldn't even escape the castle. He felt hopeless that he had to live there forever. The current Kella recalled that memory. The instructor told the students that with the large Heaven Guild as their foundation, those bastards are preparing to attack the kingdom. Therefore, in order to help King Hel Kaldun wipe out those bastards, the students should pour their hearts into combat class. The students synchronously replied, "Yes! For the honor of the demons!" Kella was looking fierce. After the class, he sat at the edge of the rooftop. Kella wanted to get out of there because if he stayed, he knew he might die at any time because of these three. Kella talked to Rin, his maid, and recalled that she stated the Demon King was going out in 3 days. Rin replied that it was correct. Kella asked her if she knew that the castle had one weakness. Kella uttered that there's no map architect who can help use the terrain of battle. Those guild bastards are using the neglected territories around them to attack. So Kella would use the time before the next expedition to map out the entire area. It was for his father to be able to destroy every last one of them. Kella decided to help him, but in reality, it was his plan to prepare for his escape. Kella knew that the situation he's in is different from reality, so to him, it meant that he could create the map however he wanted. He ordered Rin to create a secret office in the castle's basement at once. Rin was confused. He explained that he needs a space to secretly work without his father knowing. At the castle, the Demon King was taking a bath. He had set his eyes on Kella. He knew that before it's too late, he needs to confirm something. Back to Kella, he was annoyed at what he saw. Rin replied that it's the office he ordered. The office was more like a storage room, so he questioned why it was an office prepared for the Demon King's son. Rin replied that it's all she could prepare because she had to do it in secret. Kella emphasized that she should do it properly. Kella realized that he has to periodically treat her fiercely. Rin found him scary. She realized that he's no longer the Kella she knew. But when she saw him, she blushed. She finds him cool and handsome. Will Rin be one of the waifu candidates? We'll find out. Kella noticed her staring, so he ordered her to get him a cup of coffee at once. Rin immediately ran to get one. She hurriedly looked for coffee. With that, Kella was all alone in the room. He thought of how the Demon King's castle has no hopes or dreams. Now, it was time for him to create the map. Outside the secret room, Rin was still searching for coffee, then she realized she doesn't know what coffee is. Someone then called her. It was the Demon King. The Demon King asked her what she was doing in the basement without Kella. The Demon King asked where Kella was. Rin stuttered. The Demon King intimidated her to answer. She was rattled because Kella asked her to keep it a secret. The door was closed. Kella was having fun drawing on the map. He felt lucky that the world is pretty similar to the game. He realized that he has the most fun when making maps. It was as if he was back to his previous self. Someone marched towards the door, then it exploded. Kella was surprised. The Demon King couldn't believe that Kella created a secret office without reporting to him. Kella wondered how he found out. Out of the blue, the Demon King stabbed him in the stomach. The Demon King told him that if he wants to kill him, he shouldn't do it in hiding like a coward and should just come for him. Kella vomited blood. The scale of pain was different. He questioned if this was the power of the great Demon King. He thought he was going to die. He showed the map to his father. The Demon King asked what he was looking at. Kella explained that the outskirts of the castle are too disadvantageous for their battles against the guilds. He elaborated that if they change the geography like he drew, it will help in the coming battles. The Demon King was surprised. He took out his hand from Kella's stomach. He inquired why Kella secretly created an office. Kella replied that if he said he was helping his father out of his own impertinence, he wouldn't have allowed him. That's why he wanted to show him the map after completing it. He uttered that as the son of the Demon King, he wants to help in exterminating heaven. The Demon King glared at him, but Kella met his gaze. Meanwhile, Rin was scared. She questioned if Kella wanted to die by saying that kind of stuff to the Demon King. The Demon King asked Kella how long he expected it to take. Kella replied, "Pardon?" The Demon King asked him again, how many days does he think it will take to complete the map? Kella was pleased that Hel Kaldun understood his map. Kella replied that 5 is enough. The Demon King uttered that heaven's forces are reassembling in 3 days and Kella's map will be useless by then. Kella clarified that it's not 5 days but 5 hours. Hel was caught off guard. Kella added that in 3 days they can complete construction before the upcoming battle with heaven. He requested to be in command of the plan. Hel watched him. He thought about it. It seemed that the thing he wanted to confirm about Kella was finally answered. He told Kella to complete his map while having a faint smile on his face. But before leaving, Hel left a firm warning toward Kella. "If you're just all talk, I'll rip you to shreds along with that map of yours." Kella replied, "Yes." Hel then finally left. Kella was pleased that he did it, but even then, he felt pain in his body. He vomited a lot of blood. He got annoyed, thinking that the demon would kill his own son if he had no use. Rin was pleased that Kella succeeded in convincing the great Demon King. At this point, Rin had been captivated by her master. Kella scolded Rin for just standing there. He ordered her to take him to the med. After that, as promised, Kella completed the map in 5 hours. The Demon King's castle forces gathered and began extensive construction. The mages set up illusion magic outside the construction area and transformed the geography so the enemy wouldn't notice. Kella felt as if his new map was being created in the game. Everything went according to his plan. At the Heaven Guild assembly place, someone was shocked. It was Hermazan, the Heaven Guild master. He was informed that the enemies were transforming the surrounding terrain. The knight reported that they had discovered the demons were deceiving them with illusion magic. Hermazan asked what they were up to. The knight asked if they should attack and stop them. Hermazan replied, "No." He knew that doing that was useless when it's already that late. In 3 days, the strongest squad formed in Talua, Talcan, is coming. Talua started forming Talcan, their strongest squad, dozens of years ago. Now that elite squad is finally complete. Hermazan was confident that the enemies can't beat the strongest elite squad that was prepared over dozens of years in a mere few days. He uttered that the great Demon King will be defeated. A man riding a red dragon ordered everyone to have strength, and in 2 days they would reach the Demon King's castle. He represented Talcan. The generation of the great Demon King, which lasted for thousands of years, would finally be over. They charged with the intention of burning the Demon King's castle down. A red-haired woman uttered that General Kilman's leadership is incredible. This woman is called Commander Srills, and a young man wanted to confirm if they'll succeed in hunting down the Demon King. Srills confidently replied yes and uttered that the Talcan squad is different from other guilds. They vowed to kill the Demon King. Back at the castle, the Demon King realized that Kella wasn't bluffing about the map. Although it's not perfect, Hell's body has almost reached its limit, so he can't be picky. Tomorrow is the day he will settle things with heaven. For him, this is the last war he would be participating in. Meanwhile, Kella ordered everyone to move quickly since there wasn't enough time. He told the masons to move faster. Kella saw that it's progressing as planned. Deep inside, he felt that it's different from making a map in the game because he can actually change the land as he pleases. He just needs to wait for the battle between Hel Kaldun and Heaven. Tomorrow is the big day. And with that, the day of the battle arrived. The Heaven soldiers rejoiced that Talcan had arrived. Hermazan thanked them for coming. General Kilman replied that the Talcan squad is ready to defeat the Demon King. Hermosen agreed to go to the Demon King's castle immediately. General Kilman hyped them up, but they all went quiet when a blue glow appeared. Hermosen was confused with the rod that glows blue. General Kilman asked what's happening. He yelled that it was a surprise attack. He ordered everyone to be in defensive formation. The soldiers yelled as a massive explosion occurred. Talcon was surprised, but they were still able to deploy their defenses in time. They couldn't believe it. The silhouette of the Demon King appeared, and slowly, his body came into view. They were surprised to see that Demon King Hel Kaldun really went there. Back then, Kella informed the Demon King that he removed the barrier that focuses Heaven's surveillance magic on them, so Hel should be able to use teleportation magic without Heaven's knowledge. Hel thought of the idea of teleporting to Heaven's base. Caldera stopped him. Hold on, father. Don't tell me you're teleporting into the enemy's base. Tarm added that it's too dangerous even for their father. Hel got pissed hearing these objections and asked them if they were doubting the power of the Demon King. They tried to say that it's not what they meant. Hel ordered silence. He stated that he will make the final decision. He decided to start at Heaven's base and kill every single one of them. General Kilman admitted that they were caught off guard, but he vowed to make the Demon King regret coming there. He told the Talcon squad to commence a full attack. The Demon King looked fierce. An explosion happened, and those who were caught up groaned in pain. Kella stood on top of a building. He thought that things were going great as they had gathered all the forces. Kella then shouted, "Now all the preparations are complete!" He ordered everyone to charge. The demons yelled at the top of their lungs and attacked. The heavens were overwhelmed by the Demon King's forces charging at them. They were caught off guard when some came from underground. They got scared because they got ambushed by demons. Kella clenched his fist. He watched them and was pleased that everything was according to plan. Then, someone looked for Kella. They told him that it wouldn't go as he planned. It was Tarm and Caldera. Caldera told him that he wouldn't have done that if only Kella hadn't crossed the line. Kella was caught off guard. Tarm and Caldera just approached him. Tarm told him to die since there's no place for him there. A green weapon imbued with mana then stabbed Kella, and it was a hit. It sank deeper into Kella's stomach. Kella was in pain. Tarm told Caldera that it's time. Caldera didn't waste a second and rushed towards him with her sword. She uttered that his intense recovery rate is nothing. Then she cut off his head. Tarm and Caldera both had their devilish laugh. Kella was in shock, even when his head was already detached. He realized that this is how it ends. His body was about to fall from the edge. Eventually, his head and body fell. It crashed on the ground, and it was a bloody mess. Still, Kella was alive. He was barely breathing. Caldera was pleased that they finally sliced Kella's head off. Tarm suggested that they leave and go help their father. But then, someone brought out a sword. Tarm was surprised. Caldera stabbed him when she found his weak spot. Caldera stepped back and commented that Tarm is quick-witted. Tarm saw the dagger. It was their mother's weapon, and they were forbidden from using it. Caldera argued that they are demons, so no one really cares about the rules. She stated that weapons are made to be used. Tarm couldn't believe her. Caldera uttered that if she kills him right there, she'll be the only one remaining, which means she'll be the only successor. Tarm was furious. He charged at her with the intent to kill her. Caldera replied that the fight was over the moment he was stabbed by her knife. She told him to just die already. These two clashed once again. Meanwhile, Kella's head, even when detached from the body, could still watch the chaos on the rooftop. He questioned, "How can they be so demonic?" He uttered that they're just like how he imagined them to be. Then he closed his eyes and remained motionless. A red glow appeared from beneath his body. His body fell into the hole that was created by Rin. Rin grabbed the head and dragged the body. She attached the head to the body. She was scared. Meanwhile, the demons ran towards the secret pathway. They planned to go around and attack Heaven from behind. Heaven called these demons foolish because they already knew their tactics. The demons were rattled. The Heavens decided not to let a single one of them live. The demons continued to charge forward regardless of whether the Heavens really knew about their plans or not. They did it for the honor of the demons. There was no going back for them. At the same time, a dragon prepared a fireball and blasted it towards them. It had been a while since Hel encountered that. Hel tackled and held onto the dragon's head, then he pulled the head away from the body. General Kilman cursed when he saw that Hel had gotten Philly. The other members of Heaven continued to unleash their attacks. The demons marched forward. Someone got roasted. General Killman asked if they got him. A Talcon squad member replied, "Not yet." Spikes grew out of a body, and the fingers became claws. Hell's body had evolved. It was his final and true form, and boy, oh boy, it really looked cool. General Killman commented that Hell transformed his body exactly as described in the books. They knew it was the Demon King's final form. One squad member reported that he couldn't move his body. Thrills ordered everyone to focus and not let fear get to them. General Killman cursed out loud, even he couldn't stop his body from shivering. He expected that everyone else wouldn't be able to move out of fear. The Demon King knew the only downside to Kella's plan. Even though they could immediately bring their forces to the center of Heaven's base, they would have no way out. That was the only downside. But he didn't bring that up as the Demon King, because the Demon King shouldn't worry about having a way out. He assumed that Kella had taken that into consideration as well. But that's not really important, because Hell decided to just kill them all right there. General Killman uttered that it looked like Hell was planning to go all out in his final form. He ordered them to give it all they had and put their lives on the line. He looked serious. He created a huge explosion. Meanwhile, in the underground of the castle, Rin kept holding the head and body of Kella. She begged him. She was trembling and scared. She recalled a memory when she had complained that it was disgusting. Kella told her to get used to it, because at that time, Kella had lost his arm, and she had to attach it. She placed the arm but wasn't looking. She just asked if it was done. It got attached. Kella was amused that it worked again. The next thing they would do was Kella's head. Rin was surprised. Kella explained that he needed to make sure he could do the same with his head. Rin asked him if he was insane. Kella told her that since his head could be a bit dangerous, they would take it slow. He asked her to cut it carefully. Rin refused to. After some time, they finished their experimentation. Then Kella instructed Rin to go to Caldera's servant and tell them exactly what he would say. He wanted her to make it sound as natural as possible. Rin was surprised, but she did it anyway. She was asked to relay that Kella was planning on killing Caldera in the battle. The servant was surprised. Then Rin told the servant that Kella was going to do it while the Demon King was busy fighting Heaven. The servant got annoyed that the bastard planned to do such a thing. Then Rin suggested that it's a good chance for Caldera to slice off Kella's head. She stated that it would kill Kella, no matter how great his recovery speed is. At the present moment, Rin was in panic, even though it went exactly according to Kella's crazy plan. But she knew that it wouldn't mean anything if he died there. But then, Kella regained consciousness and asked who she was calling an idiot. Rin was pleased that Kella was finally awake. He expressed that he thought he was going to die. He speculated that his recovery speed is slowed down if he gets cut with a dagger imbued with mana, but it doesn't matter since he survived and it's all going according to his plan. Rin shed happy tears. She hugged him and expressed that she thought he had really died. Our virgin gamer blushed the hell out of embarrassment. He pushed her and told her that he's going to survive from then on. He undid the contract between him and his servant, Rin. At this time, I undo the contract between I, Kella Kaldun, and servant Rin, and grant them freedom. Rin was touched. She never would have expected this to happen. And now that the contract is gone, he told her to live the life she wants. Rin was surprised. She watched him walk away. She remembered when they were kids, Kella invited her to be his friend rather than a servant. Rin cried. She yelled at him to take her with him instead. Kella told her not to follow him. She insisted on going with him. Kella argued that she'd only get in the way. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, General Killman called Hell a monster. Hell had lost his arms and was severely injured. It was a puzzle to Killman how Hell was still standing. He realized that he's really the great demon. Killman felt frustrated, but he knew that he couldn't beat him. He accepted that no matter who it is, no human can stop the disaster. Hell glanced at his surroundings. He deemed that the heavens were almost wiped out. His brows furrowed because it was the same for his soldiers. He thought of Tarm and Caldera, even Kella. He guessed that they weren't coming at all. He convinced himself that it's his fight from the start. He was on his last remaining mana. With that, everything would end. A massive explosion was then seen along the area. Back to these two, Rin and Kella kept running. Kella saw the exit. That's where he could get away from the surveillance of the demon castle, and once he's there, he expected to be free. But Rin told him to stop. There was an attack. Fortunately, Rin was able to create a shield to block it. She was right with her hunch. It was because she smelled a strong scent of blood. The humans uttered that Hel Kaldun is still a parent since they thought he's trying to evacuate his children. Those humans thought they were right for hiding there. Kella just realized that a surveillance team was placed at the secret exit. It made him think that the humans knew about the construction all along. The humans wouldn't let a single family member of the Demon King live. They went to kill him. Rin blocked their attacks and told Kella that she would hold them off while he ran away. Kella didn't expect that. He asked her what she could even do by herself. Rin reminded him that she is his servant, and her priority is to protect him. From what Kella remembers, Rin is only capable of simple magic defense, and she can barely use attack magic. He deduced that Rin was planning on sacrificing her own life so that he could survive. When he wasn't moving, Rin glanced at him and told him to hurry up and go. Kella placed a hand on her shoulder and pushed her aside. It was comedic. He told her, "How dare you act strong?" Rin asked what he was doing. Kella told her that if she's going to follow him, she should die at least in front of him, because it pisses him off. Rin was confused. The humans called Kella an idiot and told him there's no way for him to run away anymore. They expected that middle-class magic would be enough against Kella, the weakest in the Demon King's castle. Kella had always been timid, and he hadn't used his powers. He'd never shown his true capabilities, which means everything those heavens knew about him is untrue. Kella slashed the attack away. Even Rin was surprised. The heavens thought it was impossible since what they knew is that he had low mana. Kella charged forward, grabbed the head of the human, and slammed it on the ground. Kella released a huge amount of mana and told the man underneath him, "Is that so? I guess you need to check your sources then." He tightened his grip on the man's face and then crushed him. The man yelled loudly in agony. Rin couldn't believe that Kella just defeated a heaven's mage with his mana. The heaven mages thought it was impossible because Kella should be nothing more than a wimp with no combat power. Kella then set the record straight. The humans were threatened, so they planned to use the Light Spear spell. The heavens believe that with the Light Spear spell, where they use all their mana in a single attack, if it fails, they would be the ones to die. Rin reached out to him and told him to get back. Rin and Kella were struck. Kella couldn't move his body. Rin shivered. She apologized that she couldn't protect him. The humans at this point were gasping for air, but they had concluded that their attack worked. A man took out a sword, but the other one held him back, suggesting that they deserved a little reward for going through all the trouble. Then he suggested that it would be fun to play with Rin. Rin yelled at them, saying that she knew all the things they had done to demons. A man pointed a sword at Rin's neck and told her that he would play with her soon. Kella learned that even the humans of that world treated other people like objects. The man decided to kill the Demon King's baby first. Kella felt bad because the exit was already in view. He couldn't believe that he was going to die like that. He was nearly there. The man raised his sword and told him to die. Rin closed her eyes and screamed the name of her master. But suddenly, a purple glow engulfed Kella. The sensation was new to him. He felt that something was coming. He was surprised when he saw an image of his father. Kella wondered if he was done with the battle. He thought about his plan and thought that it was already ruined. Then Hel asked Kella to listen. He uttered that he had fought countless times and considered all possibilities just as many times. Kella was confused as to what he was talking about. Hel uttered that Caldera doesn't have any consideration for her fellow demons to become the Demon King, and Tarm doesn't have the ambition to become the Demon King. Kella replied that he doesn't care about them. He wanted to know how Hel got there. Hel replied that a Demon King has the ability to pass down his mana to his bloodline before dying. Kella was surprised. Then Hel said that even though it was for a short time, he had seen that Kella is the best candidate to become a proper Demon King. Kella told him that he's mistaken. Then Hel announced that he passes down all the mana left in his body to his son, Kella Kaldun. An orb full of the Demon King's mana started to manifest in front of Kella. Kella told him to stop, but an orb of light entered his body. Hel thought about his son, and told him not to mourn his death. He wished him to become like a true demon. The next thing we knew is that Hel's head was on the ground. Srills called Hel Kaldun and announced that the Demon King is dead. His head had been cut off. Kilman sacrificed himself for it. A pained expression was shown on Srills' face when she saw the general. The Talcon squad members couldn't believe that Hel was dead. When reality sank in, they rejoiced. They claimed themselves to be victors. Meanwhile, Kella was in great pain because of the mana. It overpowered the other light. Rin saw how the light spear was dispersed by Kella's mana. The human got terrified and confused with the sudden increase in mana. Kella scoffed. He thought about Hell and his death, which led Kella to conclude that his plan worked. The humans were already out of mana, so they planned to escape. Kella told Rin to move. Kella could feel an endless void of darkness. It's the power that Hell gave to him. The humans called Kella a demon and told him not to come close to them. Kella brought up what they said to Rin earlier. He was furious. He struck them and told them that they are the demons. The humans groaned in pain. They crashed on the wall. They were in agony. One human vomited. Kella recognized Hell's power, but he also noticed how it's straining his body. He understood that his body can't handle that much power yet. He asked Rin if she could move. Rin replied, "Yes." He told her that they will get out of there. Kella was thankful to Hell. He was able to escape the castle because of him. As the castle burned down, Kella and Rin traversed the meadows. Kella felt free. This was the first time he was able to escape the walls of the demon castle. He started laughing. It made him think that he could go anywhere and live the life he wanted. But a blue light appeared. Kella wondered what that light was. It started enveloping his whole body. Rin told him that it's a teleportation spell. Kella was surprised. He extended his hand and told Rin to grab it. Rin was surprised. The spell lit the whole area. They passed through an island and crashed in the woods near the castle walls. Kella looked around and wondered where they were. Rin called for her master, Kella, and expressed that she didn't know he could use teleportation magic. Kella replied that it wasn't him. He shared that it was sort of like an alarm spell that their father placed on the three of them in case he died. Rin noticed that all her wounds were healed. Kella estimated that they spent 3 days within the teleportation spell. He was certain that Hell did that on purpose so they could heal themselves in case of emergencies. Rin was amazed that it's both a healing and teleportation spell in one. Kella realized that Hell really was still a parent for putting such spells on his children. Rin asked if it meant that the Demon King had passed away. Kella replied that she was right, and it was just as Kella had planned. Rin told Kella to become the next Demon King. Kella replied, "Why would I?" Rin explained that she realized something recently after seeing how Kella had changed. It's that he's the one who's fit to be the true Demon King. From then on, Rin promised to do her best as his servant until he became the next Demon King. Kella realized that Rin must have been misunderstanding something. Kella sighed and told her to do as she pleased. Kella only replied that way because he recognized that he lacked manpower. Rin told him to wait. She recognized the place. It's the magic country Arsal. It's a place where they nurture talent for the sole purpose of defeating demons. There was a banner that stated that Demon King Hell had perished and that the light of Talua is eternal. Kella asked why they were sent there, of all places. He was worried about what would happen if they were to be discovered. Rin told him to use transformation magic before they were seen. Then, she transformed into this beautiful and goddamn lady. Kella agreed. He was confident because it's something the old Kella could do. Then, he asked Rin to tell him everything she knew about the place. She stated that Arsal is a small island country located on the eastern border of Talua. They are blessed by the giant crypt water gore who lives in the nearby seas, which allowed the natural development of magic. They raised many strong mages and have been enemies of the demons for a long time. As one of the countries under the control of Talua, it made Kella curious as to why their father sent them to such a dangerous place. Rin asked him why he decided to come to the capital of Arsal while saying such a thing. She suggested that they run away. Kella replied that running away requires some prep work, and in order for Kella to achieve his dreams in that world, magic is very important. In that country, everything is done through magic. Magic is used even in the most common buildings, and some buildings are floating with the power of magic. Kella thought about learning magic there. Then, he would be able to make even more buildings than he could in the game. Rin blushed as her stomach growled loudly. Kella suggested that they should get something to eat first. Rin happily ate the famous magic dish of Arsal. She exclaimed how delicious it was. She pointed out the next store and suggested trying that next. She ate and stated that it was delicious. Then, she pointed to different stores. Kella was unamused and thought, maybe I should just leave her here. Then Rin suggested visiting a magic bar. Kella told her to relax a little. Inside, someone yelled that drinks were on her in celebration of the subjugation of the Demon King. She urged them to order anything they wanted from the shop. It was the red-haired hero's thrills. Everyone cheered. Rin and Kella were in the crowd, and they were already drunk. They were both lightweights. It made Kella think that taking a break isn't a bad thing. Then Thrills noticed something. Her eyes were on Rin and Kella, and with an intimidating expression she uttered, "What an interesting couple we have here." After a few hours, Kella was vomiting on the side. Rin scolded him, saying that even if he's that excited, he shouldn't drink that much when he can't even handle alcohol well, and it was a festival held to celebrate the death of the Demon King too. Kella got annoyed since she was the first one to suggest that they drink. Suddenly, a rushing crowd appeared. It was because of a new S-rank request. Some were surprised to hear that because they knew that the Demon King was dead, but nevertheless, they took a look. Kella got curious about what the ruckus was about. Rin couldn't believe it. Until that moment, the Demon King hunt was the only S-rank request, but now there was another one. She grabbed Kella and decided to take a look too. Some people in the crowd couldn't believe it because they thought it was all over. They had no idea that the Demon King's children were still alive. Rin was surprised to see it. A large picture of their MC in demon form was hung on the castle wall. Then Kella loudly said, "The Demon King is dead! Why me?" Rin panicked. People turned to them. Rin covered Kella's mouth and explained that Kella was just drunk. Most of the people knew that Kella was the weakest out of the Demon King's children. They expected it to be easy, some even estimated that it would probably be more like a B-rank quest. They guessed that all the hunters were going to be out for his head. Kella realized that he better lay low if he didn't want to get caught. He decided to leave. Rin was about to reply, "Yes, young Master Kella," but she stopped. Then she asked him what she should call him in public. Kella thought about it and told her to call him Chiwu. Rin teased him about what kind of name that is. Chiwu got annoyed and told her to just call him that. Then Rin stated that it was bad. She didn't think people would realize so quickly that he was still alive. Kella told her that they just get what they needed and leave. Thrills was at the place that Chiwu and Rin would pass by. Thrills asked them if the S-rank quest was true. Kella replied, "Yes." Rin stuttered, expressing that they just saw it. Kella remembered that this woman was called the Hope of Arsal. It made him think that she's not an ordinary woman. Thrills expressed her annoyance that the Demon King's son was alive. Kella replied that Kella was supposed to be weak. Rin added that it wasn't a big deal. Thrills looked at them. She placed her arms around their shoulders, then she asked them if it was really not a big deal that the Demon King bastard's son was alive. Kella was alarmed. Thrills told them that she noticed something earlier and stated that they smelled strange. Rin got worried that they had been caught. Then Thrills stated that they must be travelers who haven't taken a bath in a while. She invited them to her place to wash up and get some more drinks. Kella and Rin were dumbfounded. They agreed to it. In their heads, they thought about how they were safe. Inside the house, Kella soaked in cozy hot spring water. The bath was elegant. There was also a nice cup of tea and a snack that he had never had before. He wondered if those were made with magic too. Kella always wanted to live in the world of games, so that moment was like a dream come true for him. He started thinking that the ice sky wasn't so bad. Since the time he was ice skated, this was the first time he felt safe. Meanwhile, Rin was stressed out. She uttered that she'd be dead if she got caught there. Thrills asked her if she enjoyed the bathtub too. Thrills noticed that Rin was so nervous. She stated that she's like a demon who might get caught. Rin simply replied, "As if." Thrills created something from her hand and told her that she'd create something to make her relax. Rin knew it was a holy element. It is the worst scent for demons since it takes their mana away. She was worried because it would undo the disguise spell. She was getting dizzy in her head. She asked for Kella's help. Meanwhile, Kella was enjoying his time at the bath. Thrills expressed that she thought everything would be over once the Demon King died. Deep inside, Rin wanted her to stop talking so much because she didn't want to hear about it. Rin just wanted to leave. Thrills shared that she had been designated to become a mage ever since she was born. Rin stopped Thrills when she yelled, "You can reminisce later." Then Rin hurriedly hopped out of the bath with the excuse that she needed to use the bathroom. Thrills scoffed. She assumed that Rin must not like the holy scent. When Rin was out, she uttered that it could have been really bad. Kella saw her and greeted her, saying that the hot spring was nice and that it made him feel relaxed. Rin told him that it's not the time to be leisurely enjoying a bath. She shared that her disguise almost became undone. Kella asked what she meant. Rin reported that Thrills used a holy scent, and demons lose their mana from just that, especially if it's manifested by an advanced mage. Kella uttered that it could have been really bad. It was funny because he thought of taking another bath before leaving. Rin stopped him and suggested that they get out of there. Srills saw them and asked if they were leaving too. When they said they'd get a second round with her, Rin replied that it's time for them to go. Srills asked them why. She tempted them with drinks and dishes made with magic. Kella knew that it was food magic. Then he agreed to the second round. Srills was delighted. At this point, I smell some jealousy in the air. This scene felt like a meme. Meanwhile, outside Srills' home, there were mages gathered. They were informed that there were demons in there, not just demons, but the Demon King's child. They thought that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they had to get them no matter what. The house was quiet. Srills asked them what they thought about the food. She shared that it was made with holy water. Kella replied that it was good, but deep inside, he felt like his whole body was burning. He was excited because she said it was made with food magic. Then Srills brought up what Rin and he were talking about earlier, the life she lived. She shared that in order to kill the Demon King, she joined the Talcon squad and trained with her life on the line. She lifted her shirt and shared that she got the scar from a test back then. Rin replied that she didn't see that scar earlier. Srills moved her bangs and revealed a scar on her eye. She stated that she doesn't have an eye. Kella and Rin were shocked. Srills replied that she was hiding it all with magic because every time she saw them, it felt like the pain of that day was with her again. Back then, the soldiers told them to get up and said that the pain wouldn't kill them. The soldier told them that if they were alive, they should get up and think about the Demon King. They were reminded that they were a squad with the sole purpose of taking down the Demon King, that they must endure all pain and kill the Demon King. Srills was still young during this time, and her eye and torso were bleeding. The soldier told them to get up and asked them what their goal was. Even with the injuries, she replied that their goal was killing the Demon King. Srills uttered that she sacrificed her entire life to kill the Demon King and got those scars. She got too close to Kella, then she asked him what they were doing during that time. She lifted his shirt and assumed that he must have a scar like that too. Kella was surprised. Srills saw that his skin was smooth and there was no scar at all. Rin got worried for the young master. Kella was in a panic because Srills' hand touching him was slowly undoing his disguise. Then Srills whispered, "You're a demon?" Kella was caught off guard. White mice crawled from the fireplace, then they turned into humans. Rin saw the mages, and she and Kella realized that Srills must have brought them there as part of a trap. Srills greeted them. Then the mages saw the eye and uttered that Heaven's message was right. They uttered that Srills had been hiding her true self, that she's actually a demon who infiltrated Arsal. Kella and Rin were surprised. Kella realized that the mages must not have been there for them but for Srills. He was surprised to find out that she's a demon. Srills replied that she didn't have to hide it anymore. She brought her staff out, and then admitted that it was she who leaked the intel that she's a demon. What a plot twist this is. The mages uttered that there's no reason to hesitate since she just admitted it. Their intention was to kill her. She told them that she's an elite mage of Talcan, which means that she's not someone that just a dozen or so mages of Arsal can deal with. Rin told her master to get out of the way. Kella was frozen in place as he realized how bad the situation was. Then a loud explosion happened. When it was done, the mages were gone. Rin couldn't believe the powerful mana. Kella and Rin were surprised because it seemed like Srills protected them. Srills knew that they were demons too. They couldn't hide it from her. Srills introduced herself as the Demon King Hell's daughter, Srills Khaldun. Damn, dude. Upon hearing that, Kella and Rin's jaws dropped. Since they didn't have much time, Srills decided to show them through memory transfer magic. Those two were overwhelmed. A woman with Hell uttered that they had succeeded. They were looking at a child. The woman described this child as a demon who can hide her horns and demonic power. The child recognized Hell, their king. Hell told the child that his blood runs through her, which makes her his daughter. The child was surprised to know about being the daughter of a demon king. Ever since she was born, she had always been one of many lab rats. Every day was like hell for her. Day by day, she would undergo painful experiments, and all she could do was endure them. After all, the kids who were born with her died, and she thought she was going to die just like them. She cried for the other children. Then she was suddenly informed that she's the daughter of the Demon King. She replied that it's an honor. Hell proceeded in bestowing her a name, to which she became Srills Khaldun. She was tasked to act as a spy and infiltrate heaven to deliver him their information. Srills thought that if it's for her father Hell, the Demon King, she could do anything. At Arsal, a guard saw that there was someone on the ground. It was a little kid, and they assumed she was attacked by the demons. They carried her and hurriedly went back to treat her. From that point on, she acted as the Demon King's spy. Eventually, she worked her way up to Talua as a mage of Arsal, and in the process, she endured everything that came her way. Finally, she rose up to become one of the strongest in the Talcan squad, the elite force affiliated with Talua. After 15 years, she was finally able to meet her father again. She wanted to run and embrace him, but she couldn't. She was almost there, she just needed to wait until everyone except Kilman died. Her role was to secretly use magic on the Talcan squad to get in their way and support her father until he killed Kilman. Once her father wiped Talcan out, she could finally return to the castle with him. She wanted to live a new life by her father's side as Sril's Kaldun. However, Kilman said that Hell exceeded his expectations. He acknowledged him as the strongest opponent he ever faced. Hell replied that he didn't require acknowledgement from humans. Kilman commented that Hell was arrogant, then he invited him to end it. Kilman had a final attack, which he poured his everything into. He took out the spear of the martyrs. Hell prepared the flames of Hell, Magnalexer. Sril's got worried for her father. Then a loud explosion happened. In that instant, she heard her father's voice. Hell sent a telepathic message that said, "Sril's Kaldun, my daughter. This is your next command. Serve the next Demon King as you have served me, and protect him until the end." Sril shed tears for her father. Another big explosion happened. Eventually, the dust started to clear out. At this time, Hell's head was on the ground. Sril's was in pain upon seeing it. She refused to believe it. She wanted to call out to her father. After witnessing her father's death, she had no choice but to return to Talua since backup forces had arrived. People from all over the entire continent, Talua included, celebrated his death. They celebrated the Demon King's death for the first time in millennia. After that, Srils decided to retire and return to Arsal, her second home, where she began her first job for her father. Her plan was to start fresh in this place in order to avenge her father's death. Back to the present time, she revealed that she was planning on wiping them all out, starting with Arsal. Rin couldn't believe that Srils is a daughter of the Demon King. Kella, on the other hand, was frustrated. He thought he finally got away from his demon siblings. Even though he and Srils aren't related by blood, he didn't expect to have another sibling. Srils told them that she won't force them to cooperate with her as fellow demons, but she would tell them one thing, that Arsal is a core threat to demonkin. As the magic country, the longer they let that place be, Kella, the last hope of demonkin, the sooner he dies. Kella realized she's right. Even in the game, mages acted as an important force in battles. If they let them be, the one who will be in danger is him. One of the mages uttered that everyone must already be headed to that house after hearing the explosion. They didn't want anyone else to take credit for it. She ordered all the mages to use as much of their mana as possible. Kella uttered that those bastards must have thought they were plain humans, yet they attacked them without hesitation. Rin was confused by Kella's behavior. He showed his true form and told them that it's just self-defense. Srils was surprised. She felt the energy and recognized that it's her father's power. That night, they waged an endless battle. In Rin's eyes, it probably looked like a massacre. To Srils, Arsal was like a second home, so she knew the entirety of the layout. She destroyed all of the main facilities of the government, as well as the Magic Academy. Kella used Hell's mana to subjugate those in power who were drunk on the excitement of the festival. Kella slashed them all. With their teamwork, the nation of magic, Arsal, was easily taken down. A loud explosion happened. There were flames all throughout the city, and even the skies were painted with flames. A mage refused to believe that Arsal would fall so easily. Even when he was crushed beneath the rocks, the mage yelled that he won't ever forgive the demons. Suddenly, he was burned. "Yeah, you can't forgive them when you're already toasted, I guess." Srils told the guy reduced to ashes. "That's what I wanted to say. She's the one who can't forgive them." Starting with Arsal, now the Talcan squad and the great empire Talua, she vowed to end them all. Kella was overwhelmed. He asked, "That much?" While Rin thought it's impossible. Kella turned around and uttered that now that they have helped each other out, they should split ways. Srils told him to wait. She asked him if he thought that she wouldn't recognize the mana. She knew that he's the second son, Kella Kaldun. Kella realized that there's no point hiding it. He replied, "Yes." Srils gasped and asked if it's true. Kella realized he fell into her trap. She was just guessing. She was just a tiny bit suspicious. She clarified that she's not a daughter in the traditional sense. She's more like a mutant that was made with their father's blood aura. Because of that, she acknowledged Kella even more as her father's bloodline. She narrated that she was made after Kella was born, so she called Kella her older brother. That was funny. Kella turned pale, and he refused. She assumed that he wanted to avenge their father. She invited him to come with her. In Kella's head, I ran away from home. Revenge, my ass? Srills confirmed with him if he's not running away, since he's the only remaining bloodline of the Demon King and their father's only remaining child. Rin was scared. In her head, she begged Kella to reply that he'll go with her. It looked like she would kill them if they didn't. Kella replied that he's going to get revenge. Deep inside, he knew that he had no choice at this point in time. Srills invited them to go burn them down. Kella replied, yes. He needed Arsal's magic anyway, and Srills would know them all, so while he could stall for time by using revenge as an excuse, he'll treat her as one of them. A mage who was hiding behind a wall had heard them. He immediately thought to report to Talua about it. At the castle, the great king of Talua was informed that they had received an urgent message from someone in Arsal. The old king was in the middle of a meal. He asked what it was. The subject reported to the king that Srills, in the Talcan squad, is a demon, so Arsal's mages tried to eliminate her. The king asked what happened next. Then he was informed that Kella appeared and burned Arsal to the ground with Srills. The king smacked the table. He was surprised to find out that the Demon King's son was in Arsal. The subject speculated that Kella must have connections to Srills. The king cursed out loud. Not only was Srills of the Talcan squad a demon, but for Arsal to be burned down by Kella, if it was made known, it would make them a laughingstock. He ordered them to kill Srills and Kella before people found out about it. He threatened his subject that if he wasn't able to bring their heads, he would be removed from his position. The subject, named Hayden, swore to kill them. He turned around. The head of the Demon King was in a glass enclosure. Hayden thought of how Hell's bloodline was harassing him to no end. He swore that he would burn away all those who carry his blood. After that encounter, someone asked for the news of the Killian squad. A man reported to Hayden that Killian should have received the message by then. He told him to return as soon as he saw the message. Killian is the best knight there is, who exceeds even Kilman. In order to kill Kella and Srills, they need Killian. We were then transferred to this secluded place. Killian received the news that Kilman, his brother, is dead. The knight reported that Kilman sacrificed himself to kill the Demon King. He asked how it concerns him. The knight replied that Talua needs him in order to hunt down Kella. Killian replied that he doesn't care if Talua wants it or not. Since the demons killed his brother, he will kill every demon on the continent. With a protagonist's aura looming over him, he uttered, starting with Kella Khaldun. Now I don't know about you guys, but this is the way of introducing an overpowered villain. Back to our MC. He was surprised. He asked, who's going to eat all of it? Srills simply told him not to eat if he's full. For her, it isn't even enough. Rin inquired if she has a secret for not gaining weight. Srills replied that if it goes in and out quickly, then she won't get fat. Rin was enlightened. To her, it's a miracle theory. Kella felt relieved that Srills isn't trying to kill him like Tarm and Caldera. Kella was concerned that she would be jealous of him due to him being of the main bloodline. Kella asked Srills if she had anything against him since he's the biological child of their father. Srills replied, yes, to the point that I want to kill you. Kella expected that. Then Srills uttered that since he has the same blood as their father, whom she always loved and respected, she can't hate him. Moreover, since Kella has their father's blood, she actually needs to protect him however she can. Kella was taken aback. He couldn't believe that unlike his two other siblings, Srills would protect him instead. Srills promised that she will put her life on the line to keep him alive. Kella blushed and said, thanks. Rin was confused as to why Kella was blushing. Rin shoved the meat in Kella's face and invited him to eat her share. Since he used a lot of mana, he had to eat a lot. Kella replied that he's not hungry. Rin vowed to protect his health until he dies. Kella looked unamused and told her to calm down. Since Arsal's situation should be known to other countries, lots of demon hunters will gather there. Since it isn't safe, Srills suggested that they find somewhere else to sleep. Kella replied that it's actually a great place to stay the night. Kella replied that with a little effort, it will become an impenetrable fortress. First, they changed the terrain to turn it into a secret fortress. Then, while resting, Kella went over what he learned from the fight. After using lots of mana, Kella had to rest right after. Looking back, he realized that even the Demon King rested after a fight. Thrills, who used more mana than him, needed an even longer time to rest. So they safely recovered while being protected by the secret fortress. Meanwhile, in a castle, the horn was blown. It's to signal the arrival of Talken's second squad, Talken of White. The king was informed that Talken of White had arrived. The king commented that even just looking at them gives him goosebumps. The king welcomed the return of his strongest squad, Talken of White. The person behind Killian told Killian that he looked like he had gotten several times stronger in that short time. She added that if General Kilman saw it, he would be very happy. The person called Deed was scolded by a woman with elf-like ears. Deed recognized that the woman who scolded her was Audria. A large man asked if they must heed the king's summons. He added that his anger wouldn't be satisfied even if they killed Kella. Killian apologized to him. He replied that he had to show something to Curdley, and he's talking about this white-haired priestess. A little later, inside the castle, they looked at Hell's Head. Killian finally saw the killer of his brother. Deed expressed that it's gross. Audria told her to be quiet. Killian asked Curdley if the tracking spell will work with just the head. Curdley replied that it's possible. The bloodstains on the head will let her search for those of the same bloodline. Hell's Head glowed. Killian then uttered, "For the Demon King, Hel Kaldun, keep your eyes open. See the things we're about to do." After a while, Thrills uttered that since they had rested, they should get those bastards. She knew that Talken's second squad would be summoned. Rin asked about the second squad. Thrills replied that in Talua, there wasn't much hope that the first squad would succeed in killing the Demon King. Basically, they were being used as an experiment. The squad that Talua sincerely formed and poured strength into was the second squad, Talken of White. Kella listened carefully. It is the squad of Kilman's younger brother, Killian. It is an elite squad composed of combat geniuses. Kella had to verify if their father's killer, Kilman, is weaker than them. Thrills didn't want to admit it, but the Talken of White is far stronger than Kilman. She can't even estimate how much stronger. Kella had a serious expression on his face with that dilemma. Rin asked how they were supposed to invade Talua. Thrills replied that the Talken of White were all in isolation training, so it would take some time to get them back together. Therefore, they needed to take down Talua as soon as possible. Kella knew that Talua was much bigger than Arsal. Mere luck wouldn't help them win the battle. Then he thought of something. He urged Thrills to think about it. With the quest to hunt Kella down, he assumed that the Talken of White were probably already back together. He uttered that it didn't make sense for the three of them to attack Talua without any help. He suggested that they needed an army and a base. Rin asked him about the army and the base. He replied that it should be an army that wouldn't lose even to the Talken of White, and a base that wouldn't fall even if the soldiers of Talua were to invade. He uttered that they'd construct the strongest dungeon there is. Thrills seemed amused, while Rin looked overwhelmed upon hearing that. Kella uttered that they couldn't gamble on battles they weren't sure about. If they did, they would just end up like his father. He decided to create the strongest dungeon there is and wage war against Talua. Rin seemed hooked on the plan. Thrills replied that he wasn't wrong. Thrills wouldn't expect any less from her father's son. Kella was glad that he came up with that on the spot. Thrills was now energized to create the army. She knew some guys that they could take in. Rin was on board with the plan. The two women were hyped up. Kella saw how they liked his idea. It was Kella's way to stall for time in order to make his own world where no one would interrupt him. He thought of a map that could not be brought to life in reality. It was his own perfect world. Kella was determined. He asked Thrills since she knew some trustworthy demons. Thrills replied that there were several. Kella told her that they first needed someone who knew a lot about geography and terrain. Thrills thought about it, then realized she knew someone. So, they set off to look for the demon. They traveled. Kella began learning Arsal's magic on their way to their destination. It was not the kind of stuff he should have been able to learn in such a short period of time, but thanks to the Demon King's blood, he was able to learn pretty quickly. He was learning and using magic with his own two hands. He felt that he was getting closer to his goal. 4 days later, they were almost there. Rin inquired as to why a demon would live in such a barren place. Thrills replied that it wasn't always like that until the Tolkien staged an ambush. Rin was confused. Thrills told them not to move, no matter what. An angry demon came out and told them to tell the forces of Tolkien to stop. The demon asked if they were after them again. He vowed to kill them. Then, he stabbed Thrills with a spear, just as Thrills expected. It seemed like the demons had yet to hear of her. Rin was surprised. She asked Thrills if she was just letting herself get attacked. She urged her to tell the truth. Kella told Rin to be quiet and to just leave them be. The demon asked her why she wasn't fighting back. He asked if she didn't see them as worthy opponents. Thrills apologized to them. She kneeled and told them that she would accept their rage until they felt better. The demon was taken aback because it was the symbolic pose that only they knew. Thrills apologized to them as a fellow demon. They were surprised that she was a demon because she had come with the Tolkien guys last time. Kella replied that it was true. He showed his true self and introduced himself, saying that he was the last remaining child of the demon king Hel. He gave his word that Thrills was speaking the truth. The demons recognized the powerful demonic energy. One of them exclaimed that he was really the demon king's son. They asked if he was young Master Kella. They all kneeled in front of him. The earth demons of the land offered their greetings to His Highness, Kella Kaldun. Rin looked pleased. Thrills did too. She told Kella that they recognized him as the rightful heir. Kella watched them. From a crack in the ground, a settlement was seen. It made Kella think that it might not be hard to create their own army after all. The earth demons greeted the great demon king's son, Kella. They all hailed his name. An older demon told them that he would prepare anything that the son of the great demon king would need. He just had to give the orders. Kella was looking around. He saw that it was a different method of architecture compared to the demon king's castle in Arsal. He didn't expect that a sturdy city could be built without magic and with natural materials as their primary source. The placement of the city was excellent too. Kella would have never imagined such a large city could be hidden underground had they never shown themselves. Kella told Thrills that she was right, that they were in need of the talents of the earth demons. Thrills looked proud and told him that she knew he would like it. Then, aside, she said there was also an excellent warrior they should recruit. Kella asked about it. Thrills replied that the Tolkien discovered the city while journeying to the Demon King's castle back then. They couldn't believe that demons were hiding in such a place. They couldn't allow a single demon to stay alive. They intended to kill all the filthy earth demons. The earth demons ran when the soldiers of Talua arrived. They screamed for help. By General Kilman's orders, the forest that concealed the city was burned to ashes, putting the earth demons at the risk of extinction. But then, a certain earth demon protected the children and asked them how they could massacre people who didn't even know how to fight. He couldn't allow those who lacked a warrior's pride to lay a single finger on the children. It was Thrills' first time seeing a demon who was risking his life to protect the young. Kilman asked for the warrior's name. He introduced himself as Douglas, son of the earth demons. Kilman uttered Douglas's name. He glared at him and uttered that if only Douglas had been born human. Kilman was ordered to cease combat. He decided to leave the place and continue their journey to the Demon King's castle. Douglas was confused. Thrills told him that his bravery saved their tribe. Douglas was dumbfounded. The children were spared. Thrills narrated that Douglas didn't run and tried to save the children until the very end. Rin couldn't believe that Douglas did that. She was convinced that even just his name was something they could trust. Kella thought about it. An earth demon who could engage in combat was more than he could hope for. Kella expressed that he would like to meet Douglas. The old man hosting them replied that Douglas was stubborn and suggested that Kella look for someone else. Kella insisted that he would bring Douglas with him. He asked where Douglas was. At a certain building, Kella uttered. You refuse to obey me? Douglas replied that Kella might be the son of the great demon king, but he was not obligated to obey him. Kella asked what he would do if he were to use force. Douglas replied that he'd die fighting. Kella asked him why he insisted on remaining there. Douglas replied that he was born and raised there, and that he had a duty to protect his homeland, which was why he could not leave. Kella replied that Douglas was as stubborn as they said. Douglas apologized. Kella thought that it was unfortunate. In the game, he had tried so hard to obtain an orc ally like Douglas. He sighed. Kella thought that it couldn't be helped. While he was walking around, he was observing too. He watched the buildings. He found the architecture really efficient. He would really like someone who had the knowledge of earth demons to serve him. Then he saw Thrills and Rin, drunk. These bitches were having a great time. They invited Kella to try the earth demon's amazing liquor. Kella got annoyed at these drunkards while he was doing investigative work at the tavern. Kella got drunk and happy. Our boy had little control over his temptations. Apparently, the three of them were merry and drunk. The old man found them. They ordered the earth demons to bring them to the best resting chambers. After some time, Kella was sleeping on a bed. He looked peaceful. Someone opened the door. A few men walked inside. They had an axe. Kella was still asleep. A demon raised his axe above Kella while calling Kella a wuss. He planned to kill Kella and swung his axe towards RMC's head. But the demon was surprised. He asked how Kella had evaded the axe. That move made Kella certain about something. The demons realized Kella wasn't asleep. They still charged at the demon they called Coward Kella. Kella got up from the bed. He watched them. He was skeptical at first over why Douglas was making things that weren't weapons at the smithy. He saw restraints that wouldn't fit an orc. While he was observing his surroundings, he noticed someone was following him. From then on, he started observing his surroundings even more and noticed a wall with a subtle magical barrier on it. Kella wouldn't have noticed such a subtle detail if he hadn't inherited the mana of the Demon King. He also noticed one weird point, that Douglas was protecting young dark elves, but he never saw any young dark elves anywhere in the village. That's when everything made sense to Kella. His eyes looked serious. Our boy slashed the shit out of these demons left and right, with his hand covered in mana. They fell to the ground. Kella uttered that Douglas didn't tell Killman that he couldn't let the young dark elves die, but that he couldn't hand them over. That meant Douglas didn't care about protecting them, he just didn't want them taken away from him. Douglas shrieked and asked Kella how he knew about it. Kella suggested that they go and release the magic barrier. It was chaotic. They asked how it could be. The orc warriors had revealed their true selves and found that Douglas was being held hostage by Kella, just as Kella expected. Everyone was in on it, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible. The old man who hosted Kella couldn't believe that Douglas failed. Douglas apologized. Kella told them not to move. If they did, he threatened that Douglas would die. They didn't expect that from the coward Kella. At a certain section of the city, Kella told Douglas to open the door. Douglas clicked his tongue while taking out a pink marble, then he placed it on the door. The door opened, revealing all of the missing dark elves. Kella was taken aback. They were in worse shape than Kella imagined. Srills and Rin rushed to Kella's side and asked if he was okay. They saw the door and asked what it was. Kella ordered Srills to take one of the dark elves and show him their memories through memory transfer magic. Srills replied that it's less clear than transferring her own memories, but it's possible. Kella requested her to do it. Srills started. She formed two black orbs as if they were exchanging information with each other. Both the dark elf and Kella glowed. The memory showed that the place was hell. The dark elf's mother's pregnancy and childbirth were forced, and the dark elf in the memory was born. All life in that place was born that way. Among those young children, those chosen by human nobles were taken away by force, as the chosen young elves could be sold for vast sums of money. Occasionally, adults who were captured from the outside would tell them about the world, about the unending skies, blue oceans, fantastic foods, and carefree travels, things they could never learn about in that place. If they had just one thing they wished for before dying, even if it was just one, it was for their children to make it outside and experience those things themselves. Kella was furious. He called the earth demons fucking bastards. Our boy then turned to Douglas and punched him so hard that he should have been renamed Catless. Douglas crashed into the wall. Srills realized that he wasn't trying to save those kids, that they were smuggling them instead. Douglas replied that she was right. He uttered that dark elves are a rare breed that human nobles lust after. The dark elves are a race loved by nature, living in places they recommended allowed them to live in peace, which Douglas concluded made them perfect to raise as livestock. Srills was furious. Rin couldn't believe that they enslaved other demons. Douglas reasoned that with the Demon King dead, they were essential to the earth demons if they wanted to survive against the humans. Kella covered his hand with mana. He thought of how miserable he was from enduring his father's oppression, but those children were living in pain incomparable to what he had endured. He couldn't just stay put when something like that was happening in front of him. He called for Srills and Rin and told them that they would continue the job Killman left unfinished. Srills agreed. She couldn't believe that those bastards dared to betray their own kind. Even Rin couldn't forgive them. Kella uttered that they would cleanse the place of the earth demons. Douglas sought everyone's help to fight, especially when there were only 3 enemies. Everyone charged at Srills, Rin, and Kella. Rin yelled that the remaining orcs were attacking. Srills was furious that they dared to rebel against the great Demon King's kin. The orc yelled that they shouldn't retreat because, unlike others, Kella is a wuss, and they have no reason to obey him. Rin fought back and told them that Kella would become the next demon king. Douglas attacked Kella with bare hands. Kella was thinking that they weren't in a game, it was real life. And if he could change things with his own power, then he wouldn't stay put like before. The Dark Elves watched the fight. They wondered if those three were doing it for them, and it made them think that they should help. A woman held back the one who was trying to help because it was dangerous. They reasoned that if they lost, they would be tortured again. This Dark Elf, Wood, was advised to stay put. Hearing the word, torture, made her recall unpleasant memories. Wood fell to her knees and started to tremble. Kella saw that. Kella asked Douglas if he heard those cries of pain. He told him that he would get all of them back. Douglas uttered that it wouldn't do. He took something out of his pocket and ate it. He told everyone to eat their earth ores because losing to Kella meant losing everything. They saw Douglas eat his earth ore, so everyone followed. Rin thought that stuff was just a legend. Kella asked what it was. Srills explained that when consumed, in exchange for a portion of a demon's lifespan, it boosts their physical capabilities by several dozen times. Douglas's body transformed. He vowed to kill Kella. At this point, Douglas was already ripped. He also looked like he was about to go on a rampage. Kella sensed that their demonic energy had increased alongside their physical capabilities. Meanwhile, our boy couldn't use all the abilities Hell bestowed upon him yet. Douglas was about to punch him. Kella was in a pinch and thought that this was really dangerous. Suddenly, vines appeared and wrapped around Douglas, immobilizing him. He asked what it was. A dark elf stepped forward. She uttered that she would never again be tortured. The other dark elves got worried for her. Douglas cursed at her and threatened to torture her until she died. But Douglas sensed something. Kella attacked him and told him to stop spouting nonsense because it was never going to happen. Kella pierced Douglas's torso. Kella called to Wood. He smiled at her and said, "Thanks. I think I like you." Wood was speechless hearing those words from a stranger. Douglas groaned. He told Wood that he was the one who raised her when she was abandoned and now she was betraying him. Forget about torture. Douglas decided to kill her right there and then. He broke free from the vines. Kella was surprised to see that Douglas's body had gotten even bigger. Douglas raised his fist and punched Kella. Kella crashed into the wall. Our boy wondered if an earth magic stone was really that strong. Douglas went for Wood. He grabbed her neck. Douglas told her that he would rip off her head that instant. Wood was already choking. Kella wondered if Douglas had gone insane. He was more focused on killing Wood than fighting him. Wood groaned. Kella was far from them. He needed a long-range attack. He forced himself. He thought that everything was fine and begged as he tried to release his powers. Suddenly, he was transported to a place. A mist that looked like the mysterious being that was present when he was transferred to Kella's body called him an idiot and told him that it was a place within his consciousness. Kella asked who he was. Then the mist suggested that Kella would rather know how to save the Dark Elf. No matter how slowly time flowed in the consciousness, Kella would still need to act quickly. He remembered Wood. Then he asked the mist if he had a way to save her. The mist told him that he wasn't ready to use the full strength that Hell gave him. However, as his mind and body become more in sync, he can unlock more and more. Kella told him to forget about the explanation and asked for something he could use at that moment. The mist told him that there was one thing he could use. The mist told Kella Kaldan, or rather Conchi, that he would see him again soon. Kella wondered how this guy knew his name. Then he was back in his body. He saw Hell's fire arrow in his hand. He pulled the bow and advised Wood to protect herself. Douglas was surprised. Wood braced herself and covered her body with vines. Kella told Douglas that this would be the end of all his evil deeds. Our boy then released the arrow. Douglas was frozen in place. Bullseye. This fucker burned as the arrow reached him. He cried out to be saved since it was a direct hit. Kella thought it was done. Douglas kept groaning from the pain until the flames fully burned him. Kella was curious about what that thing was that he met in his consciousness. Meanwhile, Rin was overwhelmed because several orcs charged at her at the same time. Srills cursed because she couldn't use splash magic due to the ceiling. Kella told them not to worry and that he'd finish it in a flash. He released 3 arrows at the same time and burned several orcs at once. Srills was pleased to see that Kella used a fire arrow using demonic energy. She thought about how Kella's mana had gotten stronger now. Kella had long-range attacks. He was very pleased. He thought, nice, very nice. It was already nighttime. Finally, everything was taken care of. Srills uttered that the earth ores were far more powerful than she expected. Rin uttered that she didn't know they burned the lifespan of the orc. Kella realized that they had to investigate it, and with that, all of the dark elves were free. He told them not to get caught by bastards like them again and to live their lives freely. They couldn't believe that they were free. Kella told them that they could leave this place now. They asked if they could take their kids away from the hellish place. They all knelt and expressed their gratitude to Kella. Srills uttered that it looked like they wouldn't be able to take the earth demons as subordinates. She didn't expect to be tricked by those bastards. Rin replied that it's a shame, but there's nothing they can do. Kella confirmed with Woodish she wasn't born there and instead was captured. She replied, yes. Kella assumed that she didn't have a family member to live with either. She replied, yes. Kella invited her to come with them. They needed an earth demon who could navigate the terrain. She replied that she's not an earth demon and that she's not talented when it comes to terrain. She was scared to admit that she wouldn't be of any help. Kella told her not to worry because she's an elf who receives nature's love. Plus, she just showed that she's braver than anyone else in the face of danger, and that was enough. Kella invited her to get up and come with him. Wood watched him with awe. She was touched. Wood didn't even remember what her parents looked like. She was abandoned somewhere, taken there, and lived her life in suffering. She was thrown inside the cell and lived in that hell her whole life. She thought she was going to live like that until the day she died. She shed tears as she confirmed that she could leave the place. Wood asked Kella if she could really follow him. Kella told her that she wouldn't be following him. He clarified that she would be going with him. He reached out to help her stand up while telling her that they would get out of the place. Wood thanked him. That night, several dark elves left. The earth demons were taken care of, and they had saved the captured dark elves. Kella was worried because they had never been outside before, but they were demons loved by nature. No matter where they lived, it would be a better place than that. Wood watched them leave. Later on, Rin started lecturing Wood that she's a newbie and should listen to them. Srills suggested that they find a place where the river flows. Wood pointed in the direction where she smelled water. Rin scoffed and expressed that Wood was pretty good. She was trying to exude dominance over her. Kella asked why they were looking for a river. Srills told them that they couldn't just keep walking like that. They needed to find something that they could ride, and if they found a river, they could find a ride too. Rin suggested that they catch a dragon. Srills told her to stop dreaming about catching dragons. She uttered that they would be lucky to even find a unicorn. Kella agreed to go in the direction Wood pointed. They arrived at the place, and there really were 2 unicorns drinking from the river. These creatures sensed something and immediately ran away. There was a giant monster footprint left on the ground. It looked like a freaking dragon. Meanwhile, Rin insisted that she wanted a dragon. Srills kept telling her that there are no dragons. That same night, Curdley arrived at the Earth Demon settlement. There was one demon begging to be saved. The wife material priestess realized that it was the only one that survived. She was motionless and tried to remember something amongst the corpses. They said camp. They were even grilling meat at the bonfire. Deed wondered why the family tracking spell wasn't working. Curdley had no idea. She uttered that multiple individuals were being detected in many different locations. Kalka replied that there's no way that many of Hell's children remain. He asked if there's really no way to tell which one is Kella. Curdley replied, yes. Audrey asked what they should do since they couldn't waste their time hunting down all of them. Killian replied that there's no choice. They would hunt down the other demons that are spread throughout the continent. He asked Curdley to start looking for Kella first. Curdley replied that she could teleport a certain distance if it was just herself, and she thought that was faster. Deed replied that it was great, and in the meantime, they would be slaughtering. He corrected himself and called it cleaning up instead. Curdley replied that she would teleport herself. Curdley, the sleepy one, finally started, and it was the first time she opened her eyes. Her pupils were blue and empty at the center. Deed was amazed that she left just like that. Killian then invited the rest and uttered, then shall we go hunt down those demons? Back to the present time, Curdley felt the faint energy of Hell's child there. It made her wonder if Kella passed by there. The demon stuck under a wooden pallet replied, yes. He shared that Kella wiped out their entire tribe. Curdley asked where Kella went. The demon didn't know. He asked if she could save him, but before he could beg more, Curdley headshot him. Just like that, the demon died. She told the demon that he's of no use if he doesn't know. Curdly had no choice but to follow the faint trace of energy. She thought about Kella and just uttered his name. Meanwhile, Kella and the rest finally saw the river. He told Wood that she really led them all the way to the river purely based on scent, even when it was days away from them. Wood thanked him again. Rin scolded Wood and told her not to get full of herself just because she did that. Wood plainly apologized. Kella expressed that he was hungry since they hadn't eaten properly for a couple of days. Rin boasted that she's good at fishing, but before she could finish her sentence, fish came flying out of the water and into Wood's arms. Kella was amazed. He asked how she did that. Wood replied that she did it by controlling the flow of water using the power of nature. Srills was impressed. Then our jealous girl Rin felt threatened. She volunteered to start the fire right away, but Srills told her that there was no need. Kella couldn't help but comment that magic is really convenient. Rin froze. She felt depressed, so she just sat under a tree away from them. They eventually ate. The fish was delicious. Srills praised Wood for it. Kella asked if Rin wasn't going to eat. She replied that she's all right. Rin looked sad. Srills teased her that she would eat her portion instead. Rin replied that she could go ahead and take it. Kella glanced at her. She really felt useless. Then Kella uttered that eating fish isn't enough. He wondered if there were any fruits. Rin immediately stood up and told him that she would find some right away. Wood replied that she could find fruits quickly. Kella told her no, because Rin would find them. Then he asked, "Right, Rin?" Rin told him to leave it to her. She would make sure to bring him delicious fruits. Srills commented that she's such a simpleton. Then she told Kella that he's quite considerate. She asked him if he did that on purpose because Rin was feeling down. Kella replied that he didn't, he just wanted to eat some fruit. Then he asked if they could find unicorns around the area. She said that she smelled them when she was younger, and she smelled a similar scent around the area. Kella wished for a dragon too. Srills told him again that there aren't any dragons there. Rin searched for fruits. She found some. She hopped to reach the fruit. She was focused on bringing delicious fruits to her master. She didn't want the newbie to outperform her. She happily reached the perfectly ripe fruit, but then the ground shook. She thought it was an earthquake. Then this dum-dum finally saw it, the eyes staring back at her while the creature growled. She was dumbfounded, then turned pale and screamed out loud as she realized, it's a dragon. Back at the camp, Srills asked Wood if what she's saying is that she can naturally feel the energy of the earth. Wood replied, yes, even though she didn't know how to describe it, but she could feel the energy of nature up to a certain distance. Kella wondered if it's similar to looking at a map in a game. Srills replied that it's a good ability to have to look for dungeons. Wood clarified that the distance isn't far, so she doesn't know how much help she can be. Kella asked if it's possible to increase the distance through training. She replied that she did hear there's one way to increase the distance. Kella asked what it could be. She replied that it's through consuming the clairvoyant stone of a dragon that has lived for over a millennium. She would be able to extend the distance she can feel the energy of nature by several hundred times. Kella was surprised. He found it amazing. Srills replied that finding a dragon is no easy task, and even if they were to find one, there's no way they could kill it. Kella asked if dragons are really that strong. Srills replied that dragons are basically apex predators in nature. Plus, dragons dislike demons. The only ones who can tame dragons are very few humans who have very strong mental health. Kella replied that it's quite ironic that the only ones who can tame dragons are the weak humans. Srills replied that she wouldn't try to understand the nature of dragons. Kella wished there was a way for them to get a clairvoyant stone. Srills uttered that there's no way they can find a dragon, so there's no use worrying about it. She told them to just give up. Kella agrees that she's right, but he still wishes they could find one for Wood. Behold, Rin was being chased by a freaking dragon. She asked her master to save her. The three were surprised to see the dragon. Srills told them to quit admiring it and run away. Kella reminded her that she said they weren't going to encounter one, and Kella asked why it was so big. Srills replied that she didn't know, she had never seen a dragon that big before. Rin shouted. They told Rin to stop shouting since she kept on attracting the dragon's attention, and it kept chasing them. Unfortunately, Curdly was in the forest too. She heard the sound. Eventually it became quiet. The dragon looked around while these fuckers hid behind a boulder. The dragon kept looking. Srills saw that it eventually went away. Srills scolded Rin for bringing a dragon when she was supposed to get fruits. She cried and apologized, she didn't expect that there would be a dragon. Wood uttered that it was big. With its size, it just might have lived for over a millennium. Kella got excited. Then Curdly spoke, saying that a dragon that has lived for over a millennium meant it had a clairvoyant stone. Kella turned to her direction and replied that it might actually be an opportunity. Then there was a moment of silence. They all stared blankly at Curdly. Kella was about to ask who the fuck she was. Srills broke the awkward silence, and was on high alert since she recognized that it was the Talcan of Whites, Curdly. Rin was surprised. Kella asked if they had found them already. Srills told everyone to prepare to attack. She stated that Curdly is infamous for being a merciless, cold-blooded mage. Kella thought he was going to live a peaceful life after escaping the Demon King's castle. He questioned why he kept encountering danger after danger, and this time, it was a cold-blooded mage. Curdly told them to calm down, and that there was no need for them to fight. Kella was confused. She told Srills that Srills should be aware that fighting there was meaningless. Srills gritted her teeth. She told them that Curdly could kill them all with a single spell. Kella asked Srills if that was true. Srills didn't want to admit it, but she knew that Curdly wasn't bluffing. She was certain that Curdly was stronger than all of them combined. Rin asked what they should do. Curdly replied that there was no need for them to fight. If they followed her without causing trouble, then they wouldn't have to die, for now. Kella inquired where she wanted them to follow her. She replied that it was where their captain was. She was referring to Killian. Srills asked if Killian had already started to move. Curdly told them that their captain was looking for Kella, so they should follow her. Kella concluded that he would die if he went. Srills replied that either way, he wouldn't be able to survive any longer. Kella had been dreaming of living as if he were in a game. He didn't want to die such a pathetic death. But if he followed Curdly, he would die, so he would rather fight to the death instead of accepting it. Our boy then released an arrow. Curdly easily blocked it with a barrier. Srills commanded everyone to attack. She caused an explosion. Would attack too. She used vines and wrapped them around the barrier, but Curdly blocked it all. Rin felt like she had always been a dead weight to Kella, so she didn't want to die without doing anything like an idiot. She clawed the barrier, as she claimed that she would protect Sir Kella. Srills told her that she shouldn't use a close-range attack. Curdly accepted their choice. Rin groaned as she was blasted away when Curdly created an icicle from the ground. She crashed on the ground. Curdly uttered that it was fine even if she brought only the dead body back. She used her skill called Blizzard. Srills called everyone and told them to stick by her. She created a barrier to protect them from the falling sharp ice blades. Kella asked Rin if she was all right. Fortunately, she made it inside the barrier. Rin apologized to Kella for being no help. Srills told her that it wasn't the time for things like that. Their shield wouldn't last long. Kella asked if Srills had anything that could beat that spell. Srills replied that even if she did, there was too much of a difference between her circles and Curdly's. Curdly kept the attack going. The shield was starting to crack, and if that happened, they would die by that bastard's hands. Kella tried to think of a way. Then he realized that if he could just meet the creature in his consciousness again, he might have a chance. He tried to do it. Srills asked him what he was doing. She told him that if he used his strength there, the shield would break faster. Kella willed the creature to come out. The birds were flying frantically. The dragon sensed something. It growled. Curdly uttered that she was feeling Hell's energy from Kella, and that it seemed to only come out when he exerted himself like that. Now she understood why she couldn't locate him before. However, she claimed it was the end for him. Kella was frustrated that he couldn't go inside his consciousness. He assumed that it was something that takes over when he's about to die. The shield was breaking. Curdly released more sharp ice. The barrier broke. Surprisingly, the dragon shielded them from the rain of ice. Kella was confused, especially when the dragon blocked the attack. Curdly asked why the dragon would do such a thing. She released more ice. The dragon placed its face near Kella. Then Kella felt something. He saw the dragon's memories, and he saw Kella's mother riding the dragon. They were being playful. He concluded that the dragon knew Kella's mother. It was bittersweet, tender memories. The dragon told him to run away. Kella was surprised to hear the dragon's voice. Then the dragon coughed up a marble. He asked what it was. The dragon replied that it was his clairvoyant stone. Kella asked why he was giving it to him. The dragon replied that he had no time to explain. He told Kella to hide his power and run away from there. Kella was confused. The dragon looked behind him. He urged Kella to hurry. The dragon then released a fire beam. Curdly created a barrier to defend herself. She found it strange that a dragon was helping a demon. Kella had no time to think about it. He told everyone to run away. Curdly uttered that it was such a powerful dragon, and it just had to interfere. She stated that it gave her so much to consider. The dragon growled and released another fire beam. It was a powerful attack, but Curdly was able to block it. She asked the dragon if that was his best attack. Then she exerted herself a little bit. She opened her eyes once again and created a gigantic magic circle. Curdly used another overpowered skill called Meteor, and a huge-ass meteor really started coming out from the magic circle. It was about to drop on the dragon. The dragon kept releasing fire beams. Its eyes were determined. It recalled a memory, a sweet memory of Kella's mother, and it was rattled. The meteor dropped. Kella looked back. He was shocked. The meteor squashed the dragon. It lay in its pool of blood. Curdly found it really strange for a dragon to help a demon. She decided to look into its memories before it died. The dragon growled. Its body burned and disintegrated. It called them cruel and selfish humans. Then it told them that there would be a time when they would regret all they had done. Its body perished. Only ash was left. Curdly saw that it ended its own life, and that bought Kella time to hide his presence and run away. She found it troublesome but claimed that it wouldn't change Kella's fate. She released butterflies. She claimed that Kella would be killed by the hands of the white Talkans. They were so confused about the dragon, since at first, it tried to kill them, but then it helped them. Wood corrected them and said that it was trying to help Kella. Thrills agreed, since it suddenly appeared when Kella used his demonic powers. She asked if he knew anything about it. Kella replied that he was able to look into the dragon's memories for a bit. Then he shared that in the past, the dragon knew his mother. Rin replied that dragons don't usually get along with demons. She was curious about their backstory. Kella replied that he didn't know, but he sensed a bittersweet feeling. They remembered that the dragon gave something to Kella. He was holding it, and when Rin saw it, she immediately recognized that it was the dragon's clairvoyant stone. Thrills couldn't believe that not only did the dragon save them, but it also gave them the clairvoyant stone. Thrills uttered that they were just saved by the queen. Kella was curious about the relationship between his mother and the dragon. He thought that there was definitely something in the dragon's eyes. Kella gave with the stone. They were lucky enough to get it. Thrills agreed. Since the Talcan of the White were already on them, they needed to do everything they could to prepare themselves. Wood was hesitant because it was a very rare item. She doubted if it was really okay for her to take it. Kella replied, "Yes, and also, nobody else has a use for it." He encouraged Wood to hurry up and eat it. She agreed. Then she ate it and swallowed it immediately. She sensed something in her body. Her eyes glowed. It was turning red. She saw a memory of the dragon. When the dragon was born, it was a lab rat for the humans' experiments. They performed such cruel experiments without caring about how much pain he was in. It happened every single day. As generations of humans passed by, they continued to rip the dragon's body into pieces for experiments. Whenever he was nearing his death, they would heal him before continuing. Just like that, centuries passed. At that point, his mind had already been broken into pieces, and he had given up on everything. The humans were amused that the dragon wasn't crying anymore. It had stopped crying in their generation, and they thought it was their achievement. Just as the dragon was waiting for its death, Turk Khaldun, who is said to be one of the worst demon kings, started invading the humans. During the battle, the lab collapsed, and the dragon was finally freed. That was how he escaped from that hellish place. As he was able to feel the freedom of soaring through the sky at last, he started looking for his fellow dragons. He told them about the cruelty of humans and suggested that they help the demons in attacking humans. But unexpectedly, no one believed what he said. The dragons had already formed a close relationship with the humans, and they were already helping them fight against demons. Not many dragons realized that the reason humans were able to become close to the dragons was because of the sacrifices made for their experiments, like this dragon. The humans had used the dragons to run experiments to learn how to become closer to their kind and to grasp their magic. However, this truth was not accepted by his kind. They refused to believe the dragon because they had already developed a hostile relationship with the demons. They thought that the dragon would try to harm the humans because of that. This dragon ended up not being able to fit in with anyone, not humans, not demons, not dragons. If that's how it is, the dragon questioned his existence in the world. He thought that if he wouldn't be able to fit in anywhere, and he wouldn't be able to do anything, then what was the purpose of his existence? And so, he isolated himself in an endless darkness, in deep solitude. There, he wasted his life away, waiting for his end. Until an unexpected visitor arrived. A demon child was crying. That was when he met Karist. Karist called the dragon her mommy. The dragon was dumbfounded. Karist ran up to the dragon and hugged her while crying out loud. Karist called the dragon her mommy. The dragon told her that she's not her mother. And that's when the dragon realized it. Perhaps she had just found the reason she was born. Pay respects to our almighty dragon. May you now rest in peace, old mommy dragon. The child that suddenly appeared before the dragon was Karist. Her memories, which the dragon saw through her memory transmission magic, were bleak. The dragon's past was filled with the experiments of the humans done on him, but it was demons who had experimented on Karist. Even among demons there is a hostile group who acts independently of other demons. They are called Tarsika. Through their experiments, they were able to analyze dragon magic and were researching magic to subjugate dragons. As soon as Karist hatched from her egg, she was immediately taken away by Tarsika and experimented on. Karist had the highest magic potential out of all the experiment subjects and could use the most difficult dragon magic, transformation magic, since she was born. That was the main reason Karist was experimented on. So Karist, who was subjected to pain every moment of her life, within that constant despair, developed teleportation magic on her own. She managed to escape the facility, traveled far and alone, until she met the dragon. The dragon thought that Karist was pulled to her because of their shared fates, or it could have been a coincidence. Regardless, because they had both lived such painful lives, it was impossible to act like strangers. Karist uttered, "Master." The dragon told her that she was not her parent, so she should address her as Master. Karist liked that. She said that Master is like a mother. The dragon told her, "It's just Master." After that, the dragon taught Karist many things, like how the world worked, how a dragon should live, and all the dragon magic she had learned. The time that the dragon spent with Karist, unlike the past which seemed to crawl by, moved so quickly. There was a time when the dragon thanked Karist. Karist asked, "For what?" The dragon simply replied that she just wanted to say thank you. Karist now looked like a woman. She insisted that the dragon tell her more. The dragon, watching Karist grow bit by bit and thinking about all the time they spent together, felt a happiness she couldn't express with words. All the pain she experienced due to being born a dragon felt like nothing in the face of the beautiful life they lived together. However, change came when they least expected. One day, the dragon sensed something. Karist asked her, "What's wrong?" The dragon asked Karist who she was. The dragon was alarmed. She asked Karist if she was a human or a demon. Karist was confused. She asked her master if she was testing her. The dragon told her that whether she was a human or a demon, she would kill her either way. Then she released a fire beam toward Karist. Karist was terrified. The dragon wished to spend her life living happily with Karist, but her body, which had its lifespan cut short by all kinds of experiments done to her, could not last as long as other dragons and had started to break down as it reached its limits. Karist asked her why she was doing that. She asked if she really couldn't remember her. Then the dragon eventually called Karist's name. Karist asked her, "You remember me now?" The dragon apologized to Karist and expressed that she didn't mean to attack her. That's when the dragon realized that, before the day came when she couldn't recognize Karist at all, she needed to leave her side. Karist looked for the dragon. She cried as she called for her master. The dragon treasured her disciple, so she went as far as possible. Then she began to prepare for her life's end. She dwelt in nostalgic memories of Karist through cycles of remembering and forgetting. She knew then why most of her precious memories had disappeared. It was because her life would soon be over. Until one day, from far away, the dragon felt a bittersweet energy, and she instinctively began to wander to find that energy. On the last day of her life, finally, that day, she was able to meet that energy. The dragon was drawn to where it was, especially when Kella screamed. She felt it strongly. It was a familiar energy that remained in the dragon's memories. She knew it was Karist's energy. She teared up when she thought about her precious disciple. She remembered the little Karist who called her Mommy. The dragon thought of Karist as her daughter. The dragon was certain that it was Karist's energy. She immediately looked for it. Then she saw Kella with two women in that place. It was not Karist but a different child. Instinctively, she protected the child from an attack, but the dragon could tell that the child was Karist's. And in a brief moment, through that child's memories, the dragon saw her lovely daughter Karist, who had become a mother and held her own child dearly. So, the dragon decided that Karist's precious child should be protected. That's when the dragon released a fire beam. During the fight, she was thankful to Karist for not letting her last days die away without any meaning. And at the end of her long life, she felt happy to see Karist's child once in her final moments. All she could think of was how much she loved her daughter Karist. Rest in peace, Mama Dragon. From all that flashback, Wood couldn't help but cry. She dropped to her knees. Rin asked her if she was okay. Wood expressed that some very long memories were transferred, but like a dream, the more she tries to remember, the more it disappears. Now, she can't remember any of it, but she was certain that the dragon died a happy death. Kella was confused. Then Kella realized that it must have met its end at the hands of that mage on the battlefield. Only the ashes of the Mama Dragon lingered. At the very least, she was able to protect what was important to her, and found another purpose in life. A few moments later, Srills was agitated when she heard that Wood can't remember anything now, and it was impossible to believe when Wood was crying when she uttered that the memories were transferred. Wood simply apologized. Wood explained that the ability didn't manifest all at once, or it could be that it slowly happens over time. Wood uttered that in the worst-case scenario, her ability might be lacking and just not manifest at all. Rin told her that she had a long way to go. Kella replied that they have no choice but to wait for Wood's skill. Srills asked what they should do. She's worried since they don't know when the White Talcon will find them again. Kella told them that they have to go somewhere that can help them protect themselves. He told Srills to show them the world. The blue area on the map is the region of the Talua Kingdom and the humans. The red one is where the Demon Kingdom was and where the demons were living. They are at the boundary of the two. Kella uttered that going south will be good. Rin was surprised that he chose that instead of going deeper into the demon's territory. Rin uttered that his father must have had some kind of intention behind sending him to the humans' territory of Arsal. He was certain that part of that intention was having to meet Srills. But once the Demon Kingdom fell, Kella knew that his father had predicted that humans would engage in a full-scale invasion of the demon's territory. Srills agreed, because as soon as their father fell, it wasn't only the White Talcon, but all of humanity's armies that took the opportunity to exterminate the demon folk. Rin interpreted that as a means to rally the demons behind Kella. Kella told her it was impossible at the moment. Given what happened in the Earth Demon's territory, Kella had been stamped as the cowardly son who ran away. He knew that the other demon folk were thinking the same thing. So, in short, Kella didn't have the power to rally anyone yet. Rin thought Srills could, but Srills replied that there isn't anyone who can prove that she's the descendant of the king. There was nothing she could do about it. But when she was in Talcan, with the things that she did, it was impossible to obtain forgiveness from them. Kella told them that the first thing they needed to do was to create a dungeon they could use as a home base, and that he needed to achieve things so the demons would follow him willingly. He needed to prove his strength. Srills and Rin were happy with that idea. From then on, Kella would accumulate achievements, and the demons would naturally gather around him. Kella would have to prove himself and become the next demon king. They knew that there was no better way than that. Kella agreed and told them that they needed to take that time to establish their position and create a strategy. That's why he suggested creating a home-based dungeon in the south. Srills and Rin happily on board with this plan. Deep inside, Kella was relieved that with such a makeshift plan, the two were following him well. He had finally gathered the comrades he needed. But he was being chased by those absurdly powerful monsters. He knew that it was too dangerous to face the White Talcons for now. Kella needed more information. He thought about the things he experienced there. He noticed that there were many things in common with the game, from the words that described magic to the names of monsters. It was all too familiar to him. He considered the possibility that there was a link between that world and his previous life. He decided to use his power and status as the Demon King's son to get what he wanted, and to use his previous life's knowledge to create a survival strategy. He assumed that there was a path to victory. It made him more determined not to die in vain. A true gamer mindset, folks. Meanwhile, a village was struck with chaos. The houses were in flames. The citizens were screaming. The demons promised to side with the humans if they would be spared, but they were just eaten by a mystical thing. Deed created that monster, and teased the demon that he couldn't hear what they were saying. The demon called them cruel bastards. The demons had surrendered, but they kept attacking. Someone raised an axe and uttered that demons should be quiet and dead. Audria hit the demon with her axe. She pulled out the axe, and blood splattered. Kalka reported to the captain that they were all done. He noticed something. A holographic version of Curdly was reporting to Killian. Killian found out that Kella had been in the boundary territory, not far from the Demon Earth territory. Curdly replied that she was using butterflies to look for him. Killian knew that Kella wouldn't come to the demon territory that had become a sea of flames. Killian told his men to wrap up and go where Curdly was. Audrey asked what would happen to the rest of the demons. She suggested that they should take the chance to get rid of them all. Killian told her to calm down, since it wouldn't be too late to do that once they killed Kella. Killian expressed that he needed to obliterate the bloodline that killed his brother, even if it was an hour earlier. Meanwhile, Kella was in an uncomfortable situation. They were riding unicorns that went as fast as they could. Kella felt that it got cold. Srills explained that they had run south for a week without resting, so it made sense for it to be cold. They weren't followed by Talcon on their way there. Kella thought that it would be nice to just avoid encountering them, at least until he was done with his preparations. The unicorns suddenly stopped. Rin asked why. Wood uttered that the unicorns were strongly refusing to go any further. Wood stated that the unicorns had determined that they couldn't survive in the environment up ahead. Kella replied that it was fine since they had already arrived at their destination. They sent the unicorns back. Wood thanked them and hoped for them to get back safely. The unicorns left. Rin was shivering. She said that with that kind of weather, both humans and demons would have a hard time. Kella replied that it was why it was perfect. He planned to find a good location. The unicorns kept walking under the moonlight. A butterfly flew above them, as if watching them. That was a butterfly of Curdly. She was puzzled that the unicorns, who feared the cold, were moving north from the south, and there were 4 unicorns at that. I think this bitch already knew what was going on. Meanwhile, back to RMC's crew, Wood informed them that the cave on the island was the safest position. Kella asked if she could find out who was on that island or if there were any monsters. Wood apologized and told him that her mind's eye only responded to nature, so it couldn't detect life. Srills saw the nearby boats were weathered. She speculated that it must have been a while since people had gone there. Kella asked if the boats were usable. She replied that they looked fine. It was about 200 meters from the coast to the island. It wasn't that far, but it was sufficiently deep, and the waves were strong. It was also easy for them to detect if anyone invaded the island. They saw that the entrance was wider than they thought. Kella asked if Srills could cast illusion magic on the entrance. That was easy for Srills. A holographic bar appeared at the entrance, and a few seconds later, it was done. Kella saw that the place had been used a long time ago. He suggested they look around first. Eventually, they reached a place where the paths split into 2. Kella asked Wood to tell him the specifics. She reported that there were 2 paths on each side that were narrow for a while and then opened into a room. Then, after narrowing, they merged into a bigger room at the end. She stated that after that, there was a room that was even deeper, which had 1 entrance and was connected to a small exit. Kella told them that they would split into 2 and check out both paths, then meet in the middle. Srills placed an arm around Kella and uttered that she and Kella would go together. Rin was caught off guard. Rin grabbed Kella's arm and argued that she was going with him. Srills asked her what was up with her. Rin replied that they didn't know what would happen in the tunnel, so she suggested that the strongest 2 should split up. Srills couldn't argue with that. She decided to go with Wood. Rin had this relieved look on her face as she got to go with her master. Kella told them to make sure to check out anything that was off and meet in the middle. They acknowledged Kella's order. Wood noticed that the stones on the ceiling were providing light. Srills explained that those were light stones. Ice and light magic had been combined to create them. Since they were still lit, Srills assumed that they must have been made by quite a skilled mage. Wood replied, I see. Then Srills dropped a revelation and told her that she still didn't trust her. Wood asked her what she meant. Srills made it clear that she was traveling with her because Kella picked her, but she stated that she wasn't the type to make new comrades easily. Wood was quiet. Srills gauged her expression. Wood replied not to worry about calling her a comrade and that she should just think of her as a slave. Srills was quiet, then ended the conversation by simply saying, Yeah, I don't like you. Wood didn't respond. At the same time, Kella expressed that it would be nice if they could also make light stones. Rin agreed and volunteered to research light stones for them. There was a slightly huge rock, and Rin stopped Kella in his tracks and told him to be careful not to trip. Rin looked so proud of herself. Kella wondered why she was so motivated. Then a blob came rolling. Kella was excited to see a slime. He had only seen them in video games, so he wanted to touch one at least once in his life. But Rin punched it. Kella turned pale. Rin was annoyed that a mere slime dared to block Kella's path. She overreacted and obliterated it. Kella turned pale, then Rin looked back at Kella. She looked expectant. Kella wondered if she was looking for a compliment. He was bummed about the slime, but still, he complimented her. Rin thanked him and told him that he had nothing to worry about. Rin was very determined to protect Kella. Kella told her to calm down. They heard a noise. Rin was surprised. A large golem stood before them. Kella told Rin to get behind him, but Rin refused to. She was determined to take care of anything that got in Kella's way. Srills was surprised by what she saw. It turned out it was just a crystal necklace. She looked happy because, despite it being old, it looked super expensive. She uttered that they might have stumbled upon a treasure-filled dungeon. She wore it and asked if it looked good on her. Wood nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, sure." Srills pouted. She thought that if it was Rin, he would have flattered her already, and they would be off finding more treasures. She didn't like being with Wood. Wood observed her. Meanwhile, Rin tried to evade the golem's attack. She was focused on destroying it. The golem lifted another hand and punched Rin. She crashed against the wall and coughed up blood. Kella told her that it's impossible to defeat it without weapons and that their attacks aren't working at all. Rin insisted that she could do it. Rin attacked again, and she was punched again. Kella asked her why she was pushing herself too hard. The golem stood before Rin. It was about to finish the job. Rin replied that, at that rate, she wouldn't be able to serve him as his servant. Kella was caught off guard. Rin looked determined. Apparently, when Rin entered the Demon King's castle as an attendant, Demon King Hell asked, "You want to be friends with an attendant?" Kella was crying when he replied that he wanted to be friends with Rin. Demon King Hell asked if he was joking with him. He stated that an attendant is just an attendant. He told Kella to proceed with the contract immediately. Kella kept crying. He apologized to Rin as he started the contract. He officially took her as his attendant. Rin thanked him. When Kella told her that he wanted to treat her not just as an attendant but as a friend, it made her happy. To her, it felt like she was finally being acknowledged as a person. That day, watching Kella cry himself to sleep, Rin swore an oath that she would support him in becoming the greatest of all demons. She was determined to work really hard, but as time went on, Kella turned out to be a crybaby and a coward and was always on the brink of death because of his siblings. There was a time when Kella yelled loudly. He stated that he almost died again. In Rin's head, if Kella dies, she'll die too. Rin acted cold and strict to toughen Kella, but Kella never changed. Because of that, Rin was ignored and discriminated against by other attendants. Some tried to hurt her. They gave her scraps for her meals. She ate food that burned her insides every day and even got splashed with molten lava. Even when she slept, she had to do it alone in the stables. Even then, the other attendants would come to torment her, so Rin was never safe. Some demon twins came to see her when they heard that Rin seduced Lord Tarm with her pretty body. They took out a dagger while telling Rin that they would make her even prettier. Rin begged them not to do it. It was around then that she started to hate Kella. She pointed a dagger at him. Since when he dies, she'll die too, she thought that it would be better if they just died together. Kella groaned out loud. Rin tried to die with him, but our boy had insane recovery power. Rin was in despair since she couldn't die even when she wanted to. She didn't know what to do. Kella cried and apologized to Rin, and this is the very same reason she hated him so badly. Eventually, Rin gave up on everything and lived like a corpse. But suddenly, Kella changed overnight, as if Kella had become a completely different person. Rin stated that the current Kella seems like the true heir to the great demon king. She attacked the golem again. She admitted that she had just been a burden to him. She moved quickly, then stated that if she's just going to keep getting in his way, the golem's head cracked. It was cut off. Rin uttered that if she keeps being a burden, then it would be better not to stay by his side. The golem's head fell on the ground. Rin descended safely too. She continued to speak, and with tears flowing, she expressed that she doesn't want to be abandoned by Kella. Kella looked sympathetic, but their moment was cut off as the golem's body moved even without the head. Rin glanced at it. She knew she would get hit. But of course, our boy wouldn't allow this to happen. He covered his fist with blue flame and met the golem's fist with it. The golem's body fell. He asked Rin if she's an idiot. He told her that she risked her life to protect him every time he was in danger, so there's no reason for him to abandon an attendant like her. Rin was touched. RMC's raised was super effective. Kella told her that if she were to run away again someday, he won't let her go, so she shouldn't regret it. Rin cried. She hugged Kella and bawled her eyes out. Kella had the memories of old Kella that he shared with Rin. Because of that, he knew that Rin's feelings were genuine. So, for the future's sake, he needs to make Rin the strongest attendant. Meanwhile, back to these bitches, Srills and Wood arrived at the first room. It was wider than they thought. Srills saw a diamond bracelet. She got excited to take it and show it to Rin. Wood called her name. She reacted with hostility and responded that she's not going to give it to Wood, and she knew that Wood wasn't interested. Wood asked her if she really didn't know or if she's just pretending that she doesn't know. Srills was confused. Then the bracelet connected like a cuff. She panicked, then sensed a presence behind her. It was a treasure spider. She didn't realize that something like that was hiding in there. Wood asked if that monster was a treasure spider. Srills admitted that she felt something weird about the bracelet, but she realized that it was a monster's bait. Srills blamed Wood, claiming that Wood knew yet didn't stop her. Wood replied that she thought if it was Srills, she would obviously know, so she was just watching. Wood prepared for combat. A large trunk appeared and blocked the monster. Wood expressed that she thought Srills had some other plans. Srills knew that a monster like that is normally nothing to her, but she had let her guard down. She couldn't get her staff in that state. She could only trust Wood. She told Wood that she was only pretending to be caught. She claimed that it was to test Wood's strength. Srills yelled that she got caught by a bracelet that was connected to a web. She asked Wood what she should do. Wood replied that she would free her from that bracelet. She tried to cut it with a knife, but treasure spiders put a barrier around anything connected to their web. It can't be broken physically. Wood had another idea. The treasure spider spat acid on the trunk. Wood grabbed Srills to evade the attack. Srills informed Wood that they would melt if it touched them. Wood asked her what's next. She expressed that since they were in a cave, there weren't any roots she could use. Srills expressed that if only she could use magic, she could kill a monster like that in one hit. She told Wood to do something about that. The treasure spider kept spitting acid. Wood pushed Srills so she wouldn't get hit. Then the spider released a web. It glued Srills to the wall. Srills cursed at the monster for targeting her, since she was the one trapped by the barrier. It was about to stab Srills. Srills panicked since she might meet her end with just a monster like that. The monster attacked, but then, Wood shielded Srills with her body. She brought up what Srills said earlier, that she could defeat it in one hit if she could use magic. Wood promised that she would do everything she could. She removed the tusk that stabbed her and used it to destroy the barrier. Srills was free. The monster made a loud noise. It stabbed Wood with its legs. Srills got worried for Wood. Wood told her that it's her turn. Wood's eyes reflected trust in Srills. Srills was slightly taken aback. She then took out her staff. She was furious. Just looking at this scene made it clear that this spider was fucked. How dare a mere bug play with me? She used purple torch and burnt the shit out of this gigantic insect. The monster was engulfed in purple flame. Srills coughed blood as the chain on her neck got destroyed. Meanwhile, Wood fell on her knees. Srills asked her how she undid the barrier on the bracelet. Wood explained that if it was the spider's body, she thought it wouldn't be affected by the barrier. Srills uttered that if Wood was wrong, she would have died. Wood, with an unwavering gaze, replied that she didn't care if she lived or died, since Srills told her to do everything she could. Srills was silent. She recalled her past. When she was stabbed, she grabbed the sword, smiled at her opponent, and told her opponent that she got him. Her opponent couldn't believe that she did that on purpose. She replied, "Yes," and beheaded the opponent. The instructor saw that she gave up her stomach just to take the guy's head. He told her that she would have died if the opponent had stabbed her heart. She replied that she didn't care if she lived or died, since the instructor told her to kill the opponent no matter what. The instructor commented that she's so stubborn. With that, Srills passed the test back then. To achieve her goals, she struggled any way she could. In her head, she was thinking about how Wood always has an expression of indifference on her face, but she thinks that Wood is just the same way Srills was back then. She saw how the child put her life on the line to protect her. She told Wood, "You pass." Wood was confused. Srills told her that she accepts her as her comrade, so, "Don't you dare die easily, and that's an order." That surprised Wood. She replied that she will keep that in mind. Wood finally gaining Srill's trust is a huge win for our MC. Imagine having 3 bitches by your side as your army and then finding out that 2 of them have some conflict. At the meetup point in front of a statue, Rin asked Srills if she's okay. Srills asked her why she looked like that. Kella saw Wood. He got worried and curious as to how she got so injured. Wood replied that she's fine since Srills had cast a healing spell on her already. Srills scolded Kella for letting Rin get hurt like that when he was right there. Rin explained to Srills that it happened because she insisted on fighting alone. Kella asked Srills what she did to Wood for her to be that badly hurt. Srills asked Kella if they fought a treasure spider too. Our boy asked what it was. He shared that they fought a golem. Srills thought about it, and having a treasure spider and a golem in the same dungeon, it's not a common combination to be in the same place. Rin suggested that there might be some hidden secret. Firstly, since Rin is injured, Srills cast a healing spell for now. Then she encouraged the injured to get some rest. Kella looked around and saw that the internal architecture resembled the Demon King's castle in some areas. They could see traces of human architectural techniques too. What concerned Srills the most was the statue, and the box beneath it looked suspicious. Rin thought it was a treasure chest. Srill's eyes sparkled too, and she was happy that Rin shared the same thought. She suggested opening it right away. The eyes of the statue glowed. Kella yelled at them to wait and equipped his bow. He told them to get down and fired an arrow towards it. The eyes of the statue released laser beams. Srills realized that the chest was a trap. Rin expressed that she didn't expect that. Kella told them that it clearly looked like a trap. The statue released more attacks. Srills yelled at them to dodge. Rin and Wood were ready to help too. Kella told them that they shouldn't assist until they have fully recovered, otherwise, they would only get in the way. Rin wanted to argue, but Wood replied that she would follow the orders. Rin got mad at Wood. Wood reasoned that she was ordered by Srills not to die so easily, so she will focus on recovery, as Kella instructed. Rin couldn't argue with that. She wished for Kella to hold out a little longer until they recovered. Kella told Srills that he would draw the statue's attention while she goes for its main body. The statue had a barrier around it. Srills used fireballs. They hit the barrier. Srills was surprised to find that it was using barrier magic along with attack magic. Kella questioned how it's even possible that it's casting multiple spells. Srills explained that there are 2 possibilities: either a high-level mage preloaded those spells onto the statue, or there's something inside the statue that is actively casting spells. Learning that, Kella asked if Wood could scan the statue's inner structure. Wood replied that the inside of the statue is hollow. Kella replied that there's a high chance that someone is likely hiding inside. He yelled that they needed to break that barrier to destroy the statue. He ordered them to try whatever they could. Kella uttered that even with their magic, it won't break through. He wondered what he could do. Some mean-looking golems arrived. These guys just emerged from the walls. Kella was surprised to see that the golems are stronger than before. Another creature popped out its head after a few seconds. It was another treasure spider, and the size of it was different from the earlier one. It was gigantic. It made Srills think that the ones they saw earlier were just babies. She used purple torch. The treasure spider shrieked. Srills saw that it didn't work on the mother treasure spider. The treasure spider attacked. Srills was thinking that had they not been in an enclosed space, she could have wiped them all out with a wide area spell. She asked Kella for any good ideas. Meanwhile, Kella was engaged in a fight with the golem. He knew that if he unleashed Hell's mana, he could finish them off easily. But if he did, the tokens of white would detect his location again. He wondered what he should do. Then he realized something. He looked at the statue again, and thought that something was strange. He noticed that ever since the monsters appeared, the statue's magic stopped. Reflecting on it, he speculated that the statue's magic is being used to control the monsters. He knew that it was right after Srills said that the statue needed to be destroyed that the monsters began appearing. He thought that the statue sensed danger from Srills' words and summoned the monsters. Kella informed everyone that destroying the statue is their top priority. He requested Srills to buy them some time. Srills asked what he's planning. She used Firewall. Kella thought that if the statue stopped casting magic to control the monsters, he could jump and attack to see if the barrier's down too. He hit the statue. Our boy was able to put a hole in it but then fell. Srills was surprised to see that Kella broke through the statue and went inside of it. With their target gone, the golems shifted their attention. Srills was confused as to why they were charging at her. At the same time, the treasure spider moved. Rin saw that it was heading toward the statue instead. Wood saw that it's the only thing that can enter because of its size. Rin groaned because now the golems were charging at them too. Wood replied that if it comes to that, they will have no choice but to fight together. Shrills stepped forward. She rejected their idea of fighting because they haven't healed. She created a barrier that blocked the golem's attack. Rin got worried for Shrills. Shrills told them that they have no other choice but to trust Kella. There was some blue item at the ceiling, and Kella noticed it. He assumed that it must be the one controlling the statue. He aimed his arrow towards it. Unfortunately, the treasure spider arrived and trapped Kella in a spider web. Kella cursed out loud. The spider just had to appear at that moment. Shrills yelled that they can't hold out much longer. She told him to hurry up and finish it. Kella replied that he wants to, but there's nothing he could do, he's just too weak. The spider moved. It had a pointy limb aimed at Kella. Kella knew it's a bad situation. He wondered if he had no choice but to use Hell's power. Suddenly, his consciousness faded, and he was brought to a dark realm where this shadow figure called him an idiot. It asked what he's doing. Kella panicked since it was like he's falling. He remembered it was the abyss from before. The shadow figure lectured him as to why he's getting beaten up by pathetic monsters like that. Kella asked what it was talking about. Kella got annoyed. Why was it only showing up now when he nearly died before too? The shadow figure called him a shameless bastard and told him to hurry up and use vassal. Kella had no idea what it was. The shadow figure told him that no matter how weak he is, he can control monsters of that level with the vassal ability. Our boy asked if it was the servant contract he made with Rin when they were kids. The shadow figure loomed over him and yelled, "Of course not, you dumbass!" Kella got spooked. The shadow figure told him that he possesses the blood of the great demon king passed down through generations. It explained that vassal is an ability that every great demon king has possessed. As long as he has a strong enough desire, it will manifest. This scene felt like some Avatar kind of shit. Anyway, Kella was surprised to hear that. The shadow figure told him that he should have a powerful will to make the enemy his and that he can unleash the greed engraved in his blood. With that, any being weaker than him will become his vassal. Kella focused on his desire. The shadow figure urged him to claim every monster within the reach of his power in the land and make them his. That last push was what Kella needed. He had unlocked vassal. His eyes turned to a bright blue color. Once Kella got back to his body, the spider was surprised. Kella thought about the powerful desire to make them his. He stared at the spider. He stated, "I, Kella Kaldun, descendant of the great demon king, shall take command of you." And if you guys noticed, the previously blue gem on the spider had finally turned into purple. Kella claimed the spider as his own. The spider had no reaction until it approached Kella with its limb. Kella felt a sensation. He saw a chart with a thumbnail of the spider. He thought it was the visualization of his vassal slots. He thought of how it looked like the item slots in a game. The spider then kneeled before him. Kella instinctively knew now that the treasure spider had become his. It was a freaking success. The golems attacked the barrier. Shrills yelled at Kella to do something. The barrier had formed cracks, and it wouldn't last long. Kella replied to her to hold on a bit, and then our boy revealed himself as he rode the spider. But he knew that one spider wasn't enough. He needed to control the demons outside too. He jumped as he targeted the core inside the statue. He planned to make it his. He used vassal on the slime-looking core and ordered it to come to him. After that, the gigantic golems, who were about to land the finishing blow on Shrill's barrier, suddenly stopped. Shrills and Rin were surprised by this. Wood pointed at something. It was Kella. He was riding the spider while holding the slime in his hand. He happily caught the slime. Finally. He didn't expect a slime to be the owner of a dungeon. He found it arrogant. Shrills replied that it must be a slime that was enhanced with superior magic. Kella was pleased that he finally got to touch a slime. He rubbed it on his face and felt how smooth it was. Shrills expressed that she had never heard about vassal, and it's probably because she doesn't share blood with the Demon King. Rin shared that she's always been amazed at how the Demon King was able to rule all those demonic monsters. Now she knows the ability is called vassal. Kella stated that since he made the owner of the dungeon his, it will be easy to make it his very own dungeon. Since the slime had rocks attached to its body, he called it Stone. Rin couldn't believe he even named it. Shrills expressed that she's jealous because she wanted to use vassal too. She demanded Kella let her use it. Kella asked her if she thinks just saying it works. Wood had a thought. Given that there was a magician who made a superior slime, it made her wonder where the people in there went. Seeing how worn down the place was, Rin suggested that those people must have moved somewhere else a long time ago. Srills suggested that they must have all died. Kella replied that regardless, the slime ended up being quite lonely. He was relieved that he could make the owner of the dungeon his. Our MC thought about the existence he met in the abyss who told him about his ability. If he didn't meet it, he would have died. He wondered what the conditions were for meeting it. He seriously thought, but he came up with nothing, so he put the thought aside. He informed everyone that they will start the dungeon construction. Making a map is their first priority. After making Stone his vassal, he was able to rule over the demonic monsters Stone had command over as well. To prepare for getting detected by the Talkins, they set up scouts around the perimeter. The baby spiders were placed at the entrance, half of the golems at each split of the fork, and the last golems and the mother spider in the middle hall. It was then time to reorganize using the various weapons from the chests they found at the stone statue. Rin asked if she would become stronger with the daggers she was holding. Srills told her that those daggers have the ability to make her demonic power stronger and more condensed. Rin had been fighting with just the demonic power that appears from her hands, and if she could learn how to use the daggers well, her attacks could become much sharper. Hearing that, Rin got motivated to learn them. It was so she could protect Kella from the White Talkins. They asked Wood if she was fine with what she had. She was holding a worn-out wooden shield. Wood replied that, for some amazing reason, the shield had retained its moisture and still had the energy of nature, so she chose that shield. Kella let her do what she wanted. In his mind, Kella thought of how elves sense things differently. Meanwhile, Srills took the grimoire. Even if it didn't seem like there was any special magic, Kella chose among the swords. Srills suggested the one on the farthest left. She told him that it has the strongest demonic power. Kella looked at it, then he had his eyes fixed on the one at the center. Then he chose that. Srills commented that it's the one that looks so weak. Kella replied that it's what he's drawn to. It was similar to the sword he used in the game. He was happy because it felt like he had found his old sword. After taking what they could use, they used the map he made to start making the dungeon. Seeing how the land was quite barren, the materials available weren't great. Using dirt, stone, and water, they created construction materials. They used Wood's knowledge to design the architecture using those natural materials, and for the combination of materials and construction, they used Srills' magic. It was a dungeon created with the combined knowledge of the earth demons and Arsal. Kella thought of it as a crude dungeon made under poor conditions, but it was a dungeon made directly from his map. It was his first, and could possibly be his last, dungeon. Meanwhile, the falcons outside the dungeon guarded the area. Kella then asked Stone if he liked his new home. Kella smiled since it looked like Stone did. Kella thought that as long as they avoided the Talkins, living like that wouldn't be too bad. But of course, he needed to freaking jinx it. Outside, something sparkled near the dungeon. It was the butterfly, and it flew towards the dungeon. The falcons weren't even alarmed by it. While the mages in Arsal worked tirelessly to repair the damage inflicted upon the city's buildings by Kella and Srills, an elder approached Lord Hayden and said, "For you to come all this way, on behalf of Arsal, I offer you my deepest gratitude." Lord Hayden, gazing out from the highest window in Arsal's main building, coldly replied, "Is this really the time for formal pleasantries? To think Arsal, a nation directly under Talua's protection, would fall into such a miserable state." The elder lowered his head and explained, "On that day, everyone was caught up in the festival, so..." Before he could finish, Hayden spun toward him in anger and barked, "Do not make excuses! Arsal, a historic magical nation. Do you truly expect me to believe you were defeated by just 2 people? A traitor like Srills and a coward like Kella?" The elder bowed his head in shame and whispered, "I have no words." Without further patience, Hayden ordered, "Summon the strongest mages of the 5 elements immediately. I will provide Talua's enhancement stones, those bestowed by the king himself, and I will personally lead the enhanced mages." The elder hesitated. "I've heard that the White Talcon has already begun moving. Why must we send out our mages too? Even the White Talcon has failed to locate them." Lord Hayden's eyes narrowed. "If Arsal's mages can find and eliminate them first, wouldn't that be a perfect chance to restore Arsal's fallen prestige?" "But," the elder hesitated, "if we use Talua's enhancement stones, we may have to endure severe side effects." Hearing this, Lord Hayden clenched his teeth in frustration. "You're concerned about side effects at a time like this? Without warning, he activated a spell, a glowing hand of magic shooting out and grabbing the elder by the neck, lifting him into the air. Listen carefully, elder. You seem to have forgotten something. I am the one who built Arsal to where it is today, not you. Consider yourself fortunate that I haven't killed you with my own hands. Choking and trembling in pain, the elder gasped. I apologize. Hayden growled. I need to justify continued support from the king. Stop arguing and summon the 5 elemental mages at once. Some time later, Lord Hayden stepped out of Arsal's main hall, his mind racing. If the White Talcon finds Kella first, there's no doubt Kella will die by Killian's hands. At the very least, our mages must reach him before they do. Just then, a mage wearing a black cloak appeared before him and spoke. Lord Hayden, Magic Commander of Talua. Are you seeking Kella? Hayden's eyes sharpened. Who are you? The mage calmly replied. Kella. I am the one who will find him for you. Hayden was taken aback by the confidence in his voice. The scene shifted to Kella, sitting awkwardly at a grand dinner table. He frowned and asked, Is this really okay? Isn't this chair a bit too extravagant? Anyone seeing this would think I'm some great demon king. Rin, sitting nearby on a simple wooden chair, chuckled. You're going to become a great demon king eventually. A throne like this suits you. Srills sighed. But it's a problem that all we have is fish. We need to feed our dear Kella a balanced diet. Rin quickly stood up. That's right. Lord Kella is at an age where he needs to eat properly. I'll try hunting a bit farther out. Kella frowned. What if you get discovered by the White Talcon? It's too dangerous. You can't. Rin smirked. Lord Kella, aren't you always the one worrying about us? Kella grumbled to himself. It's true though. I'm getting sick of fish. I want meat. Meat. At that moment, Wood stood up. Then I'll try to find some carnivorous animals nearby. Srills asked. What? I thought there weren't any around here. Though. I came up with an idea while I was training. Kella turned to her, curious. What kind of idea? Soon after, Wood infused his mana into his wooden shield. 3 thick roots sprouted from it and burrowed into the ground. This shield still retains its life force. It can assimilate with my abilities. Kella's eyes lit up. So you're going to use the shield's roots to search for underground animals? Rin smiled. It's like ground fishing. Wood nodded. The roots need to extend slowly and quietly, or the hunt will fail. They waited for hours. 2 passed, then 4, then 6. Rin eventually lost her patience. It's been 6 hours. Newbie, are you sleeping? Are you even trying to catch anything? At that moment, Wood's roots snagged something underground. He quickly pulled it up. It was a large mole. Srills cheered. Whoa! You caught it! That's incredible. Good job, Wood. Wood blushed. Thank you. Lady Srills complimented me. Kella asked cautiously. But is this really edible? Seeing the mole, Rin grew anxious. At this rate, the newbie's going to outshine me again. She quickly grabbed the mole. Don't worry, Lord Kella. I'll cook it deliciously for you. Please rest. But as Rin tried to cut the mole with her aura claws, she realized something terrifying. It wouldn't cut. What do I do? I already bragged so much. Its skin is unbelievably tough. Is it because it's an underground creature? Should I just ask Lord Kella for help? No, if I do that, he might say something like, Can Rin not even cut a creature like this? How disappointing. Flustered, she shouted. No! Not that! Desperate, she pulled out a dagger she had received earlier. He said this dagger could focus mana into a single point. I just need to pour my mana into it. But when she did, she gasped. What's happening? My mana is spreading instead of focusing. The dagger is pulling my mana in. Damn it, it won't let go of my hand. If this continues, the dagger will drain all my mana. Meanwhile, Srills, who had been studying a grimoire, pondered, so this grimoire was made inside a dungeon. It contains basic spells based on the environment, but why are there words I've never seen before? And I can't even grasp the skill level of the one who created it. As she flipped to the next page, she was suddenly startled. At that moment, the 3 of them heard Rin's panic screams. Kella turned to Srills. What was that? Did something happen to Rin? Wood quickly stood up. I'll go check. But Srills waved him off. No, let her handle it. Wood protested. But that scream just now, she's just cooking. Leave her be. Srills said firmly. Understood, Wood replied reluctantly. Meanwhile, Rin continued struggling to control the dagger. Come on, think. I'd been watching all of Lord Kella's lessons from behind. He used to cry or give up when things got hard. I memorized every lesson so I could teach him one day. There must be something in those memories. She recalled a past lecture. A magic weapon is far more powerful than a regular weapon, but it's useless if the wielder can't control it. You must grasp its essence to wield it properly. She remembered another. If you don't want your magic power to control you, you must learn to shape it into the form you desire. With enough concentration, you can condense your magic to achieve precise forms. That's it. I need to shape my magic to match the dagger's essence. If I can stabilize the mana and synchronize with the dagger, I can control it. Muttering, Please, listen to me. I am your master. If I can't even handle you, how will I ever protect Lord Kella from the White Talcan? She focused and swung the dagger at the mole. It pierced clean through. I did it. I pierced its skin, she gasped. When she pulled the dagger out, she realized her mana was now flowing smoothly around it. Laughing in relief, she whispered, So this is what it feels like, to truly own a magic sword. Some time later Kella, growing impatient, got up. This is taking too long. I should check on her. Srills scolded. I told you to leave her be. Just then, Rin emerged holding a freshly prepared dish. It's ready! Srills blinked in surprise. What? You already finished cooking? Kella asked. We heard you scream earlier. What happened? Flustered, Rin quickly denied it. What? Nothing happened at all. Wood, standing beside her, remarked. You're sweating an awful lot. Srills narrowed her eyes. Rin, you were much faster than I expected. Could it be you're naturally talented in sword chi? What do you mean? Rin asked, confused. Srills showed her a page in the grimoire. This mole, according to this, the ground moles in this dungeon die instantly above ground due to low vitality, but underground, their skin is so tough they're nearly invincible. Only swordsmen capable of wielding powerful sword chi can cut through their hide. Rin's eyes widened. No wonder it felt like steel. Wood chimed in. It's amazing you were able to prepare that mole. Rin scratched her head, laughing nervously. Well, it wasn't a big deal. Kella patted her shoulder. You did well. I'll enjoy the meal. Blushing, Rin replied. Yes, Lord Kella. I was acknowledged. From now on, I'll keep getting stronger by his side. Srills watched them thoughtfully. Rin is growing on her own. The real problem isn't Rin or Wood. It's me. Even when facing the Dark Tribe or fighting in this dungeon, I've been useless. Saying I couldn't use large spells because of the terrain was just an excuse. I need to learn magic that can unleash great power in any situation. Later, Srills trained alone in an empty dungeon chamber, reflecting, Father entrusted Kella to me. But instead, I've been the one relying on him. If Curdley attacked now, I wouldn't stand a chance. I'm only at the beginning of the 4th circle. Curdley must have surpassed the 6th by now. I can't keep wasting time. I need to grow stronger, even if I must use extreme methods. Determined, she took out the black light stone of the Dark Tribe, knowing it temporarily enhances physical power at the cost of lifespan. For Father's command and for Kella's protection, I can offer something like my own lifespan without hesitation. As soon as she swallowed the stone, her grimoire began to glow, its pages flipping rapidly on their own. What? The grimoire is moving on its own. Is it reacting to my magic power? Glowing words rose from the pages and surrounded her. Those are the words I couldn't decipher. Suddenly, the words struck her stomach, sending waves of searing pain through her body. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. Where am I? A high-ranking demon woman appeared behind her. Oh, successor of the great demon king's demonic power! At last, you've reached me within the cycle of reincarnation? Srills trembled. Could it be the grimoire activated because my father's demonic power resides within me? She asked. Who are you? Were you one of the great demon king Hellcalden's followers? The demon calmly replied. No. I serve someone else, this world's only god, Lord Turk Caldan. Srills gasped. The former great demon king? You mean Lord Turk Caldan? That is correct, the demon affirmed. This can't be. How can such a fate exist? Fate is inevitable, the demon said. But sometimes it moves as if it has a will of its own. Perhaps our meeting was destined by a pulsating world line. Srills asked. Was it Lord Turk Khaldun who created this dungeon? Yes. We traveled to countless places, leaving traces behind so that those who follow us may find true enlightenment. True enlightenment. Our arrival here wasn't a coincidence. Then, please join us. The great demon King Hell was killed by humans. That is impossible. I am not a physical being, only a spell left behind as a remnant of demonic power, activated under specific conditions. I can only assist the one who awakened me. So she isn't alive after all. Then please teach me how to surpass the fourth circle. I need strength to protect Kella, Lord Turk's descendant. I admire your straightforwardness. However, surpassing a circle is a personal trial. It depends on your own ability. In this abyss, you will feel death-like agony as if your very soul is being ground to dust. Only those who can endure it can break through. I can endure it. Please give me this chance. The pain will feel as though 14 years have passed in the real world. If you fail, you will die. Srills remembered her father's final command. I was born for one purpose. If I cannot protect Kella now, my life has no meaning. I will gladly accept that pain. Good. I can feel your resolve. I will tear apart everything you've learned and reconstruct it from the ground up using my demonic power. Magic circles formed around Srills as unbearable pain flooded her entire being. This pain and terror. I've never felt anything like it. But I must endure, for my goal. Let's see how long you can last. Meanwhile, Kella hurried through the dungeon, carrying a plate of food. Something about Srill's expression bothered me. She said she was just inspecting the dungeon, but she's been gone all day. Something's wrong. He soon found Srills, bleeding and trapped inside a magical barrier. In shock, Kella dropped the plate and rushed toward her. How did this happen? He unsheathed his sword and struck the barrier repeatedly. I have to break this spell. Snap out of it, Srills. Elsewhere, Killian's squad of the White Talcon continued their search. Killian asked curtly, You're certain the unicorns came this way? Yes. We confirmed through their memories that Kella's group passed through here. Kalka remarked. This place is a cluster of countless islands. According to the butterfly's confirmation, there are 427 islands in total. Curdly added. What? That's way too many. When will we ever find them all? Killian drew his sword. No. The fact that they left the vast mainland is actually good news. In the end, we just need to search these islands. He coated his sword in aura and obliterated a nearby island with a single strike. His subordinates watched the explosion in awe. Let's split up and search, Killian ordered. We'll see where Kella is hiding. Meanwhile, Kella continued to hammer away at the barrier in desperation. What is this thing made of? It won't budge. Srills is losing too much blood. I don't know who cast this, but I have to save her. I can't lose her here. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. It's just islands here. Why does it feel like an earthquake? At that moment, the scout bird monsters stationed outside the dungeon suddenly activated. With a burst of movement, they flew swiftly toward a nearby island, one that had already been ravaged and destroyed. Upon reaching the source of the disturbance, the birds captured a visual of the scene. It was Killian, the one responsible for the destruction. Instantly, they transmitted the footage back to the communication stone. Inside the dungeon, the stone glowed and flared to life, triggering a high-priority alert. Kella glanced at it, startled. What's going on? Why is it sending an emergency signal? He thought in alarm. Suddenly, the stone began to emit rapid speech in its unique magical language. Kella narrowed his eyes and thought. What? Did it just say, people in white clothing? Then he caught a glimpse, through the magic stone's vision, of Srills, wounded and surrounded by a magical barrier. Blood seeped from her injuries. Kella's heart sank. Damn it! If the ones in white have come this far, then it has to be the White Talcon. Of all the times. Srills, no, maybe she's already been taken down by Curdly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kella immediately turned and began sprinting toward his other companions, panic tightening in his chest. This can't go on. If they've already discovered us, it's over. As he approached Rin and Wood, he shouted. Get ready! Hide in the bunker, now! Both looked up in confusion. Hide? For what? Rin asked. What's going on? Wood added. Kella didn't slow down. The White Talcon are near the dungeon. We don't know when they'll come storming in, so we need to move fast. Rin's eyes widened. What? They're already nearby? Then, that earthquake earlier, was it from them? I'll go get Commander Srills. Wood offered immediately. But Kella shook his head firmly. No. I think Srills has already been trapped by Curdly's magic. Without wasting another second, the group rushed toward a concealed location. Rin, still in disbelief, echoed, Commander Srills. Together, they heaved aside a massive coffin-shaped box, revealing a hidden entrance embedded into the ground. That's why we have to evacuate now, Kella said grimly. Thank the gods we built this secret bunker. They won't find us easily down there. Let's go. Without hesitation, all three of them leapt into the bunker. As soon as they landed, Kella rose to his feet and summoned his magic, dragging the heavy coffin box back over the entrance to seal them in. I'm sorry, Srills, he muttered. There's nothing I can do for you right now. Meanwhile, outside, having laid waste to the nearby island, Killian arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. The moment he stepped closer, he wrinkled his nose in disgust. This scent, foul, reeking of demonic magic. The scout birds immediately sent this new visual to the communication stone, and once again it lit up, warning Kella. The stone's saying he's landed in front of the dungeon entrance. Kella informed his companions. Who? Rain asked, tense. It says, a white-haired man wielding a sword. Rain's expression turned pale. White hair. That has to be Killian. Of all people, the blacksmith of Talcan. Kella clenched his fists. If he sees through the illusion magic hiding the entrance, we're finished. At that moment, Killian slowly approached the dungeon's front. He paused, sensing something off. His eyes narrowed as he reached out and touched what appeared to be solid stone, but his hand passed through it. A magic illusion. He immediately stepped back and drew his blade, assuming a stance. So you've been hiding here all along. I'll see your face soon, Kella. Inside, the stone flared again. He's noticed the entrance, it warned. Kella cursed under his breath and clenched his jaw. Just my luck. But then, to his surprise, Killian halted. He sheathed his sword and looked down, thinking. If I destroy the island now, the main forces will rush in. I don't need them, not for a few demons. And I'm not handing their lives over to Deed. His gaze turned cold. I'll kill them all with my own hands. With that, he stepped into the dungeon. The stone immediately relayed this to Kella. He's entered the dungeon, it warned. Kella's face went rigid. In that case, I have no choice. I'll unleash every monster in the dungeon, go for an all-out assault. With a swift command, Kella activated the dungeon's defenses. Moments later, Killian found himself surrounded. Towering golems and treasure spiders emerged from the walls and floors, encircling him. Killian shifted into a battle stance, calmly assessing the threat. Golems and treasure spiders. Not a combination I expected. Blue light surged around his sword and enveloped his body in a radiant aura. Then, with a swift motion, he swung his blade, and the monsters were cleaved in an instant. Inside the bunker, the stone flared again. All monsters have been defeated. One strike, from Killian. Kella's face turned pale. No way. He wiped them all out in a single blow. That didn't even buy us any time. He's stronger than I imagined. Meanwhile, Killian continued advancing, deeper into the dungeon. He arrived at a split path. Without much hesitation, he picked one, murmuring, either path should do. Inside the bunker, the stone buzzed again. He's taken the left path, the one that leads to Srills. Kella froze, his heart pounding. Of all the paths, he chose that one. Srills is in danger. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island chain, Audria, one of Killian's squad members, unleashed her destructive aura and obliterated an entire island. But upon inspection, there was no trace of Kella. She immediately reported back to Curdly, who was observing the operation through her swarm of surveillance butterflies. This one's a bust too, Audria relayed, her voice tinged with frustration. Doesn't seem like the right island. Almost at the same time, Kalka, another member of Killian's team, leveled a separate island with brute force and reported back. Nothing here either, just empty ruins. Deed, standing atop a cliffside with his summons beast standing beside him, sighed in disappointment. Another dead end, he muttered bitterly. I was really hoping I'd find it first. If Captain Killian gets there before I do, I'll lose my chance to kill Kella with my own hands. Back inside the hidden dungeon, Killian continued along the path he'd chosen earlier. As he ventured deeper, he finally stumbled upon Srills, wounded, her body wrapped in bandages and encased within a magical barrier. Blood pooled beneath her, a clear sign she had been barely holding on. Killian's expression hardened. You! Srills. The traitor of Talcan. A memory stirred from the depths of his past. He remembered the old training grounds. He had just single-handedly taken down 5 level 4 trainees, his blade barely even scratched. The other students stood frozen, awestruck. As expected of Killian. He's in a whole different league, one of them whispered. But amidst the stunned silence, his older brother Kilman, bloodied and panting, rose defiantly. It's not over yet, he cried. Come on, Killian! Let's go again! Their instructor intervened, striking Kilman's head with a wooden staff. Don't be ridiculous, Kilman. He's your brother. Don't you understand? You'd need 100 years just to catch up to him. Go train harder and come back. Kilman's eyes burned with frustration. Damn it! Killian, quiet and composed, turned to him. Brother! I'm sorry! Later, while walking alone past the various training zones, Killian's mind wandered. From the moment I first picked up a sword, everything felt numb. Empty. Like time was dragging. The only constant was that sword, and my brother beside me. Then, something had broken that monotony. He passed a small combat pit and spotted Srills training aggressively. Her face was bruised, arms trembling, but her eyes still burned with defiance. Isn't this enough already? Her instructor asked. Why don't you give up? Shut up! She screamed. It's not over yet! Watching her, Killian felt something stir in his chest. That wild, untamed look in your eyes, like a beast struggling to survive. That was the first time anything ever made my heart race. Too bad we were in different training divisions. A while later, Killian approached his instructor with a supply pouch. You want me to give this to Srills? The instructor asked, puzzled. She's just an unpaid magic trainee. This was assigned to you. I won't be needing it, Killian said flatly. She's always injured. Always at death's door. The instructor narrowed his eyes. You're actually worrying about someone? Don't tell me you like her or something. Killian didn't answer. Just make sure she gets it, he said, walking away. Seriously, you're no fun at all, the instructor muttered. As he left, Killian thought silently, with how loud you are, Srills, people are bound to notice. Years passed. One evening, as Killian's unit prepared for deployment, the instructor approached him again. Killian, you've been delivering these supplies for years now. Why not give it to her yourself? You're heading off on an expedition tomorrow. You might not see her again. Killian shook his head. No. Please, just make sure she gets it. That night, hidden in the shadows, he watched Srills tending to her wounds, applying medicine and bandaging her arms. She grumbled to herself. Damn it! I should have won this time. Why am I the only one who always ends up relying on this extra medicine? It's humiliating. If only you had been by my side back then, Killian thought. We could have stood together as white Talcan warriors. Not burdened by that cursed bloodline of the Demon King. Just you, the feral beast who once made my heart burn, by my side forever. Snapping back to the present, he looked down at her. But now, were you consumed by ambition beyond your limits? Without hesitation, Killian unsheathed his sword. With a single, powerful slash, he shattered the magical barrier. Srills collapsed to the ground, unconscious and vulnerable. Fate always cuts like a blade, he thought grimly. Inside the hidden bunker, Rin turned to Kella urgently. Shouldn't we go save her now? Didn't you say Commander Srills is in danger? Kella clenched his jaw. She's already trapped in a magic barrier. None of my spells worked against it. I couldn't even scratch the surface. We have no way to bring her back. But still, Rin began. Kella's thoughts raced. If he's truly on the level of a Talcan warrior, my life energy won't even faze him. This isn't the game I once knew. This time, I could actually die. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from above. Kella's eyes widened. What was that? The noise came from outside. The wall above them shattered into pieces as Killian broke through, descending into the secret room with Srills slung over his shoulder. He tossed her aside like baggage and silently turned his gaze toward the towering statue that stood deep within the bunker. Kella's blood ran cold. He came in alone, that's it. This really is the end. Killian stepped cautiously through the dimly lit dungeon, his eyes scanning the worn walls and scattered debris. He thought to himself, This place is old, but someone's been here recently. The traces are too fresh. His gaze then shifted forward as he raised his voice with calm authority. I know you're watching, Kella Kaldan, he declared, his tone neither angry nor urgent, simply stating fact. I don't want others gathering here. If you wish to save Srills, who shares your bloodline, then come out. Now. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his sword and aimed its tip at the unconscious Srill's throat, making his intent crystal clear. Far behind the crumbling walls, Kella watched the scene unfold through a magical surveillance stone, jaw clenched, hands trembling. Damn it, he thought bitterly, saving Srills is one thing, but facing Killian? Even all of us together wouldn't last a minute. We couldn't even handle Curdly. Killian would tear us apart. Before he could spiral further into panic, Rin placed a hand on his shoulder. Lord Kella, she said firmly. There's only one way now. Wood and I will distract him. You must escape through the passage behind the statue. What? Kella's eyes widened. You want me to run? Alone? Wood stepped forward. It's the only way, Lord Kella. You're the heir to the Demon King's bloodline. Your survival matters more than anything right now. Kella's voice lowered, heavy with guilt. But Rin would, if I leave, he'll kill you. Rin met his eyes. Then so be it. But you must live. That's the best thing we can do, for all of us. Before Kella could protest further, Rin and Wood burst out of the bunker and into the open, facing Killian head-on. Rin shouted defiantly. White Tal can! I won't forgive you for what you did to Lady Srills. Killian turned to them slowly, unimpressed. Just as I thought, crawling out like insects. In that moment, Wood slammed her shield into the ground. From it, sharp, twisted roots erupted, forming a barrier between Killian and the others. Now, Lord Kella, she whispered under her breath. I blocked his sight, run. Without another word, Kella bolted from the bunker, heart pounding. I'm sorry, he thought. Rin. Wood. Srills. This isn't like the game I used to know. Back then, you could die and respawn. But not here. Not in this world. I hate this helpless feeling. But I won't die like this. As Kella disappeared into the passage, Rin glimpsed him reaching the far exit. He made it. Lord Kella got away. But her relief was short-lived. Killian surged forward, his blade cutting through the roots with frightening ease. The shockwave knocked Rin off balance, sending her tumbling backward. Where is he? Killian demanded, eyes cold. He was never here. Rin snapped, flinging a flurry of daggers at him. Killian deflected them effortlessly. Wood reacted quickly, using her roots to ensnare Killian's sword arm. For a moment, he was held in place. A demon and a dark elf. Killian scoffed. Is this really all you can muster? With a flash of his blade, he shattered Rin's daggers midair and slashed her across the shoulder, making her stumble and cry out. He grabbed her by the neck with one hand, yanking himself free from the roots. In the same movement, he dragged Wood toward him and lifted her off the ground by the throat. Rin's eyes widened in horror. I have to buy more time. It's no use, she said breathlessly. We'll never tell you where Lord Kella is. I didn't ask, Killian replied flatly. But if he appears to save you, my job gets easier. If not, then I kill you. The emptiness in his eyes sent a chill down Rin's spine. Those eyes, that hollow look. I've never seen anything like it. Not even from demons. It's like looking into a void. Wood began coughing violently, blood splattering from her lips as Killian's grip tightened. Rin clenched her fists, her whole body shaking. I'm terrified. I don't want to die. But then her thoughts turned to Kella. With renewed resolve, she shouted. Just kill me! For Lord Kella's sake, I'm not afraid to die. Wood, despite the pain, echoed. Same here. Lord Kella isn't here. So just end it. Killian raised his blade, aura flaring along its length. Kella, I didn't expect your allies to be this loyal. Fine. In recognition of your devotion, I'll grant you a quick death. But just before the strike fell, a voice cut through the dungeon like lightning. Who are you calling a subordinate? Kella dashed in, eyes blazing, intercepting the attack just in time. He pushed Killian back, standing protectively in front of Rin and Wood. Killian's expression didn't change, but his tone shifted. So you've finally come out. Kella. Rin and Wood gasped. Lord Kella? Why did you come back? But Kella didn't answer right away. His gaze locked on Killian, and his thoughts swirled. This really isn't a game. There's no respawning. Once you die, that's it. But Rin, Wood, Srills. We fought together. We suffered and laughed together. We lived. How could I turn my back on that? How could I ever abandon my friends? He tightened his grip on his weapon. I'm here. I won't let them die. Kella narrowed his eyes and asked firmly. Your target is me, isn't it? Then let them go. At his words, Killian released his grip on Wood's throat. She collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and gasping for air. Without emotion, Killian replied, My brother died because of your father. That's why I've made it my mission to wipe out not just the Demon King's bloodline, but every last demon in existence. Kella's expression didn't waver. I've encountered people like you before, he said calmly, then added in thought, in both games, and in real life. He took a breath and spoke again. So, you'll chase me down to the ends of the earth, no matter what, until you kill me? Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward and swung his sword. Killian met the attack with ease, blocking it without flinching. From the side, Rin shouted, Kella, it's too dangerous. We'll fight with you. But Kella barked back with authority. That's an order. You two must take Srills to safety, immediately. Rin hesitated, clearly torn, but before she could argue further, Wood bowed her head, voice tight with frustration. He's right. We have to do what he says. We're in no condition to help. She quickly began lifting Srill's unconscious body. Seeing Wood so emotional caught Rin off guard. Even Wood, she thought. Go! Now! Kella shouted again. That's a direct order. Grinding her teeth, Rin obeyed. She grabbed Srills and began retreating. Understood, Kella. But, in exchange, you have to survive this. Promise me! As Rin and Wood fled with Srills in tow, Kella continued clashing swords with Killian. Amid their furious exchange, Killian spared a quick glance at the unconscious girl being carried away. Kella seized the opening and drove his sword forward, forcing Killian back. Where are you looking? He taunted. Focus on me. Killian steadied himself, eyes cold. You're just buying time for them to escape, aren't you? His voice turned mocking. So, even the Demon King's descendant shows signs of sentimentality. That kind of weakness will be your downfall. With that, Killian surged forward, striking Kella with brutal force. The blows sent Kella hurtling through the air, crashing into the stone wall with a thunderous impact. Killian advanced slowly, sword lowered like a judge's verdict. With this, the Demon King's bloodline ends here. Coughing, Kella pushed himself off the rubble, pain lancing through his body. He's on a completely different level. Is this what it means to face a true powerhouse? His legs trembled. His body refused to move. One more strike like that, and I'll die. That sword could cut me in half. But Kella's eyes burned with resolve. Now that I've been exposed, there's no point in hiding it anymore. If I'm going to die, then I'll fight with everything I have. A deep crimson aura exploded from his body, encasing his form and blade in the bloodline's unholy energy. With a roar, he lunged at Killian again. Killian narrowed his eyes. That power! So Srills wasn't the only one who neutralized Arsal's magic. But even as he spoke, Kella's movements sharpened. I can see it, Kella thought in awe. I can follow his sword. It's like I've become someone else entirely. Killian blocked another strike, gritting his teeth. You definitely carry the Demon King's blood, but that doesn't change how this ends. He struck back with a devastating slash, sending Kella crashing into one of the dungeon's pillars, which shattered under the force. Kella staggered to his feet, breathing hard. Is this what one man's strength can do? This is insane. Meanwhile, Rin and Wood were rushing through the collapsing dungeon, Srills in their arms. The whole place is falling apart, Rin cried. Don't tell me, Kella, we follow his orders, Wood interrupted firmly. Right now, getting Srills out is our top priority. If only she'd regained consciousness, Rin muttered. The exit's just ahead, Wood said, urgency in her voice. We need to escape before the whole dungeon comes down. I know. Back in the battlefield, Kella managed to slice Killian's cloak with a precise strike. Killian looked down and scoffed. Impressive, that sloppy swordplay actually cut my cloak. It's only thanks to the sword training I received in the past that I'm still holding on, Kella thought grimly. But I can't control this power. The more I use it, the more it tears me apart. I won't last long like this. Killian shook his head. You're shortening your lifespan just to buy time for your friends? Foolish. They're not my subordinates, Kella snapped. They're my comrades. He jumped high into the air and struck again. The force of their clash shook the crumbling dungeon. Killian glanced up briefly. At this rate, Deeb must have noticed the commotion. Playtime's over. With a fierce counter, Killian disarmed Kella, knocking the sword from his hand and sending it clattering across the floor. Damn it! Kella cursed. Killian stepped in without hesitation and drove his blade into Kella's chest. If you meet your father in hell, he said coldly, tell him it was I who killed you, as retribution for my brother. Kella screamed in pain, blood bubbling from his lips. My healing can't keep up. Is this really how it ends? Am I dying here, just like that? The scene shifted to Wood and Rin, who were carrying thrills as they finally emerged from the collapsing dungeon. Wood exhaled in relief, her voice steady but weary. We're finally out. We just need to find a safe island now. At that very moment, cracks began to spread across the dungeon's structure, rumbling violently. Wood glanced back at the trembling walls and muttered grimly, I think the dungeon will completely collapse. Rin, however, was far from calm. Worry clouded his face as he thought of Kella still inside. Wood tried to remind him. We need to at least try and save Thrills quickly, just as Kella ordered. But Rin clenched his teeth in frustration, muttering under his breath. Is that all we really have to do? Wood turned toward him, confused. What do you mean? Rin's voice grew louder, heavier with guilt. Kella came back for us, but only because of an order. Is it really okay for us to just run? For a moment, Wood was silent, weighing his words. Then she admitted, You're right. The order was only to move Thrills to a safe place. There were no orders after that. Hearing this, Rin's lips curved into a small, determined smile. Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the battle raged on. Kella's body was engulfed in searing blue flames, his screams echoing as Killian's sword pierced through his chest. His regeneration was faltering. These blue flames are starting to overpower my regeneration, he thought, his vision blurring. At this rate, I'm going to die here. At that moment, Rin burst onto the scene, charging toward Killian with dual daggers, her voice sharp with desperation. Get away from Kella. Killian swiftly pulled his sword from Kella's chest and swung it up just in time to block her strike. His voice dripped with contempt. Another distraction. But before he could counter, Wood appeared behind him, her shield glowing with power as roots erupted from the ground, binding Killian in place. Yet the enemy captain remained unfazed, his aura burning through the bindings. Bleeding from his eyes, mouth, and chest, Kella weakly turned his gaze toward his comrades. Why did you come back? I told you to run. Rin answered firmly. We took Thrills to a safe place. Since your orders didn't tell us what to do after that, we decided to return. Wood nodded in agreement. We'll fight with you until the end. Hearing their words, Kella trembled, a bitter laugh escaping his bloodied lips. You idiots. But within, his heart surged with emotions he had long buried. If this were my previous life, would I have ever met friends willing to risk their lives for me? Probably not. The man I called my father only drank and beat me. The so-called friends I had were nothing but jealous snakes who never treated me sincerely. I ran into the world of games to escape reality, because I thought I'd always be alone. Yet now, Rin and Wood stood beside him, ready to die for his sake. Here, in this place, people are putting their lives on the line for me. Thank you? Clenching his fist, Kella's blue flame suddenly shifted into a burning red aura that wrapped around his body. His eyes hardened with determination. I'm not alone this time. Rin and Wood are buying me time to recover. If there's even a sliver of a chance, I won't give up. With a roar, he charged forward and slammed his red-imbued fist into Killian, shattering Wood's binding spell but forcing the enemy captain back with sheer impact. Killian stumbled but quickly regained his footing, glaring coldly. Struggling until the end, it seems. Kella snatched his sword from the ground, raising it high. Come at me, Killian! We will never stand back. Their eyes locked, fury burning between them. Outside on the island's shore, Deed stood watching the dungeon gate from a distance, his expression dark. That dungeon, he muttered. I definitely saw Captain Killian go in there. With a smirk, he summoned his massive blue wolf, its eyes glowing. Captain, you were enjoying yourself alone? I can't let you. Elsewhere, on the rocky side of the island, Rin and Wood had earlier placed the unconscious Thrills in hiding. Her body trembled weakly, showing signs of deep strain from her ordeal. Back inside the dungeon, the battle pressed on. Killian gathered a dark aura in his palm and hurled it at Wood, She raised her shield, the roots of her magic straining to resist, but the sheer force pushed her back violently. He swung next at Rin, sending her crashing into the wall, before lunging toward Kella. Kella raised his sword but failed to block fully. Blood sprayed from his shoulder as Killian sneered. Did you really think you could beat me through numbers alone? Kella staggered, his thoughts spiraling. Damn it, even with all three of us, it's not enough. My body's falling apart. Can I even hold on? Even if I recover, it means nothing. I can't even buy time. Is this how it ends, dying like a dog? Turning to his companions, he shouted through gritted teeth. As I said, this is my fight. So you two, leave now. Rin, barely standing, shook her head. We can't go back at this point. We've already decided that. Wood braced her shield, blood trickling down her arm. Until the end, we'll be with you, Kella. Kella's chest tightened as he glanced at them, his voice trembling. You guys. Killian raised his blade, his cold voice ringing out. Do not worry. You will all die by my hand anyway. Fear clawed at Kella's heart. No, is this really the end? Then suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, shaking the chamber. Both Kella and Killian froze, eyes snapping toward the source of the blast. Smoke and dust swirled through the air. Just who is it? Through the haze of smoke, a lone figure appeared, carrying someone over with her magic. Her calm voice echoed through the battlefield. I see. I understand what's going on. It's good that you're all safe. The figure stepped out of the smoke, and to everyone's shock, it was Thrills. She set her sharp gaze on her companions and asked with a faint smile. Did you wait long? All of them froze in disbelief. And then they saw who she was carrying, Deed, battered, bloodied, and barely conscious. Deed groaned, turning his pained face toward Killian. Boss, this doesn't make any sense, right? This bastard actually got me. Thrills tossed him to the ground like a rag doll. Her voice was cold, sharp enough to cut through steel. You shut up. Killian of the Talcan of White. I see you at last. Killian immediately readied his stance, gripping his sword. His thoughts churned. Thrills, she took down Deed. Did she truly withstand the abyss of pain? His lips curved into a tense grin as he called out. Thrills, descendant of the great demon. I never imagined you would ascend to surpass Curdly. In response, Thrills clasped her arms together, summoning her magic. 6 glowing circles manifested, 2 around her legs, 4 around her arms. I spent twice as long as I thought I would in the abyss, she thought, the circles spinning with immense power. The raw aura of her magic pressed down on everyone. Rin's eyes widened in awe. This is the power of the 6th circle! Shock rippled through the group. Kella clenched his fist, his thoughts racing. I can't believe it, from a 4th circle to the 6th in such a short time? Killian, watching her, felt a strange rush. Thrills, you've always astounded me. And now this, it makes my heart pound. But Thrills ignored him. She spread her magic outward, casting dark regrowth. A warm, shadowy aura washed over her companions, closing their wounds at a rapid pace. You shall receive rest, she said softly. Wood stared at her in disbelief. My wounds, they're healing? Rin touched her side, where blood had stopped flowing. It's even quicker than before. But Killian's gaze lingered hungrily on Thrills. So this is who you've become. It turns out I want you, Thrills. Thrills raised her hands again, preparing her next spell. Killian, you dare target my comrades? A dark purple aura seeped into the air, shrouding Killian's eyes. She had cast Fog of Forgetting, blinding him and warping his sense of direction. Killian staggered, gritting his teeth. Is this magic meant to rob me of my sight and orientation? This isn't like Curdly's binding magic. How troublesome. As he calculated his next move, he felt a sudden rush of killing intent. Someone was attacking. He leapt aside instinctively, but Rin's blade still grazed his leg. Rin muttered through clenched teeth. Even without sight, he's dodging fatal blows. Kella charged next, swinging down his sword. Killian blocked it, sparks scattering through the air. Damn it! Kella cursed. Killian's body moved with pure instinct, every dodge and counter flowing as though his eyes still worked. Thrills was already weaving another spell. He isn't the Talcan of White for nothing. With a snap of her hand, she conjured dark water of corruption. A purple liquid dripped onto Killian's shoulder, sizzling and eating away at his armor. The metal cracked, melted, and fell apart. Killian cursed under his breath, tearing away the ruined armor and throwing it aside. He's unarmored! Srills shouted. Now's your chance! Wood slammed her shield into the ground, roots bursting forth and binding Killian's legs. Rin dashed forward, slashing with her daggers, but Killian parried effortlessly. Srills followed up with greedy thorns. Jagged purple vines erupted, snaring one of Killian's arms tightly. Killian snarled inwardly. This spell isn't difficult to break, but the loss of my senses is bothersome. Channeling his chi into his sword, he steadied himself. First, I'll rid myself of this accursed magic. Srills sensed it and shouted. We need to strike before he uses his sword chi to break free. Kella, hurry! I know! Kella roared. His sword gleamed as he funneled every last drop of chi into it. I won't get another chance. Even if this destroys my body, I'll give it my all. He charged forward and unleashed his full power, his blade slicing through the air, cleaving off Killian's sword arm in one decisive strike. The severed limb fell to the ground, blood spraying in torrents. Kella's eyes widened in shock. I aimed for his head, and he still dodged it. Killian, blinded and reeling, ground his teeth. Srills. I let my guard down because of you. And then, a bright blue light erupted from his eyes, tearing away Srills' blinding spell in an instant. Srills' expression hardened. That's dangerous, Kella! She shouted. Meanwhile, Kella gritted his teeth, sweat dripping as he faced Killian's glare. His nerves screamed, yet he refused to back down. The battlefield stilled for a moment as the light faded, and then the scene shifted, not to the present, but to a memory buried deep within Killian's soul. He was a child again, standing with his younger brother Kilman, their small hands bound tightly by ropes. The ropes stretched forward, each gripped firmly by their parents, dragging the boys through a jagged mountain range. Kilman's rope was tied to his father, while Killian's was fastened to his mother. Kilman turned his tear-stained face toward his brother. Where is father taking us? I'm scared. Before Killian could answer, their father looked back with a strange smile. Do not be afraid, my precious sons. Today is a special day. Today, you will meet the beast god of light, Lumiran. He will accept you gladly. Kilman's voice trembled as he sobbed. The beast god of light? You cannot just meet a god. Then what will happen to us? Did we do something wrong, father? His father shook his head. Wrong? No, you did nothing wrong. You are perfect. That is why you are fit to be sacrificed to Lumiran. Their mother added softly, almost tenderly. Lumiran seeks the purest of souls, and you both fit that requirement. But their father's gaze fell more heavily upon Killian. Yes. Especially you, Killian. You were always different. Your skin gleams like serpent scales, and your eyes, blue as the cold moon, mark you as chosen. You were born to be given to Lumiran. He pointed ahead. Look. The holy altar awaits. Your glorious fate is near. Their mother's voice quivered with reverence. Lumiran will grant our village abundance forever. Kilman's sobs grew louder. He looked to Killian desperately. He said, Sacrifice? Are we going to die? Killian's expression did not falter. His voice was steady, almost unnatural for his age. No. I won't die. Not you either. Soon, they stood inside the holy altar. Followers of Lumiran gathered in a circle around a great, glowing blue pit. Their voices rose in unison. Tonight, we offer the purest of souls. Great Lumiran, accept our gift. Look upon us and grant prosperity. Their father knelt behind his sons, whispering. Do not be afraid. You will live forever within Lumiran. The chanting swelled. From the depths of the pit, a massive creature stirred, white fur glowing in the blue light, eyes blazing with divine hunger. Lumiran had awakened. Their mother pushed Kilman forward. Go, my son. Lumiran is waiting. No, Mom. Kilman cried, clinging to the ground. Save me. I'm scared. Then their father's hand tightened on Killian's rope. Now, Killian. It is your turn. The boy lifted his gaze, his cold blue eyes locking onto the beast gods. And in the present, those very same eyes burst with that ancient light. Lumiran's radiance surged through Killian, shattering Srills' blinding spell in an instant. The power erupted like a storm. Kella and Rin were hurled against the wall, their bodies slammed by the force. Even Wood, though standing further back, was driven stumbling to his knees. Srill cursed, her teeth gritted. That light, it's disrupting my magic. I must bind him again. But Killian's voice cut through the chaos, heavy with rage. Kella, you have taken everything from me. Your father murdered my brother. You stole Srill away. And now you've severed my arm. I will show you an endless hell. Kella steadied himself, his blade trembling in his grip. He won't stop until I'm dead, he thought. I have to end this here, no matter the cost. He's lost an arm, this is my only chance. His mana flared violently as he roared. Come then. I will send you to hell myself. The air thickened as their energies clashed, blue light against raging mana. Srill, watching closely, felt a rare flicker of hope. Kella's power, it has grown so much. Perhaps now, he might actually withstand Killian. But before their duel could begin, a sudden ripple tore through the battlefield. Figures appeared, more of the Talcan of White. Audria, Kalka, and Curdly teleported into the chamber. Their eyes widened in horror as they saw Killian's missing arm. Captain? Are you all right? They cried. Srill's face darkened. Damn it! They've come already. Against all of them at once, we cannot stand. She turned to call Kella back, but he did not respond. His eyes never left Killian, his focus unbreakable. He doesn't even notice they're here. He only sees Killian, Srill realized, startled. Kella's teeth clenched as he whispered to himself. Here and now. I will kill you. Killian rushed forward at the same moment, his killing intent bursting outward. Kella mirrored him, their swords drawn for the decisive clash. But Srill refused to let it happen. With a cry, she unleashed a forbidden spell, Dark Predation. Shadows surged across the battlefield, engulfing her allies in a vortex of darkness. Killian's blade tore through the magic, but in the next breath, the spell and everyone within it vanished. Kella, Rin, Wood, all gone, leaving Killian alone in stunned silence. Audria's fury erupted. Where did those demons go? Kalka's eyes narrowed. That was Dark Predation, but only a sixth circle or higher can cast it. Curdly frowned deeply. No, it shouldn't be possible to reach that level so quickly. Her gaze flicked uneasily toward Killian. Is she the one responsible for his condition? Audria's rage burned hotter. I'll kill them all. Kalka cursed under his breath. They even took down Deed while we were apart. Unbelievable. Killian, however, stood silent, blood dripping from his severed shoulder. His thoughts burned darker than any curse. Just wait. Next time. I will grant you a pain worse than death. Meanwhile, far from him, Kella staggered into awareness. The spell had whisked him and his companions away to safety, but he hadn't realized it at first. His eyes darted wildly, searching for Killian. Where are you? He shouted into the empty air. Don't play games with me, Killian. Show yourself. As long as you hurt us, I will. His voice broke off as warm arms wrapped around him from behind. Srill held him tightly, whispering. It's all right. We're safe. Killian isn't here anymore. Kella turned, his breath unsteady. Then, everyone is alive? He looked toward Wood and Rin. Both nodded with faint smiles. Yes, Kella. Because of you, and because of Srill, we survived. Relief crashed over him like a wave. Tears welled in his eyes, and he dropped to his knees, voice trembling. Thank you, all of you. For living. That's such a relief. The others watched him quietly, their hearts heavy but alive. For now, they had survived. After a brief silence, Srill finally spoke, her voice calm but weary. Just in case, I endured until reaching the sixth circle in the abyss. It's truly a relief. Had I stopped at the fifth, none of us would be standing here. But before she could continue, she was cut off as Kella suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. Srill blinked, momentarily confused. Thank goodness, Srill. Kella whispered hoarsely. I thought you had been killed by Curdly. I thought I'd lost you. Thank you, for surviving. For a moment, Srill simply stared at him, then softened. She returned the embrace and murmured. There's no way I would ever die, leaving you behind. I promised I'd protect you until the very end. When they finally parted, Kella turned to Rin and Wood. Thank you both as well. If you hadn't come back, none of this would have been possible. Rin shook her head quickly. No, we would have died if not for you, Kella. Wood nodded in agreement. Yes. That's right. Srill leaned back in her chair with a sigh. It would have been best if we had finished Killian off for good. But even so, we severed his arm and lived to tell the tale. That means we still have a chance. Yes. Kella agreed, exhaling heavily. It really is such a relief. Yet his thoughts turned bitter in silence. Everyone gave their all to protect me. But I abandoned Srill, left Wood and Rin behind, and fled. I'm still the same cowardly Kella I've always been. Never again will I run away. From now on, I'll become stronger than anyone else. Shaking off his thoughts, he asked aloud. But where exactly have we ended up? Dark predation allows for instant teleportation, Srill explained. But the destination is always unknown. Rin's eyes widened. Does that mean we could have been sent to the very heart of Talua itself? Srill shook her head. No. Since it is a demonic spell, it only applies to places imbued with demonic energy. Which means, Kella said grimly, we'll have to figure out where we are from here. Wood hesitated, then asked. Srill, forgive me for being forward, but how did you reach the sixth circle in such a short time? Srill smirked faintly. Let's talk about that over a drink. I've been holding it back for decades, and it's killing me. Rin frowned, confused. Decades? What do you mean by that? It's a long story, Srill replied, waving her off. Either way, Kella said, pushing back his chair, we need to move. Let's start by scouting the surroundings. The scene shifted back to the dungeon. Curdly was kneeling by Killian, carefully bandaging his grievous wound. She placed her hands over the stump of his missing arm, releasing a healing glow that slowed the bleeding. For now, the bleeding has stopped, Captain. Killian's eyes lowered. I've failed you. Deed, lying nearby, forced a smirk despite his bruises. Don't worry. Even with one arm, you're still plenty strong. Shut up, Deed, before I kill you. Kalka snapped, teeth grinding with fury. Scary! Deed chuckled nervously. I was just joking. I nearly died back there, damn it. Audrey slammed her fist against the wall, rage shaking her voice. How dare they take the captain's arm? How could such weaklings even think to defy us like this? Because Srill reached the sixth circle, Killian admitted bitterly. I let my guard down against her. Deed laughed darkly. To think she would humiliate me like this. Captain, leave her to me. I'll kill Srill with my own hands, and make sure it's very, very painful. But Killian's thoughts were elsewhere. Deed, no. Srill will be mine. No matter what. Curdly placed a firm hand on Killian's shoulder. Captain, your condition is severe. We must return to Talua's main stronghold immediately and summon the 12 holy healers. What are you talking about? Audrey snapped. We should be pursuing them right now. At present, there is no way to track Kella's group, Curdly replied calmly. If we delay, the transplant magic for his arm will not be possible later. Audrey cursed under her breath. Then I'll hunt them down alone if I must. I'll tear this continent apart until they're found. With Srill's current power, acting alone would be dangerous, Killian warned. For now, we return to Talua together. Danger? From that brat? Audrey hissed. She's nothing but a test subject of the Talken of White. Killian's gaze hardened. Once my treatment is complete, I will hunt down Kella and Srill again. His mind darkened further. None of them will escape my grasp. The scene shifted once more, to a dim tavern, where Kella's group sat together at a wooden table, meals and drinks laid out before them. The tension of battle had eased into rare laughter and quiet relief. Srill raised her cup. For the sake of our life-risking escape, cheers. Kella smiled faintly. When you first returned, I thought you had changed, but you're still the same. I'm glad. Please. Rin leaned forward eagerly. Tell us quickly. How did you rise all the way to the sixth circle? Srill set her drink down, her expression turning serious. The magic tome I found in that statue's box wasn't ordinary. It resonated with my mana, activated, and pulled me into the abyss within it. And there, I met a special person. An 8th Circle mage, Pharrell. She was once a comrade of the previous Demon King, Turk Kaldan. Or rather, I met her lingering shadow. She taught me her methods of training. Kella's eyes widened. An 8th Circle mage, a comrade of Turk himself? To think such a figure was sealed inside that tome. Rin's jaw dropped. Then, does that mean the dungeon itself was created by the great Demon King, Turk Kaldan? Exactly, Srill replied with certainty. Pharrell said it was fate that we ended up there. Perhaps it was Kella, guided by the bloodline of the Demon King, passed down from Turk himself. Kella froze at her words. So it wasn't my free will, but Turk's will that led us there? But how could someone long dead still exert influence? Could it be that the one I met in the abyss Was Turk Kaldun himself? Kella's mind lingered on a single thought. If Turk Kaldun could become an unexpected hint, perhaps there was still something deeper left behind by him. As the group rested, Srills spoke, her voice calm but heavy with memory. She explained that the flow of time in the abyss had been different from reality. The time she spent there was equivalent to 28 years in the real world. Rin's eyes widened. 28 years? That's a really long time, she exclaimed in disbelief. Srills nodded. Yes, it was really long. Her gaze darkened as she recalled her suffering. While in the abyss, the pain I felt was as if my body was torn apart endlessly, she thought. Every second, every minute, every moment, the horror never ended. I thought I'd rather die than endure it. Pharrell helped me reach the 6th circle, but the agony made me want to kill her at times. And if she reached the 8th circle, just what kind of pain did she endure? She pushed the thoughts aside. There's no need to talk about that hellish time, especially to Rin, who has such a soft heart. I'll keep that pain to myself. Rin's voice trembled. Are you saying you trained for decades while thinking of us the whole time? Kella lowered his head. I was unaware of all that, and I even failed to protect you. But Srills cut him off with a faint smile. Let's stop talking about that. I'm here, aren't I? And I came back as a 6th circle. Just congratulate me. Rin grinned brightly. Srills, you're so amazing. You're the best. Srills smirked. Yeah, I know, right? Watching her, Kella thought to himself, she's smiling, but it feels like she's hiding something. To change the topic, he asked. By the way, where are we? Near a village, they were selling books. Srills looked around. I think this is the outskirts of Karda, the hidden city of darkness at the far west of the demon continent. Rin tilted her head. Karta? Isn't that the city where the knowledge of the demons is condensed? Exactly. Srills confirmed. It's a deeply hidden area, far west even from the Demon King's castle. Humans haven't intruded upon it yet. Rin stretched wearily. Then, can we rest here for a while? My whole body feels like it's about to break down. Srills nodded. That's because you were exposed to Killian's blue sword energy. Not even my healing magic can fully treat it. We'll need to rest and wait for natural recovery. Kella shuddered at the memory. That blue energy, just thinking about it gives me chills. He spoke up. Then let's stay here for a few days to rest. They soon rented a room, and his companions immediately collapsed onto their beds. As they drifted to sleep, Rin murmured, Good night, everyone, have a peaceful night. Kella stood up quietly. I'll step out for a while to take care of something, he said as he left the room. Srills was already yawning as she sank into the bed, while Rin lay awake, holding her dagger. If this dagger was once used by Turk's comrades, she thought, perhaps something dwells within it too? If that's true, then please, appear before me quickly. I know it's selfish, but if things go on like this, it feels like Srills will take Kella entirely away from me. On another bed, Wood stared at her shield, her expression gentle. You've been hurt so much, she thought toward Kella. You really suffered today. I'll become stronger, so that you won't be in pain anymore. Meanwhile, outside under the moonlight, Kella stepped away from the building. It's safe now. You can come out, Stone, he said softly. The stone slime emerged from the shadows, wobbling cheerfully. I'm glad I learned about magic pouches from Srills, Kella said, patting the creature. Then his expression turned serious. Even now, I'm not using my abilities properly. My regenerative powers, the Demon King's magic that manifests into weapons, the authority to command monsters. If I could wield these more freely, maybe my battle with Killian would have gone much better. He clenched his fist. But in that sudden situation, I was too worked up and failed to use even a single one properly. If I compare this to a game, right now I'm just leveling up. I must not underestimate these ever-growing powers. If I'm to face Killian again, I have to find a way to fully control the Demon King's power. Here, in Karda, the city of knowledge, I'll uncover the answer, no matter what it takes. From the shadows, a figure in a black hood watched Kella silently. Some time later, a black bird landed on the arm of a man standing in the darkness. The man was none other than Lord Hayden, surrounded by his subordinates. The bird spoke in a distorted voice, delivering news. The Talcan of White was injured and returned to the castle of Talua. The one injured was Killian. Lord Hayden's eyes widened. What in the world happened? How could that weakling Kella possibly injure Killian? The voice continued. And there's more. Srills has become a 6th circle mage. Hayden's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. That one was just a test subject, limited to the fourth circle at best. One of his hooded followers chuckled. Well, in any case, isn't this a good thing? It means the Talcon of White failed to capture Kella's group. Now, Lord Hayden, you have a chance to capture them yourself. Hayden turned his sharp gaze toward him. So you're saying you can track down Kella's group, the ones who slipped through the Talcon of White's grasp? If you're lying, you'll be cast into eternal hellfire. The hooded man smirked. Don't worry. I have no choice but to find them. After all, he leaned closer, eyes glinting beneath his hood. I already know exactly where they are. Hayden's expression hardened. Where? Tell me at once. The man's grin widened. Kella is currently in Karda, the hidden city of the demons. The scene shifted back to Karda, where Kella and his companions sat around the table, enjoying tea and snacks. The soft glow of lanterns cast a calm warmth over their faces, but Kella's eyes were distant, lost deep in thought. Sensing it, Srills leaned forward. What are you thinking so hard about, Kella? Kella looked up slowly. I was just thinking, if I could use the Demon King's power properly, we wouldn't have to keep running like this. Rin, ever the optimist, quickly replied. But you're already becoming stronger so fast. You'll keep growing, Kella? Before she could say more, Wood gently interrupted her. Lower your voice, Rin. Even if this is a demon city, we can't risk Kella's identity being exposed. At that moment, the group sitting at the table behind them began to speak loudly. Did you hear? One demon said. There's a bounty on the Demon King's children in Talua. Especially that Kella Kaldun. He's supposed to be the weakest among them, right? His companion snorted. He'll probably get caught soon and lose his head. I wish Caldera were still alive. Srills clenched her fists, anger rising as she stood. How dare they? Kella quickly reached out, stopping her. Calm down, Srills. Rin, equally irritated, asked. Kella, are you just going to let those arrogant bastards say that? Kella's tone remained steady. Let's move somewhere else. As they walked away, Rin couldn't hide her frustration. How can you be so calm after hearing that? Let me handle them. But Kella only shook his head. Even if you do, it won't change my reputation. Strength alone isn't enough. But you're already strong, Rin insisted. You even cut off Killian's arm. I only managed that because Srills was there, Kella replied. If I truly want to change how the world sees me, I need to build the strongest dungeon, achieve great deeds, and gather powerful allies. Only then will the demon's opinion of me change. Srills sighed softly. Then where do we start? Kella looked thoughtful. There's an ancient library in this town, right? Srills nodded. Yes, it's said to hold the oldest history and knowledge of the demons. Then maybe, Kella said. There's a text there that can help me unlock more of the Demon King's power. Later that day, the group stood before a towering structure, the Karda Library. Its obsidian walls pulsed faintly with runes, and armored guards patrolled the gates. This is it, Wood said. The Karda Library. And the security looks intense. Can you sense anything about the building's structure? Kella asked. Give me a second. Wood closed her eyes, focusing her power. A moment later she spoke. There's a secret passage in the basement. Deep inside I can feel something different. A special energy. Energy? Kella asked in surprise. You were only able to sense terrain before. It might be because I'm absorbing the dragon's clairvoyant stone, she said. Or it's just something powerful. Srills nodded. Either way, that room must be hiding something important. So that's why the guards are everywhere, Kella said. Maybe there's information about the Demon King in there. Would find us a way in, quietly. There's a small entrance on the side, she said. Moments later, they slipped through the narrow passage. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and the scent of ancient parchment. Srills lit a soft orb of light with her magic. This is old, she murmured. Really old. Then a guard's voice echoed from down the corridor. That was an odd sound. Let's check it out. Startled, Srills quickly whispered an incantation. Veil of Shadows! A shimmer enveloped the group just as two guards entered the corridor. They looked around, confused, finding nothing. Must have been a false alarm again, one said. Still, informed the caretaker. Tighten security. Once they left, Srills released the spell, and Kella whispered. Nice one. Let's move before they come back. They followed Wood deeper underground until they reached a maze-like structure. This place is full of traps, Wood warned. But I think I can guide us through. Rin grinned. No maze can stop our rookie. After a tense journey filled with twists, dead ends, and near misses, they finally exited the maze, only for Wood to accidentally step on a hidden trigger. Click. A magic alarm erupted through the halls. Thrills tried to recast her shadow veil, but her spell fizzled. The magic here blocks mine. Footsteps thundered toward them. What do we do? Rin whispered in panic. Kella scanned the room, spotted a large cabinet, and opened it. Hide in here. The group squeezed inside just before the guards arrived. Nothing here, one said after a quick look. Must be another false alarm. Still, informed the caretaker. Increase patrols. Once the footsteps faded, Kella exhaled. That was close. Wood, where are we now? She pointed down a long corridor. There's a large door at the end. That should be the secret room. They moved quietly until they stood before a massive stone gate covered in glowing runes. Rin whistled. Wow, to think there was something like this hidden here. Thrills read the inscription. Knowledge is only permitted for the qualified. Her brows furrowed. It's sealed with magic even I can't comprehend. Rin asked. Not even a six-circle mage? Then what do we do? Kella stepped forward. If it's for the qualified, let me try. He covered his arm with a blue aura, the Demon King's energy, and touched the door. The runes pulsed to life, shifting into ancient letters that glowed and rearranged themselves before the massive door slowly creaked open. As expected of Kella, Thrills said, impressed. The qualification must be the blood of the Demon King. Inside lay countless tomes and scrolls, shelves stretching into endless darkness. Wood whispered. I've never seen grimoires like these before. But before they could look closer, a soft voice echoed. What's that sound? From behind a stack of books, a small dark elf child appeared, rubbing her eyes. Seeing the group, she blinked in surprise, then smiled brightly. Oh my, some guests have come. Welcome to Sepia Sapientia, she said cheerfully. I'm the caretaker of this place, Rorlin. In the quiet, candlelit chamber of Sepia Sapientia, the ancient caretaker Rorlin spoke with a joyful glimmer in her eyes. I think it's been about 47 years, 5 months, and 21 days since I last welcomed a visitor like this, she said happily, her voice carrying both warmth and the weight of centuries. Rin tilted her head in confusion. Who is this little one? Before Kella could answer, Thrill's expression hardened. That's no child, she said firmly. I can feel it, an overwhelming, unapproachable mana. Everyone, show your respect. Rorlin smiled faintly, raising a delicate hand towards Thrills. So you are the demon who crossed through the abyss of magic. Her eyes then shifted to Kella, gleaming with recognition. And you are of the bloodline of the Demon King. She turned suddenly, her excitement palpable as she pointed at Wood. Ah, a dark elf, one of my kin. But within you, I sense something else, the aura of Draconis. How fascinating. Wood blinked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Kella stepped forward. If you were going to welcome me so warmly, why hide this place behind such strict wards? Rorlin chuckled softly. Young one, true knowledge isn't something to be picked up like a pebble on the road. The mere fact that you reached this place proves your worthiness. I cannot allow the foolish to defile sacred wisdom. Foolish ones? Rin asked. Rorlin's expression darkened. Yes, humans especially. They burn, they plunder, they destroy. Endlessly and thoughtlessly. Kella, watching her carefully, thought to himself, she's speaking as if she already knows the answer to everything I came here for. Then Rorlin's tone softened as she looked back to him. Successor of the Demon King, you've come seeking a way to control your power fully, haven't you? Kella's eyes widened. How did you know? The power of the Demon King, she said with a knowing smile, is not a technique, it is existence itself. To master it completely is no simple feat. With a wave of her hand, several ancient tomes floated from the shelves, pages fluttering open midair. She scanned them rapidly, then stopped. Here, she said, her tone solemn. I've found the answer you seek, the Demon King's crystal. A legendary artifact, and the only key capable of granting complete control over your power. Kella stepped closer. The Demon King's crystal? Rorlin nodded. Once it was whole. But during the Great Age of the Magic War, humans shattered it into 3 fragments and scattered them across the world. The Great Age of Magic War, Thrills murmured. That was 3,000 years ago. To be precise, Rorlin corrected. 3,274 years ago. Humanity could not destroy the Demon King's power, so they shattered the crystal and hid its pieces across the 3 continents, Lunia, Rudden, and Kadam. Each fragment lies hidden within those lands. Kella frowned. And what does this have to do with my power? The Demon King's crystal is the only vessel capable of containing that power. Roralyn explained. Your body cannot endure it in its entirety. Each time you use it, it damages you. Kella nodded grimly. That's true. Then, if I find the crystal fragments, indeed, Roralyn said with a serene smile. If you gather all 3, you will wield the power of a pure-blood demon king, like Turk Kaldun, without harming your body. The mention of that name echoed in Kella's mind. The power of a pure-blood demon king. Suddenly, a whisper echoed directly in his head, Roralyn's voice, clear and private. Exactly. But you are not pure-blood. That is why this is your only path forward. Kella stiffened. A telepathic message? I'm not pure-blood. Breaking the silence, Rin asked eagerly. Roralyn, where can we find these crystal fragments? I know where the first one lies, the caretaker said softly. When I was younger, I met Turk Kaldun himself. The group froze in shock. You met Turk Kaldun in person? Roralyn nodded, and as her eyes shimmered, images appeared in the air, visions of the past. In them, Turk Kaldun stood tall, protecting a group of dark elves from a human onslaught. Yes, she said. He once embarked on a journey to find the Demon King's crystal for the sake of his descendants. When my people were being slaughtered by humans, he saved us. Many call Turk Kaldun the cruelest of demon kings, but that is a lie born of human fear. He was our savior. Her expression softened with nostalgia. I never had the chance to thank him before his death. And now, before me stands his descendant. To pass on his words to one who carries his bloodline, it fills me with joy. Kella bowed his head slightly. Thank you, he said quietly. So Turk Kaldun wasn't the monster I was told he was. Roralyn's voice took on a grave tone. Now I shall tell you where the first fragment lies. In the northwestern region of the Lunia continent, there exists a place called Mortuorum, the Demon King's graveyard. It is where countless Demon King souls slumber. Turk Kaldun himself said the first crystal was hidden there. As for the remaining 2 fragments, their whereabouts are unknown. Kella frowned. Then that's useless, isn't it? Roralyn shook her head. No. Even 1 fragment will make your power vastly stronger. But why would humans hide it in the Demon King's graveyard? Kella asked. Wouldn't that make it easier for demons to find? You've got it backward, Roralyn replied. Because they hid it there, the souls of Demon Kings became cursed, bound to that place as restless shades. And don't think demons can enter easily. The graveyard is filled with human trap spells of the vilest kind. Srills clenched her fists. Trap spells in demon lands? How dare they mock us so openly? Roralyn's expression softened once more. Now then, I shall bestow a small gift upon each of you. It will aid you on your journey. She raised her hand, casting a spell over Kella. A dark radiance enveloped him, seeping into his body. Kella tensed. What is this? That, Roralyn said, is an ancient dark elf protection spell, a hidden treasure of our race. It enhances your defenses and lessens the physical toll of using the Demon King's power. Kella clenched his fist, feeling the surge of energy. My body, it feels stronger. Denser. Roralyn then selected a heavy tome and handed it to Srills. For you, an ancient magic grimoire, close to the original arcanum. For a 6th circle mage, it will be of tremendous help. Srills opened it, her eyes widening. These spells, they're supposed to be legends. You will grasp them soon, Roralyn said gently. Use them well. Rin stepped forward eagerly. And what about me? What do I get? With a small smile, Roralyn produced a glowing, golden petal. For you, a petal of Belmora, a flower that bloomed 1,000 years ago. Rin blinked. And what am I supposed to do with this? Keep it close, Roralyn said. One day, you will understand, young one. Finally, she turned to Wood. As for you, Dark Elf, you already carry the greatest gift of all. Within you lies the seed of Draconis. One day, it will awaken. Wood frowned. I don't understand what you mean. Secrets revealed too easily lose their value, Roralyn said with a mysterious smile. Time is the greatest weapon of our kind. Be patient, and wait. Her expression grew serious once more. Mortuorum lies 6 days north of Carta. But be warned, it will not be easy to enter. The land is surrounded by the Crimson Mist. The Crimson Mist? Srills repeated. Roralyn nodded gravely. A magic barrier born in the great age of magic war. It reads the hearts of those who enter, your hidden desires, your fears, your lies. All will be laid bare. If your mind falters, you will die. Some of you, or perhaps all of you. Silence fell over the group, the weight of her words pressing heavily upon them. The road ahead promised power, but it also whispered danger, one that would test not only their strength, but the truth buried within their hearts. The scene opened once more with Kella and his companions gathered before the ancient caretaker of the library, Roralyn. Rin spoke first, her voice steady and full of resolve. We can do this. We've already overcome so many dangers until now. Kella nodded in agreement, determination gleaming in his eyes. That's right. We can't turn back at this point. Watching them, Roralyn thought quietly to herself, the world is beginning to change once again. Then Kella looked up and asked, Roralyn, would you consider joining us on our journey? Roralyn smiled wistfully. That is not possible. I am already old, and my duty is to protect this place. Kella thought to himself that it would be wonderful if such a powerful being, one who hid such immense strength, could join their party. Well then, Roralyn said gently, it's time to part ways. Thank you for all your help, Roralyn. Kella replied sincerely. The others also bowed their heads in gratitude. There's no need to thank me, Roralyn said, shaking her head with a smile. For me, having guests after such a long time was already a precious gift. Then, as if remembering something important, she added, Oh, and one more thing, do not eat food in mortuorum. To eat in the land of the dead is to provoke them. The group nodded solemnly. We understand. Then go safely, Roralyn said, waving her hand as a faint magical shimmer surrounded them. Sometime later, as the group walked through the quiet streets of Karta, Rin turned to Kella, excitement in her voice. That was truly amazing! That Roralyn person, she even met the demon king Turk Kaldun himself. Kella nodded thoughtfully. And with Pharrell, who helped Srills, the links to Turk Kaldun keep growing stronger. Srills added, even being teleported here must have been part of some greater plan. Kella looked at his companions. Then, shall we head to Mortuorum, the grave of the demon king? Rin shivered. The place where the souls of the dead reside, that's so scary. Wood reassured her calmly. It's all right, Rin. The dead cannot cross over into the realm of the living. Rin puffed her cheeks. I know that already, don't act smug. Kella smiled faintly. Before Killian comes after us again, we need to find the Demon King's crystal, gain strength, and this time, create the ultimate dungeon that no one will ever conquer. The scene shifted to the royal mansion. The Emperor sat upon his golden throne, his piercing gaze fixed on the man kneeling before him. Killian, he said in a low, controlled voice. Is it true that the Talcan of White was defeated by Kella Kaldun? Killian lowered his head. Yes, your majesty. An unforeseen variable caused me to be careless. I will take full responsibility. The Emperor's tone sharpened. So, what do you plan to do? As soon as my arm is restored. Killian replied coldly. I will track down Kella's party and eradicate them. This time, I will not fail. The Emperor clenched his jaw. Very well. I hope so. But if you fail again, do not worry, your majesty. Killian interrupted, his voice hard as steel. I swear it upon my life. Later, deep within a heavily guarded chamber, Killian lay on a stone altar. Several mages stood in a circle around him, their robes glowing faintly with runes. At the center stood Curdly, her expression tense. Captain, she said hesitantly, please reconsider. The forbidden summoning art, necromantia summons, has less than a 40% success rate. If it fails, proceed, Curdly. Killian ordered coldly. Curdly frowned. Transplanting the arm of the summoned Rudewalk also means inheriting his will. Can your mind endure it? My will is stronger than my body. Killian replied. No further explanation is needed. Begin immediately. Curdly hesitated, then began chanting, the others joining her. Dark light filled the chamber. Above Killian, a monstrous form began to materialize, Rudewalk, a warrior from the underworld. As the summoning neared completion, Killian thought grimly, Kella, I will kill you with my own hands. And Srills, you will be mine. Turning his gaze to the towering shade, he whispered. Rudewalk, I shall take your arm. Days later, Kella and his companions camped beneath a star-strewn sky, the crackle of the fire breaking the night's stillness. Tomorrow, we should reach the blood fog, Cyril said, studying her grimoire. According to Roralyn, it will take another day from there to reach Mortuorum. These spells, they're astonishing. If I hadn't reached the sixth circle, I wouldn't even comprehend them. Rin smiled as she turned her dagger in the light. Actually, I feel this dagger is becoming more familiar, almost like it's alive. Wood added, I feel something similar. It's as if this shield whispers to me. Kella nodded. Just meeting Roralyn has helped us all grow. But before he could say more, Wood suddenly stiffened. Someone's coming. Cyril's focused, her eyes narrowing. There are 6, no 7. Their footsteps carry holy mana. Rin raised her voice. Don't hide, show yourselves. A figure emerged from the shadows, Hayden, cloaked in white and gold. Kella Khaldun, he said mockingly. At last I've found you. The reports were true, you look utterly pitiful. Behind him stood 6 battle-ready mages. Cyril's eyes widened. You're Hayden, the Archmage of Talua. Hayden smirked. Cyril's the traitor of Talcan. Since you grew up in Talua, you must know there's no point in running. Cyril summoned her wand. Running? I don't see the need for that. Hayden's smirk deepened. That's right, you reached the 6th circle. But no matter how strong a 6th circle mage is, can you really face 6 high-class mages, all blessed with Imperial Enhancement Crystals? Cyril's froze in shock. Enhancement Crystals? The Emperor actually used something so precious on you? Hayden raised his hand, his aura flaring. If you do not resist, I shall grant you a painless death. As the night air grew heavy with magic, the forest fell silent, just before the storm began. A blue magic circle appeared before Hayden, and from it several spears of light shot toward Kella. With a single arc of his sword, Kella shattered every one of them. Seeing this, Hayden's eyes widened in disbelief. He had brushed off the spell with ease. Without hesitation, Hayden ordered his subordinate mages to invoke Sanctuary's judgment and attack everyone at once. The mages began chanting in unison, and from their glowing magic circles, countless lightning spears formed in the air and rained down toward Kella's entire party. Stepping forward, Cyril's began to cast her spell. Her voice was calm as she spoke. So you intend to end this in a single blow? A massive abyss shield expanded around the group, blocking the incoming spears completely. Hayden stared in shock. That's impossible. The law dictates that the light of the sanctuary purifies all darkness. But Cyril's knew better. She had learned this spell from Lord Roralyn's grimoire. If the power did not come from mere darkness, but from the very essence of the abyss, then it could stand on equal ground with the light of the sanctuary itself. She then released another spell, Fog of Forgetting, which engulfed 3 of Hayden's subordinates. Immediately, they began to panic, crying out in confusion. Where are we? Lord Hayden, save us! Hayden clenched his teeth. He knew he had no time to free them. Then I'll respond with even greater power. He cast Heavenly Abyss, restraining Cyril's, and followed it with another spell, Lumen Caroleum. Die, Cyril's! At that very moment, Kella appeared before her, placing himself between her and the spell. I won't let anyone die. He raised his sword and blocked Hayden's attack. Hayden froze. He blocked even that. That weakling Kella has grown this strong in such a short time? Snarling, he turned and shouted to his remaining subordinates. I'll handle these 2. The rest of you, deal with the other 2 first, then regroup. Yes, Lord Hayden. One of the mages unleashed Heavenly Horn toward Rin. Spike structures erupted from the ground beneath her. She dodged again and again, her heart racing. I can't keep dodging forever. Someone help me. In desperation, she hurled her dagger toward the spellcaster. To her astonishment, it twisted smoothly through the spikes, as if guided by an unseen force. Before the mage could react, the dagger sliced through his neck, killing him instantly. Then it curved back into Rin's hand. What just happened? She whispered. At that moment, she noticed the bottle in her bag, the one Roralyn had given her, was glowing. Are these petals helping me resonate with the dagger? From a distance, Hayden saw this and narrowed his eyes. Could that dagger be a relic from the era of Turk Khaldun? Nearby, the remaining 2 mages attacked Wood. He blocked their spells with his shield, but soon it began to radiate a deep green aura. Now I understand. You want to help me, don't you? Then I accept all of you. Roots burst out from the shield, wrapping around his body and fusing with him. In an instant, he transformed into a massive, root-covered figure, the shield embedded in his chest. Taking a fighting stance, he seized the two mages, one in each hand, and began to crush them. What the hell? A monster like this exists? They choked, coughing blood, but would remain calm. This is Terra Draconis. Rorlin, I think I finally understand what you meant. Rin, he said quietly, I'm counting on you. I know, she replied, and hurled her dagger once more. In a flash, it decapitated both mages. They fell lifeless to the ground. Watching his elite forces fall one by one, Hayden gritted his teeth. He wiped out our skilled mages in an instant. This is absurd. Meanwhile, Kella continued to block Hayden's attacks, a faint smile forming on his face. I'm not the only one who's growing stronger. Unleashing more of his demonic energy, he blasted Hayden back with a powerful shockwave. Covering his face with his arm, Hayden felt the pressure bearing down on him. What is this overwhelming demonic energy? Kella stepped forward, surrounded by a torrent of dark power. The hell technique I meant to use on Killian. Let's see just how powerful it really is. He swung his sword. Rena glad too. A massive slash of energy tore through the air toward Hayden. Impossible. Not only did they defeat mages empowered by enhancement stones, he can even wield a technique like this. There's no other choice. Before the attack could reach him, Hayden cast Divina Teleportation and vanished in a flash of light. A violent explosion followed where he had been standing. As the dust cleared and it became obvious that Hayden had escaped, Kella stood still in surprise. Rin blinked. Wait. What? How is he that fast? He abandoned his subordinates and fled? Srills muttered. So even the Archmage of Talua fears death, damn it. Sorry, Kella said grimly. I should have finished him. It's fine, Srills replied. I knew you wanted to test your strength. But at least now we know, we can stand against Talua's mages. That's right, Rin added excitedly. Thanks to Rorlin, even my dagger is stronger now. Wood returned to his normal form and nodded. Mine as well. Rin grinned at him. Newbie, that transformation was insane. I was honestly jealous. Thank you, he replied shyly. Then Kella's expression darkened. But how did Hayden even find us? We came this way through Karta. Talua shouldn't have known our location. Srills raised her hand and activated a spell. As for that, I caught a rat who's been hiding nearby for some time. A rat? Kella asked. Using her telekinesis, Srills dragged a hidden figure out into the open. Shall we ask directly how they found us? The figure wore a hood, concealing their face. Kella stepped closer. Who are you? A faint chuckle escaped from beneath the hood. What happened to the old weak Kella? To think you've become this strong. The figure raised her head. In an instant, recognition hit him like a blade. It was Caldera, his sister. The scene shifted to Hayden, who had just been teleported to a desolate, rocky terrain. He knelt on the ground, his expression twisted with disappointment. It isn't only Srill who has grown stronger, he muttered. Kella, and the others as well, they're not opponents to be underestimated. Even after using enhancement stones, I failed to take Kella's head. The Emperor will cast me aside in his fury. A bitter pause followed. In the end, must I once again rely on Killian's help? His thoughts drifted back into the past. Years ago, two young boys, Killian and his little brother Kilman, were brought before the divine beast Limiron. Their own parents, alongside cult members, offered them as sacrifices. Their father spoke calmly, as if comforting them. Be not afraid. You shall become one with Limiron and be reborn as an eternal god. Limiron, receive these offerings and bless us with the winds of abundance. Their mother, trembling yet resolute, pushed Kilman forward. O divine beast of the great light! Go on, my child. Limiron awaits you. Kilman cried out in fear, calling for help. Killian, though pushed forward by his father, stood in silence. He showed no fear of the divine beast. At that very moment, a sudden attack tore through the ritual. A young Hayden, then in his 20s, burst onto the scene with his squad, launching a surprise assault on the cult members. Several fell instantly. Save the children! Hayden shouted to his subordinates. We can't allow any more sacrifices. Killian's father, enraged, turned toward him. Hayden of the Mage Guild! Don't you dare interfere! But Hayden had already formed a fire spell. With burning fury, he released it. How could parents ever send their children to their deaths? The flame struck the man directly, killing him in an instant as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Killian remained focused on the divine beast. Hayden rushed forward and lifted him into his arms. "Children like you should never be sacrificed." Kilman wept, still calling for help. Without hesitation, Hayden picked him up as well. "Don't worry anymore," he said firmly. "We will protect you." That day, when Hayden saved the two brothers with his own hands, his life began to change. Later, at the Hayden Mage Guild. "This is the territory of the guild I built," Hayden told them. "From now on, this is your new home." At the time, Hayden believed he had simply saved two children. He knew Killian had received Lumiran's light, but he didn't yet understand its true meaning. A few years later, at a training arena, an instructor named Smith was effortlessly defeated. Killian pinned a sword to his neck. "I yield," Smith said, breathless. Another instructor, standing beside Hayden, whispered, "Guildmaster, none of us can match that boy anymore. Not even me." Hayden couldn't understand it. He was raised in a mage guild. How can a swordsman be this skilled at such a young age? Suddenly, Killian's eyes began to glow blue. "I want to do more," he said. Smith froze. "Look out!" Hayden shouted. Killian's aura exploded outward, sending dust and debris into the air. "Damn it! He's going berserk again!" nearby students cried. When the dust cleared, Killian was kneeling on the ground. Hayden stared in shock. That was the beginning. Killian's power began to defy logic. At times, his surges of light wounded, or even killed, those around him. Later, in Killian's room, Hayden asked him, "How is your body?" "Good. Very good," Killian replied calmly. "But if they all die so easily, who will I learn swordsmanship from?" Those weren't words a child should ever say. His voice was chillingly cold. In that moment, Hayden realized Killian was no longer someone he could ever fully contain. Some time after, Hayden brought Killian and Kilman before the king of Talua. All knelt. "This is the extraordinary child," Hayden announced. "He is the one who survived Lumiran's light." The king smiled with fascination. "To think such a being exists. Hayden, bring your guild into Talua." "My guild will join Talua?" Hayden asked in disbelief. "This child shall be assigned to the Talcan training division." A smile finally crossed Hayden's face. That day became the turning point of his life. Because of Killian, his guild rose in status, and he moved closer to his dream of reshaping the world. Years passed. At the Talcan division, even the instructors admitted defeat. "There is nothing left for us to teach you," one said. "Then from now on," Killian replied, "I will become stronger on my own." Hayden watched him from afar, filled with both pride and fear. He knew a day would come when no one could control him. Eventually, Hayden was appointed Archmage of Talua. "I shall dedicate myself to the peace and prosperity of Talua," he vowed. But time did not stop. One day, the king made another announcement. "I entrust Talua's strongest unit, the Talcan of White, to you, Killian, the Sword of Talua." "It is an honor, your majesty," Killian answered. The boy Hayden had saved with his own hands had surpassed him. To avoid falling behind, Hayden struggled endlessly. Though he could still give Killian orders, he knew the truth. The moment his authority weakened, Killian could easily destroy him. In the present day, this was why Hayden needed to capture Kella, where even Killian had failed. After the fall of Arsal, his standing was collapsing. He needed Kella Kaldan's head to restore his power. If things continued as they were, he would eventually be crushed by Killian's overwhelming strength. "There is no other choice," he murmured. "I must use them, the ones I never wished to draw near." Hayden reached for the Necrotarsica compass, an ancient artifact capable of pinpointing the location where Tarsica's energy was strongest. He gazed at it with a mix of awe and unease. "I never thought the day would come when I'd actually have to use this," he thought. Tarsica, the fanatics who turned both demons and humans into enemies. After some time, he arrived before a dark, swirling portal. His eyes lit up with grim satisfaction. Found it. Without hesitation, he bit his thumb, letting blood trickle from the wound. With a wave of his hand, he cast the blood into the portal. Suddenly, two shadowy fingers emerged and demanded, "Who are you? Identify yourself." "I am Hayden, Archmage of Talua," he replied, his voice steady. "I wish to meet with your elder." Moments later, Hayden stepped through the portal. He walked along a dark hallway lit by flickering candles, until he finally arrived before the Tarsica elder, seated upon a foreboding throne. The Archmage of Talua comes seeking us? How intriguing, the elder said. I am Balthian, elder of Tarsica. It is an honor to meet you in person, Hayden said respectfully. An honor? Balthian scoffed. That's laughable. Not long ago, you were among those scorning us. What are your true intentions? Hayden's eyes hardened. I am here to propose cooperation in hunting Kella Kaldun, the last heir of the Great Demon King. The heir of the Great Demon King? Balthian's eyes narrowed. And what would we gain by hunting him? All I require is his head, Hayden said firmly. You may take his body as an experimental specimen for Tarsica. Balthian's aura flared as he clenched his left hand, energy crackling along his arm. The dog of Talua offers us test subjects? Perhaps it would be better to kill you right here and use you instead. Hayden did not hesitate. He produced another artifact, the Lumina Ether. Wait. I will also give you this. The elder's eyes widened. How do you have that? It was bestowed upon me by the Emperor, Hayden explained. Due to side effects in humans, I never used it. But to you, it could serve as valuable research material. Balthian considered the offer, then spoke cautiously. Not a bad proposal, yet Tarsica joins hands with no one. We pursue only the extremes of magic and experimentation. Hayden's gaze sharpened. Kella Kaldun is awakening the power of the Demon King. When he fully awakens, all your experiments could become meaningless. He's awakening the Demon King's power? Balthian asked. Yes, Hayden confirmed. He commands 6 circle mages and comrades with unique powers. Before his awakening completes, this is your opportunity to study the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Balthian considered this for a brief moment. Then he nodded. Fine. We will form a temporary alliance. But betray us, and even your soul will become experimental material. I understand, Hayden said calmly, thinking to himself, excellent. I have successfully drawn Tarsica into this. Meanwhile, Kella's party received startling news. Caldera revealed that she had used her sword to locate them. Srill's eyes widened as she examined the short blade. How is this possible? Caldera explained. My mother's sword carries a spell. It can sense the location of anyone it has once cut. Kella remembered vividly. His mother, Karist, had stabbed him with this very sword to ensure she could always find him. He took the sword in his hand, confirming Caldera's words were true. Then I'll be taking Karist's sword. Caldera's face fell. What did he just call her? Karist, not Mom? She thought. He's the boy who always cried for his mother. There's no way this is Kella. Kella's voice cut through her thoughts. Without this sword, you won't be able to track me anymore. Get lost before I kill you myself. Caldera protested, panic in her voice. What? Get lost? I came all this way and endured everything just to be with you. You brought Hayden here, Srill accused. Weren't you trying to kill us? No, Caldera admitted. I couldn't reach Kella alone. I didn't know which guilds I'd run into along the way. That's why I deceived Hayden and came with him. Once I found you, I thought the two of us together could kill him. Please, don't abandon me. You're the only family I have left. Let me stay by your side. Kella's eyes hardened. Caldera, cut the act. Get out of my sight. Nervously, Caldera turned to Rin and clung to her. Please convince Kella. We've been together so long. Please help me. Okay? Rin gritted her teeth, unsheathing her dagger and pointing it at Caldera's throat. After everything Kella and I have gone through because of you, you dare ask us for help? I can grant you death. Caldera's voice trembled with defiance. How dare a lowly servant like you raise your sword against me? Before she could finish, Kella stepped forward, grabbed her by the throat, and lifted her into the air with effortless control. His voice was calm but deadly. Lowly? Who are you calling lowly? Coughing, Caldera begged him to spare her. Kella flung her to the ground. If you ever show your face before me again, you will die. Caldera cursed him and ran. Rin blushed, speaking softly. I truly am just a servant, and yet, thank you, Kella. You're no longer a servant. Kella replied simply. Srill asked. Are you sure it's fine to let her go? You saw it yourself. Kella said. Caldera is no match for me anymore. Besides, the more surviving bloodlines of the Demon King, the more chaos among humans. True enough. Srill agreed. Kella added. By using Caldera, we could divert Talua's attention. Unbeknownst to them, Caldera had paused at a distance, a sinister smile curling her lips. Foolish Kella, letting me go like that. I planted my mana spider inside Rin's body when I hugged her. Now Rin's body is connected to mine. Everything she sees and hears is transmitted to me. You'll regret this later, Kella. Sparing me will be your greatest mistake. Meanwhile, deep within the Tarsica hideout, Elder Balthian summoned the elite trio known as Cruchuentus. The three immediately responded in unison. Yes, Elder. Balthian's voice echoed through the chamber. The fruit of Tarsica's long years of study. Cruchuentus shall now accompany you. Hayden, standing beside the Elder, observed them with growing unease. They're emanating a kind of mana unlike anything I've ever felt before, he thought. Even with my own perception, I cannot accurately gauge their rank. Yet all three of them, they easily surpass the sixth circle. While Talua is busy clashing with the bloodline of the great demon king, Tarsica's research has already advanced this far? The Elder's gaze sharpened. Cruchuentus, lead your subordinates and track down Kella, alongside Hayden. Seraphine, the leader of the trio with piercing purple eyes, nodded. Yes, Elder. I will personally bring back the heir of the great demon king. A boy with striking blue eyes, Kale, laughed with anticipation. Are we finally heading outside? This is great. The final member, Luna, remained silent, her presence calm but unyielding. Hayden allowed himself a small, tense smile. If it's them, they might just pull it off, he thought. They're heading toward Mortuorum. This time, we won't let you get away, Kella Khaldun. At the same time, Kella's party reached the blood fog, a foreboding boundary zone shrouded in mist. Srill's eyes scanned the thick haze. We're here. So this is the blood fog Rorlin warned us about. Wood's grip tightened around his shield. Even Guardy's trembling for the first time. Are we really going to be okay? Rin's voice carried excitement and reassurance. Don't worry. We've fought together before and even defeated monsters like Talken and Hayden. By the way, is that what you named your shield? Guardy? Cute. I should name my daggers too. Kella's gaze fell upon his Mother Caris's sword. A thought crossed his mind, maybe this sword also has hidden power sleeping within it, like Wood's shield. Rorlin's divine blessing is stabilizing the Demon King's mana quickly, but it's still nowhere near enough. He turned to his companions. Honestly, we've come this far. There's no turning back now. Let's rest here tonight and cross the blood fog at dawn. Okay, they replied in unison. Meanwhile, far away in Talua, a ritual had just been completed. Killian had received the divine beast's arm, Ruwak, fused into his body. Around him, the other mages lay unconscious, bound by the ritual. Only Curdley remained conscious, kneeling beside Killian. You've succeeded, Captain, he said. Killian examined his new arm. This is Rudwak's arm, he murmured. Curdley's voice held a note of caution. If the will of Rudwak tries to invade your mind, give me the signal. Don't worry, Killian replied. No one can invade my mind. At that moment, a Talua knight burst into the hall. Captain? Urgent news! Archmage Hayden led an elite force, armed with one of the Emperor's artifacts, and attacked Kella. Only 2 wounded mages returned alive. Hayden's current location is unconfirmed. Killian clenched his fist, thoughts racing. I was careless, and now even Hayden has fallen victim too. Curdley observed with concern. It seems Kella Khaldun is growing rapidly stronger. And if he is working with Srill's sixth circle magic... Killian interrupted sharply. Curdley, summon the Talken of White. Track Kella, starting from the last place Hayden made contact. Back at the blood fog, Kella's party approached the threshold. Srill consulted Rorlin's grimoire. There's an entry about the blood fog. It reads the minds of those who enter, testing whether everyone shares the same intent. Rin furrowed her brow. Meaning, all of us must hold the same intent? Exactly, Wood said. Since we're all seeking the Demon King's crystal, there shouldn't be any problem. Kella hesitated. But each of us might have a different reason. I intend to fully control the power of the great Demon King. And Srill, you want to learn stronger magic. Srill shook her head. No, Kella. We're all going for the same reason. We're doing this to protect one another. That's all that matters. Rin added determination in her voice. She's right. I'm going to protect you, Kella, and everyone else. Wood nodded. The same goes for me. Kella allowed himself a small smile. Good. As long as we all hold on to that thought, there won't be any issue. All right then, Let's trust one another and head in. Together, they stepped into the dense, mind-testing fog. Inside, the mist twisted reality. Kella saw no one around him and called out, "Can everyone hear me? Are you all still with me?" No answer came. He frowned. "We definitely entered together, but why can I only hear strange noises?" Suddenly, he beheld an older version of himself, seated on a dark, demon throne, alone. "That's me, as the Demon King. I'm alone? Is that truly what I desire? To become the strongest being that no one can defy?" At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared before him. "To become the great Demon King, I shall grant what you truly desire," it said. Kella's eyes widened. "What?" The figure extended a hand. "I will give you power. Come to me," it said, calling him by his real name, Kang Chi-woo, the name he had carried on Earth before his reincarnation as the demon's son, Kella. Hearing the figure call out the name Kang Chi-woo, Kella's eyes widened in shock. "Wait. Kang Chi-woo? How does it know my real name?" he wondered. The dark figure continued, its voice echoing in the void. "I will give you the perfect world you long for in your past life. Even the hidden desires you yourself do not recognize, the ones you truly want." Kella responded firmly. "Yes. I want the perfect world I created." "I know," the figure said gently. "So come to me." But Kella shook his head. "The future version of myself you showed me, that isn't truly me. Srill, Wood, and Rin, they are my true comrades. If they do not exist in that future—" His voice rose into a shout. "Then what's the point of becoming the strongest alone?" The figure faltered. "What?" Kella's voice boomed through the bloody mist. "Everyone! Listen carefully! This is an illusion, don't fall for this temptation!" The figure snarled in frustration. "A foolish outcry. Do not deceive your true heart. Step into the world where you are the Demon King!" The bloody mist surged toward him, tightening, trapping him. Kella tried to escape, but he could not. Elsewhere within the blood fog, Srill found herself facing an illusion crafted by the spirit entity. Before her stood her brother, Kella, crowned as the Demon King after destroying Talua. And beside him stood Srill herself, now an archmage. She stared in disbelief. "Am I really going to reach the pinnacle of magic?" "Yes," the illusion responded. "I will open the path toward that future." She began to waver. "Is that even possible?" Meanwhile, Rin confronted an illusion of her own, a vision where Kella had fallen deeply in love with her, and the two lived together in perfect happiness. Her heart throbbed with longing. How could this be? Kella will stay with me, not with Srill. I can finally claim him for myself. "Indeed," the figure whispered. "I shall bring it about. Come to me." Rin reached out, falling deeper into the illusion. "Kella, he's all mine." Then, realization struck her like lightning. "I've loved Kella since the moment I first saw him. Kella, who tried to accept me as a friend even though I was just an attendant. Now he sees me as a true comrade, and I still love him. I want him by my side, but not just for myself. For him, and for everyone." Rin took a deep breath and shouted, "I refuse to succumb to this kind of temptation." Her aura burst outward. The petals given to her by Roralyn stirred and glowed, swirling around her. She stared at them in confusion. The petals converged, and a demonic woman appeared before her. "You," the apparition said. "A dual blader with the willpower to resist a spirit entity's temptation, and one who can make Belmora's petals shine. You are qualified to meet me." Rin staggered. "Who are you?" "I am Clarion," the woman said. "A swordsman who once trained with Turk Kalden. I am pleased to meet you, the one who will carry on my sword techniques," Rin whispered, trembling with excitement. "Finally, I'll have the strength to protect others." "Calm yourself, child," Clarion told her gently. "You have earned the right to summon me. I will accompany you within your mind." "Yes, Clarion." "Thank you. Then let us first banish this foul scent of blood. Take up your blades." Rin immediately unsheathed her daggers. Names rose unbidden in her mind. One blade was Dove, the other Raven. "Remember that I am with you," Clarion said. "Cut through the temptations of this blood mist." "Yes, Clarion." Rin's blades flashed, and the mist shattered almost instantly. "After the mist clears—" "Clarion?" Rin called, but the demonic swordswoman had vanished. Her companions emerged behind her as the fog dissolved. Srill was the first to speak. Kella, what happened? Kella turned to Rin. Rin, could it be that you dispersed the mist? Rin's face lit with excitement. Yes. I met Clarine, Turk Kaldan's companion. She was noble, strong, kind, truly incredible. Kella raised a hand. All right, calm down. I think I understand. Like Srill's grimoire, your daggers reacted as well. Rin beamed. Yes. I feel amazing. Shrill crossed her arms, humbled. Amazing. Rin, even I couldn't resist the temptation. I can sense a completely different aura around you. Wood nodded. That's right. It's like something that was holding you back has finally broken. Rin laughed and turned to him. In that case, you're still the newbie, right? But Wood, what temptation were you under? Wood blinked. What? Temptation? Kella frowned. Wood, you weren't tempted by the spirit entity? I was just walking, Wood replied. And then the mist disappeared. Kella stared at him. So the spirit entity had nothing to tempt you with. In another sense, you're really tough to crack. Rin asked. Do you have no desires at all? Wood shrugged. Not really. Hearing that, Kella fell silent for a moment. Then, could it be? Deep down, I really want to become the strongest, even if it means being alone? Damn it. I thought I was confident after reaching the sixth circle, yet I couldn't resist a mere spirit entity. Did my true desires surface without me noticing? Srill quietly wondered the same about herself. Kella exhaled and straightened. Now that we've passed the mist safely, let's head for Morthorum. And with that, the group moved forward. Some time later, Kella's group arrived before a massive gate shaped like a colossal skeletal skull. The entrance itself lay within the open jaws of the bone giant. Wood stared at it in awe. So this is the entrance to Mortuorum. Kella nodded slowly. It's incredible. I can't believe a place like this actually exists. This place radiates pure terror. Wood added, swallowing hard. Even Gardy is trembling. Srill stepped closer, inspecting the glowing magic circle embedded in the gate. The inscription says, "The living shall not enter. Only those of the Demon King's blood may pass." Rin raised an eyebrow. The living shall not enter? Are they telling us to die before going in? Kella stepped forward and placed his hand on the circle. Let's just try it first. A spirit materialized before him, its voice echoing like cracked stone. Who is it? Who dares set foot into the realm of death? I am Kella Kaldan, son of the great demon king Hel Kaldan. The spirit's eyes glowed faintly. Indeed, the blood of the great demon king runs through you, but you are no pure blood. To enter this place with a half-blood lineage, I shall grant you death. What? Half-blood? Kella muttered, startled. If this was truly where I'd be stopped, Lady Roralyn wouldn't have sent me. I have to push my mana to its limit. Blue mana exploded around him, surging like a storm. If power is the test, he shouted, then let this prove I am the rightful heir. Open the gate. The spirit froze. Wait. That energy. Turk Kaldan. Kella blinked in confusion. Turk Kaldan? Me? The one who calls himself Hel Kaldan's son carries the mana of Turk Kaldan. The spirit whispered. How strange. But I have no reason to bar your path now. Enter. The massive gate rumbled open. Turk Kaldan. Srill murmured. Did he mistake Kella for the former demon king? As expected of Kella, Rin said. Doesn't that mean he's gotten that powerful? Kella, meanwhile, felt a chill run through him. Turk Kaldan. I'm more certain now that the one we saw in the abyss really was him. If Srill and Rin are connected to his former companions through their weapons, then maybe I'm linked to Turk himself. Whatever it is, he said, steadying himself. The door's open. Let's go. His companions nodded and stepped inside. Once within Mortuorum, Kella warned. Everyone stay alert. We have no idea what dangers lie ahead. Spirits drifted through the air, aimless but heavy with malice. Are those the souls of former demon kings? Rin whispered. There are so many, Kella muttered. The souls turned toward the living intruders. The living? Why have you come to this place? Kill them, another commanded. Everyone, prepare for battle, Kella shouted, and the group fell into formation. How dare the living disturb our eternal rest? The spirits roared, closing in. We're surrounded, Rin warned. Kella raised his voice. We don't seek to disturb you. We've come for the Demon King's crystal. The Demon King's crystal? one soul hissed. Only the worthy may hold that sacred relic. I sense no worth in you. It lunged at Kella, who barely blocked with his sword. They're not mistaking me for Turk. These are stronger, he realized. Sril launched her Spear of the Abyss spell, but the spirit didn't even flinch. Rin attacked with her dual blades. I'm sorry, spirits of the Demon Kings. But her strikes passed through them harmlessly. Wood braced his shield. Be brave, Guardy. Block them. Kella counterattacked, slicing through a spirit, only for it to laugh coldly. Fools. Those who bear flesh cannot cut us. But we can cut you. Its strike pierced Kella's chest, spraying blood. He staggered back, gritting his teeth. Even a man-infused sword won't cut them? And my wounds, they aren't healing? With such fragile bodies. The spirit taunted. You dare covet the Demon King's crystal? Abandon hope and die. It struck him again, carving another wound into his chest. Our attacks don't work, even recovery magic fails. What are we supposed to do? Nearby, another spirit loomed over Shrill. Ignorant mage. Are you prepared for death? My sixth circle spells have no effect. Is it because they share the same nature as my magic? She thought in panic. Rin's blades also passed harmlessly through her opponent. Even my sword can't pierce them. Then, Guardy suddenly clattered to the ground. Rin snapped her gaze toward Wood, whose body was frozen, his soul being consumed by a spirit. I will shatter your soul, and devour it whole. It hissed. No! Rookie, snap out of it! Rin shouted. At the same moment, Kella was lifted into the air, impaled by a spirit's attack. Now, child, realize your futility. Embrace death. Sril gasped in horror. Barely conscious, Kella ignored his own agony and focused on Wood. Wood, just wait a little longer. I'll save you. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. As Kella's eyes drifted shut, he found himself standing alone in an empty, colorless space. Where am I? He wondered. Did I really die this time? Rin. Sril. Wood. I wanted so badly to protect all of you. And yet, even in this life, I still couldn't create the world I dreamed of. Suddenly, whack! A demon's soul struck him on the head. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? It roared. Kella jerked his head up, bewildered. What the? The soul glared at him. You came all the way to Mortuorum just to die? I won't let that happen. You wait. Kella squinted. You're Turk, right? The previous Demon King, Turk Kaldun. The soul's annoyance shifted into amusement. Finally spoke my name aloud. His form shifted, reshaping into his original demonic figure. Yes. I am Turk Kaldun. Just as I thought. But why are you inside my head? You could at least act surprised, damn it! Turk snapped. I still can't freely speak of everything, just like before, I can't reveal my full identity. A binding spell? Kella asked. Whatever. You idiot. Turk smacked him again. You have my training sword and Roralin's blessing. So why can't you use release yet? Release? What's that? Pathetic fool. Turk smacked him a third time. You should know on your own. Stop hitting me! Kella shouted, rubbing his head. Just explain, my friends are in danger. Turk finally exhaled. Listen carefully. Release is the ability to draw out the true power hidden inside your soul. And that power, he jabbed a thumb toward himself, belongs to me, Turk Kaldun. Kella's eyes widened. So I can actually use your power? Exactly. You've already unlocked some of the seals on your body. First, when you gained Hell's demonic energy, one seal broke. Then, after meeting me and receiving Roralin's blessing, the second seal broke. Now you can temporarily enter release mode. How many seals are left? 2, Turk replied. I don't know the conditions. You'll learn them when you reach each one. But I do know this, once the final seals break, your body will be fully liberated, and when you merge with me, you'll become the strongest being in the world. The strongest, in the world? That's right, Turk barked. If you want to create the world you dream of, break the seals and become the strongest. But why help me? You know I'm from another world. That doesn't matter, Turk shouted. I just want to be free of this eternal cycle. If you fully wield my power, I can finally reach the end of my soul's journey. Kella felt a strange weight in his chest, something lonely, ancient, and aching radiating from Turk. What is this endless emptiness inside him? I don't know how much I can trust him, but right now, I have no choice. He shouted. Fine. Then tell me how to use release mode. Turk placed both palms on Kella's head. A strange, burning energy flooded into him. Kella winced. What are you doing? Link your consciousness with mine. Focus on the sensation you just felt. If you do, you'll be able to wield 20% of my power. What? Only 20? Arrogant brat. Turk snarled. Even 20% of my strength is monstrous. Your body can barely handle that much. But living beings can't attack souls, Kella argued. The Demon King's souls weren't even affected by my attacks. A sinister grin curled across Turk's face. Do I look like a living being to you? Kella froze. He finally understood. He carried the power of one who had already died. Turk's expression hardened. Now get up before you die again, you weakling! In an instant, Kella's consciousness snapped back into his body. He was still suspended in the air, impaled by a spirit's weapon. But now, he grabbed the weapon with both hands. The spirit stared. Still resisting? Gritting his teeth, Kella growled. No, it's not over yet. I'm going to win. A fiery aura burst from his body. Release. Turk's mana surged into his sword. In a blur, Kella unleashed several slashes, far too fast for mortal eyes, cutting the soul into pieces. He dropped to the ground, finally freed. How can this be? The fading spirit whispered before vanishing. Kella didn't pause. Mana surged into his left leg, propelling him like lightning. He struck down the soul attacking Srill. Kella! She gasped, stunned. But he didn't stop. He dashed to Rin's side and sliced through her opponent as well. Then, with one final burst of speed, he reached the last spirit, the one devouring Wood, and cut it down. Wood collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The fading soul hissed. For mere living beings, to defeat us, impossible. Kella exhaled harshly. I may have a living body, but this power is not of the living. Kella felt a new confidence swell within him. If I release Turk's mana through release, I might even be able to cut through a vengeful spirit, he thought. His reflection was interrupted by Srill. Kella! What happened? You just used mana powerful enough to cut a vengeful spirit? Rin, holding the injured Wood, added anxiously. Thank you, Kella. Our rookie almost died. What exactly happened? Kella noticed the after effects of his release ability. Maybe this is why my healing activated. The recovery process is resuming faster than before. I'm fine, he said, careful not to reveal too much. It seems Lady Rorlin's blessing has made me stronger, just as it did for you. Srill narrowed her eyes at him. What are you hiding from us? Did you get rid of all the vengeful spirits? Rin asked, eager for confirmation. Kella nodded. It looks that way, but now, where could the Demon King's crystal be? At that moment, Rin's attention was caught by a sound behind her. That's the sound of a kitten. Her shock turned to disbelief as she saw a massive cat, at least 15 meters tall, standing behind them. It's way too big. When did that show up? The enormous feline spoke. Greetings, travelers from the outside world. I am a long-time resident of this place. Kella blinked. Resident? You mean a vengeful spirit? Please, the cat said, voice calm. Don't look so tense. I am just an ordinary cat who guards this place. Rin squinted. Ordinary? There's nothing ordinary about a cat this size. That's because I've been absorbing mana for centuries. The cat explained. I used to be much smaller, and quite adorable. Anyway, you must be exhausted from fighting those spirits. You've even taken some wounds. I know what you're looking for. Why don't we talk somewhere warmer? Srill leaned toward Kella, whispering. This fat cat seems suspicious. The cat's ears twitched. Meow. I can hear everything, you know? That kind of talk is embarrassing. Rin blushed. So cute. Kella! I don't think this cat seems evil at all. Indeed, the cat said with a nod. There's no reason to stay out here in this cold graveyard. I've prepared some food, come along. Rin turned to Kella. You heard that. The rookie's injured too. Let's go quickly. We don't have any better options, Kella replied. Let's follow it. Good choice, the cat said. Follow me. After walking for a while, they arrived at a large, hidden underground chamber. Rin gasped. Wow, a place like this hidden underground? It feels like something straight out of a fairy tale. Cyril examined the room carefully. The warmth, this place must be created by magic. The spatial design is incredible. Kella's eyes roamed the room. I'd love to reference this when I build a new dungeon. I've always wanted to design a game lobby with this kind of atmosphere. The demon cat settled around a grand dining table. What do you think, Rin? Not bad, right? I've spent over 500 years decorating this home. 500 years? Rin exclaimed. In cat years, I'm still in my prime, the cat said proudly. You must be tired from fighting those spirits. Aren't you hungry? Sit and eat first. Rin and the others gathered around the table. Rin's eyes sparkled as she looked at the dishes. Wow, this looks delicious. What's this? It's sparkling. That's moonlight pudding, the cat replied. A special dessert made from the essence of the moon. And the rainbow-colored one? Rin asked. That is the macaron of happiness, the cat said. One bite, and all your wounds will heal. Rin reached out. Wow, that's incredible. I'll start eating. Kella's voice stopped her. Wait. Don't eat. Why not? Rin asked. In the realm of the dead, for the living to eat food is to deceive the souls here, Kella explained. Cyril and Rin exchanged glances, remembering Lady Roralin's warning, never eat anything in mortuorum. The cat laughed. Young king, you are very wise. Excellent. Kella raised an eyebrow. Why do you look so pleased? This was your final test, the cat said. It seems simple, but it is the hardest challenge here. The living rarely resist hunger and end up eating. If you had, the cat smiled, you would have become my meal. Rin jumped back. How can you say that with a smile? The cat began to move. Well then, you've proven yourselves worthy. Follow me, Kella asked cautiously. Does that mean you'll give us the Demon King's crystal? You have crossed the blood fog, vanquished the vengeful spirits of the Demon Kings, and overcome the final temptation, the cat said. It placed a hand over a glowing lamp, casting a spell. Moments later, a purple crystal emerged. Take it, young king, the cat said. This is the Demon King's crystal you've been seeking. Kella held the crystal in his hands, reflecting on the journey. We obtained the Demon King's crystal, but it wasn't easy. Without Lady Roralin, without Turk within me, and without my comrades, we wouldn't have made it this far. Cyril looked at the crystal in awe. I can feel such immense power coming from it. Rin added. It's beautiful, you can tell how precious it is just by looking at it. Wood, still recovering, said quietly. I've never felt energy like this before. Kella frowned. Even so, they were former demon kings. Why would they not resent us, yet give something this valuable? Don't worry, the cat said. You've done them a kindness. The vengeful spirits long for eternal extinction. Imagine the suffering of remaining trapped here for eons, even after death. Cyril nodded slowly. Then that's why they attacked us. Exactly, the cat confirmed. When living beings enter mortuorum, the spirits fight fiercely, begging to be destroyed. But only one spirit can face a living person at a time. Not all can be freed. Kella's expression darkened. So they've been in pain all this time. Don't feel guilty, young king, the cat said. You have granted them peace. Kella tightened his grip on the Demon King's crystal. So that's what Turk meant by eternal rest. Does he also wish for eternal extinction? Is he using me to achieve it? Rin turned to the cat and asked. So cat, have you been staying here alone all this time, guarding the crystal? The cat replied with a calm, ancient voice. That is correct. I have waited for an unimaginably long time. 500 years have passed, and still I remain. As he spoke, the cat, Arkan, remembered the distant past. He recalled the moment when he looked up at Sylvandra and asked, Are you really going to leave a small cat like me alone? Sylvandra had smiled gently and answered, Arkan, I told you several times. You're too big to call yourself small. The demon cat stubbornly insisted. No! At this size, I'm still considered small. Sylvandra handed him a glowing crystal and said, Arkan, this is something only you can do. Only you can protect the Demon King's crystal. Arkan accepted the crystal, and tears welled in his eyes as he asked, You're not leaving me because I'm too much trouble, right? Sylvandra embraced him tightly. Of course not, Arkan. It's really hard for me to leave you alone. As she held him, Arkan looked up at her trembling face and thought, I can feel Sylvandra's sorrow flowing into me. She's even sadder than I am. Sylvandra then whispered, Arkan, you'll be able to do this, right? Arkan's heart clenched. No. I can't. I definitely can't, he thought. Because of Sylvandra, I survived death more than once. Because of her, I was happier than I ever imagined. I don't want to be separated from her. If we're apart even for a moment, I'll end up crying. Don't go, Sylvandra. Overwhelmed with emotion, he finally spoke aloud through his tears. I can do this. For you, Sylvandra, I can do anything. I will guard the Demon King's crystal myself. Sylvandra, also crying, replied softly. Good, my dear Arkan. Arkan then asked. You'll come back someday, won't you? Yes, she promised. I will absolutely return to you. In the present, the demon cat continued his story, Arkan, no longer hiding behind a title. It was a truly lonely eternity, he said. But it was something only I could protect. Rin listened with sympathy. That kind of loneliness is unimaginable. Arkan went on. Humans occasionally came, and a few demons visited as well. Most humans were greedy fools seeking power without qualification, so they all failed the trials. Some demons were decent, but none could withstand the Demon King's crystal. If someone like Turk had come, I wonder what would have happened. I hoped he would appear, but he never did. Kella then asked. You know Turk? Of course, Arkan replied. Even among great demon kings, Turk was rumored among the souls as one of the strongest. Kella thought to himself, and now Turk is within me. At that moment, Arkan cast a spell. Magical lights swirled as he instructed Kella. Place the crystal on the back of your hand. It will become one with you. Become one with me? Are there any side effects? Kella asked. Arkan shrugged. Well, this is my first time giving it to someone else, so I don't really know. Kella placed the demon crystal on the back of his hand. It immediately began merging with his skin. The burning sensation made him cry out. It's hot! And he thought, the crystal is burrowing into my hand. Suddenly he fell into the void within his mind, standing before the image of an ancient demon king. Kella stared in shock. Hold on, this is, no way. The rightful owner of the Demon King's crystal? Was the crystal originally part of this person's body? Then Turk Kalden appeared beside him and said, It appears so. His gaze fixed on the old Demon King. Kella jumped back in surprise. Whoa! You can just appear like that out of nowhere? Turk stepped forward proudly. Ancestor of the great Demon Kings, though nothing of your soul remains, the Demon King's crystal born from you has returned to the world once again. Though I too appear only as a soul inhabiting another body, I will ensure that the once great power of the great Demon King beats again. I shall take back the crystal you left behind. Turk, this might not be the best place to ask this, Kella began. But Turk cut him off sharply. Stop babbling useless nonsense, and accept the power of the crystal. For a pathetic weakling like you, even 1/100th of this power might be too much. This is the Demon King's crystal I desired so desperately while alive. If you fail to grow stronger, I will kill you. Mana surged violently through Kella's body, and he clenched his teeth in agony. Watching from outside, Srills gasped. Kella, this mana is father's. No, it's even more. Bryn stared wide-eyed. This is impossible. Wood whispered. Is this the power of a great demon king? This overwhelming pressure. Kella gritted his teeth as a realization struck him. Did my mana finally surpass Hell's strength? And if Turk is right, if I train my body, I can become even stronger than this. Because I obtained the Demon King's crystal that even he failed to obtain. Hell, Turk, no, perhaps stronger than anyone else. Srills interrupted Kella's thoughts, marveling. What unbelievable mana, and the fact that a body can withstand something like this. Wood added with a trembling voice. Such overwhelming strength, my body reacts on its own. I can feel the dignity of a king emanating from Kella. Demon Cat Arkan narrowed his eyes and said, If he lacked the qualifications of a demon king, his body would have exploded the moment he touched the crystal. Rin nodded in awe. As expected, Kella was destined to become the demon king from the very beginning. Of course, Arkan replied. But whether he becomes a strong demon king or a weak one depends entirely on him. Kella bowed his head. Thank you, Arkan. Arkan's expression softened. Now my mission is truly over. After waiting for such a terribly long time, I can finally escape this endless stretch of years. He slowly walked toward the stone bed where he always rested. Rin asked, Escape? What will you do now? I will enter a deep slumber, Arkan answered. I've been awake for over 500 years, so I want to rest. Will you sleep forever? Rin asked. Do not worry, Arkin said gently. I simply have a master I must wait for. So I will sleep until then. In his heart, he whispered, Sylvandra, until the day you return to find me again, I will be here. Kella, puzzled, wondered, a master he must wait for? What kind of being could be the master of such a cat? He quickly spoke up. Wait, at least tell me your name. The cat turned his head slightly. Arkin. And in that moment, he remembered Sylvandra giving him that name long ago. It had been the greatest gift of his life. In the present, his body began to slowly harden into stone as he prepared for his slumber. It is the name that allows me to keep living, Arkin said softly. Do well, young king. May brilliant glory accompany the road ahead of you. And with that, he fell into deep slumber. The room fell silent. Kella lowered his head. Arkin, thank you so much. I thought he was just a suspicious cat, Srills murmured. But from him, I felt warmth mixed with deep loneliness. Rin bowed deeply. Sleep well, Arkin. Kella then turned to his companions. We need to get out of here. Is there any suitable area nearby? Somewhere we could build our dungeon? Rin cut in quickly, clutching his stomach. More importantly, Kella, I'm starving. I feel like I'm going to die. Srills nodded. Right, let's head to the nearest city. I want real food. Wood concentrated for a moment. It might not be a city, but far to the northwest, I sense mana spread across a village. Hearing that, Srills lit up. Good. Let's teleport immediately with a 6th circle spell. I need alcohol. Rin raised his hand dramatically. Let's go! With Srills' magic, the group teleported to a hill overlooking Venetia village. Spotting movement below, Srills pointed. Kella, over there. Good, Kella said. From here on we walk. No magic. We don't know what might happen. Meanwhile, in the village, a group of humans in blue hooded uniforms were beating several demons. Hurry up! Move, you lazy demons! One of them shouted. Captain Drazzle is waiting! A demon woman fell to her knees. Please! At least spare my child! The hooded man chuckled. A demon talking about family? Ridiculous! He snatched the boy away. This brat is healthy. Consider it an honor to be offered to Sir Drazzle. No, not my child! The mother screamed. The father lunged forward. You beasts! Do you have no emotions? A blast of magic struck the father's face, killing him instantly. The hooded man twirled his fingers with sick amusement. Emotions? Ha! Listening to an object talk about emotions is hilarious. The child cried and thrashed as he was dragged away. Kella's group stood silently among the horrified onlookers. These lunatics! Rin growled. Srills scowled. To think the Heaven Guild has already spread this far. Kella's eyes locked onto the crying child. Memories from his past life slammed into him, his father beating him, screaming, Earn more money! Useless thing! And throwing him into the streets. His younger self had cried, Dad, it hurts, please stop. Now, watching the helpless boy, Kella shook with rage. This hell, this is far worse than anything I lived through. These people treat even small children as objects. I will never forgive them. Inside a white building. In a laboratory, mages were extracting mana from blood. One mage admired the glittering fluids. Such a beautiful color. Pure demon blood, elven mana, dwarven earth power, even mana from young demons. If all of this is refined with forbidden magic, and absorbed, Sir Drazzle will become the one true god of this world. Both demons and humans will bow to him. The man behind all this, vice-captain of the Heaven Guild, Drazzleson, smirked. Another mage nervously asked. But sir, to obtain enough demonic mana, we would need dozens more young demons. Drazzle stepped forward menacingly. Hundreds, thousands, what does it matter? Do you feel guilty killing young demons? Capture every demon we need. Children, infants, no exceptions. Back at the village, Kella approached the Heaven Guild member holding the child. He tapped the man on the shoulder. Hey, Kella said calmly. What do you think you're doing? The hooded man spun around and froze. That's him, the one-horned weak-looking brat. An S-rank bounty walking in on his own? He shouted. Capture him immediately. Kella didn't even glance at them. His voice was quiet, cold. You struck a child. So prepare yourself, and take responsibility as an adult. Mana coated his fist like a burning flame as he stepped forward. Kella struck the first Heaven Guild member with a single punch, knocking him out cold. The remaining members recoiled in shock. What is this? He hit him with just his bare fist. We outnumber him. He must be bluffing. Everyone charge! But as 3 more rushed in, Kella dashed forward with blinding speed. Each attacker was dropped with a single precise punch, collapsing one after another before they even understood what happened. For trash like you, Kella said, brushing dust from his knuckles, I don't even need a sword. My bare hands are more than enough. The other members panicked. What happened to our intel? He's overwhelming our guild fighters. Kella rushed toward them, fists flying. One by one, the blue-hooded men fell. You people still haven't fixed your slow information network? He said coldly as he knocked another one unconscious. Meanwhile, inside the research building, a Heaven Guild member burst into Drazel's chamber, frantic. Vice Captain! Kella Khaldun has appeared at the northern entrance of the village. Drazel looked up sharply. What are you saying? Is he targeting our research lab? I'm not entirely sure, the man stammered. But the guild members who were retrieving demon test subjects, they were obliterated by an overwhelming surge of mana. A twisted smile curled across Drazel's face. This is a blessing from the heavens. A perfect specimen has walked right into our hands. Back in the village center, by then, Kella had already defeated every Heaven Guild member in the area. Srills crossed his arms proudly. You completely crushed all of them. Well done, Kella. Kella's expression darkened. Even when I escaped the Demon King's castle, those filthy Heaven Guild bastards attacked me. And now they run experiments like this? The entire guild is rotten to the core. How is a trash heap like this considered the strongest guild in the human realm? I'll take this chance, he declared, to uproot every rotten piece. At that moment, Drazel arrived with a large squad of guild members. Kella Khaldun, he announced, spreading his arms. You walked to me on your own 2 feet. How gracious of you. Kella turned and asked plainly. Who are you? An enraged guild member stepped forward. You insolent worm! How dare you not recognize Vice Captain Drazel Sohn of the Heaven Guild? Rin's face paled instantly. She whispered. Wood, did that guy just say Drazel? Wood nodded solemnly. He definitely did. Rin trembled. Drazel Sohn, infamous since Turk Khaldun's generation. A lunatic who'll perform any experiment for power. He hasn't aged at all. Even so, meeting him here is insane. Kella stared at Drazel. Why do you abduct even weak children? Watch your tongue, the guild member snapped. Drazel laughed, and pulled out a test tube filled with blood. I've gathered the unique mana of countless races. Now, with demon blood, I will attain true eternal life. The child who gave me her blood cried for her mother, adorable. I'll gather more children's blood and absorb it all. I'll become the one true god ruling both demons and humans. Kella's eyes blazed. Every word you speak is madness. You're vile. Before Drazel could speak further, Kella vanished from sight, then reappeared in front of him, punching him squarely in the face. Drazel flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into a wall several meters away. Kella then dashed through the remaining subordinates, dismantling them with ruthless precision. After a moment, he stood over the barely conscious Drazel. Drazel, he said, don't die too quickly. You deserve to suffer. Only then can even a fraction of the children's resentment be soothed. Blood streamed down Drazel's face, several teeth missing. Wait, listen to me. But Kella didn't stop. Blow after blow crashed into Drazel's body. This lunatic. Drazel thought in terror. I've absorbed so much mana I can't even calculate it. Demon King, level mana should lose to me. So why is he this strong? Why can't I react? Why? But the beating continued mercilessly. Eventually the fight ended, Drazel barely clinging to consciousness. Wood exhaled. Looks like we didn't need to worry. Rin added. The vice captain of the Heaven Guild, someone who made us tremble in fear, looks pathetic before Kella. Wood nodded. Ever since he obtained the Demon King's crystal, Kella has grown overwhelmingly powerful. Bloodied and broken, Drazel lay on the ground as Kella stood over him. Drazel, Kella said coldly, fall into hell. The villagers' reaction, the villagers erupted in relief and joy. That devil bastard finally got his punishment. Thank you so much. Lord Kella saved us. The descendant of the great Demon King himself. Lord Kella, you're our savior. A young demon child rushed toward Kella. Thank you, mister. Her mother panicked. Hey! Don't be rude, come back. Kella gently lifted the girl into his arms. It's all okay now. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Heaven hasn't abandoned us. The villagers shouted. Long live Lord Kella. Shrills threw his arms up. Finally, I can drink again. Everyone, let's have a round. Rin shouted. Okay. Prepare the tables. Let's have a party. With alcohol. Yes, do that. The villagers cheered. On a nearby rooftop, Team Cruentus watched the entire battle unfold. Their leader, Seraphine, narrowed her eyes. Kella Khaldun is interesting. He possesses a very unique kind of mana. She crossed her arms. But Christ Cruentus can handle him without much trouble. She turned to her teammates. Kale, Luna, begin the operation. Sometime later, the village children approached Kella with bright smiles, offering him a dish. Lord Kella, this is a specialty of our village. It's really delicious. Kella nodded warmly. Thanks. I'll enjoy it. Meanwhile, Rin and Thrills were already drunk, clinking their cups together in celebration. Kella looked at them and sighed. You're all that drunk already? Wood hiccuped loudly and declared. No, Kella! I will never get drunk because I'm protected by the power of nature. Kella glanced at her with an exhausted expression. Thrills just had to give you liquor too. The children gathered around him next. Are you really the great demon king? Your horn is so cool. Can we touch it? Kella sat down and tilted his head. Of course. The children touched the horn in awe. Wow! It's warm! Watching their innocent faces, Kella thought, I can feel the spotless, pure innocence from these kids. Children like this had to suffer at the hands of scum like the Heaven Guild. At that moment, an old demon approached with several villagers. Lord Kella, thank you so much. What should we do now? Kella looked at him. What do you mean? Drazel is dead, the old man said. But if the Heaven Guild's main forces find out, they'll surely come again. When that happens, what should we do? He's not wrong, Kella thought. If I leave these people as they are, something even more horrible will happen. Another villager, a young woman, stepped forward nervously. Should we run away to another region? The adults might manage, but the children wouldn't survive such a journey. Kella thought for a moment, then answered. No. There's a better way. Thrills, overhearing, leaned closer. A better way? What is it? Kella turned to the villagers. All of you come with us. From now on, we're going to build a new dungeon. The strongest dungeon, a place humans would never dare set foot. A villager gasped. Is it really possible to build such a place? I will make it happen, Kella said firmly. I won't let these kids live trembling in fear anymore. The children tugged at his clothes. Kella! Will you really protect all of us? Kella smiled gently. I promise. As long as I'm alive, I won't forgive anyone who harms you. The old demon asked again. Lord Kella, will you really take us in? It won't be an easy road, Kella warned. When we build the dungeon, everyone will have to pool their strength. But the villagers immediately responded. Just tell us what to do. We can handle any hardship. That's right. We'll do anything, Lord Kella. Kella raised his voice. All right then, everyone, steel yourselves before we go. We're heading to a new dungeon. We're going with Lord Kella, the villagers shouted. Long live Lord Kella! Thrills grinned. Now that both Kella and we have gotten stronger, we should be able to lead this many people. Besides, we need a lot of hands to build a dungeon. It's mutually beneficial. Rin added. If we start with this, maybe we can become the hope of the demons. The hope of the demons? Kella thought. Honestly, I'm not aiming for anything that grand. Right now, I just want to protect the kids, and everyone in front of me. Before long, the children tugged on Rin and Thrills again. Rin! Thrills! Come play with us! Rin laughed. Okay. Let's play. Wait, why is the ground shaking? Thrills rolled her eyes. Rin, that's just you wobbling. The ground's fine. The villagers burst into laughter. Wood hiccuped again and told Kella proudly. I'm not drunk, so I'll keep a good eye on these two. You're actually the most drunk, Kella thought, and said aloud. Yeah, thanks, Wood. A young demon girl stepped forward shyly. Lord Kella! We've prepared lodgings for your party. Really? Kella said. I'd like to get some sleep. Please show me the way. Later that night, the scene shifted to the place where the Heaven Guild had been staying. Kella lay in a bed, exhaling softly. I hope this peaceful time can continue. If only I could build a dungeon that would let us keep this peace forever, he thought, closing his eyes. Night fell. The villagers slept soundly after the long celebration. At that moment, Team Cruentus emerged from the shadows. Their leader, Seraphine, whispered, "Are you sure you handled everything?" Kale grinned. "Yeah. The villagers are all asleep, and Rin and Srills are dead drunk, passed out." Luna added, "I dragged them into a dream of the abyss with my illusion magic. They won't wake up for at least 2 days. That kid would fell under my sleep spell too." "Good," Seraphine said. "Then we only need to take care of Kella. Once we kill him, we'll capture the rest alive and use them as test subjects." Kale smirked. "I'd love to experiment on Kella alive, but he's strong enough to kill even vengeful spirits. Better to abandon a half-baked capture attempt and just bring his corpse." Talking quietly, the group reached Kella's window and silently slipped inside. Seraphine saw Kella lying peacefully. "Kella Khaldun," she whispered, "I've come to take your life. Your corpse will make an excellent test subject and contribute to the future of Tarsica." She conjured a magical spear and hurled it into Kella's chest. The spear pierced deeply, and the figure on the bed jerked awake in pain. "Kella Khaldun," Seraphine said coldly, "we'll meet again someday, in hell." But the figure she had struck began to fade. "An illusion." She froze. "An illusion? Since when?" A voice suddenly answered behind them. "From the very beginning." They spun around to find Srills standing there. "When we arrived at the village, I sensed suspicious demonic energy," she said. "You were far too obvious. So as soon as the party started, I prepared my own illusions." Seraphine's eyes narrowed. "What about Rin and Wood?" "They passed out drunk." Srills smirked. "Of course. Those were illusions too. Refined illusion magic that fooled even us?" Seraphine said. "Impressive. These bastards, they're not shaken at all," Srills thought. She raised her guard. "So you still have something up your sleeves?" Seraphine answered by summoning 2 grimoires, dark energy swirling around her. "Illusion magic was only our 16th predicted scenario," she said. "It changes nothing." Luna lifted his wand. "Exactly." Kale stepped forward, cracking his neck. "Honestly, I prefer this to an assassination anyway." Srills stiffened as she felt their rising mana. "These guys, they're strong." Srills sensed something was different about their mana. It was a foreign sensation, one that couldn't be defined even through a demon circle. She questioned why Tarsica, which had shown no prior interest in them, was now targeting Kella. Seraphine, the woman wearing glasses, coldly responded that she had no obligation to answer such questions. To Cruentus, Srills and the others were nothing more than test subjects. Kale chuckled mockingly, taunting Srills and suggesting that if she was scared, she could cry, promising to dote on her even more if she did. Srills pulled out her wand and began preparing a spell, declaring that she would force the answers out of them herself. She activated her magic, casting Room of Abyss. Seraphine observed the spell and questioned whether Srills was blocking off the space with dark magic out of fear that other demons might be harmed. Srills replied casually that it wasn't fear, Kella simply hated it when children got hurt. Surrounded by living darkness, Kale reacted with excitement, remarking that it felt as though the darkness itself was alive. Luna, carefully observing the spell, noted internally that for a 6-circle spell, it was remarkably sophisticated. As Srills focused, her body began to fade into the darkness. She reflected on the mysterious nature of Tarsica's mages and resolved to find out just how strong they truly were. Moments later, she vanished completely. Kale looked around in surprise and remarked to Luna that Srills had disappeared entirely, even concealing her mana. Luna expressed interest in learning such magic herself, imagining disappearing like dust. Seraphine calmly stated that no matter how deeply one hid within magic, the faintest scent of blood could never be concealed. She activated Sanguine Vestigium and instantly pinpointed Srills' location. Following up, she cast Rubius Asta, forming multiple magical spears and launching them. Srills narrowly evaded the attack, but her concealment spell was disrupted. Gritting her teeth, Srills realized Seraphine had located her instantly through the scent of blood, an ability she had never even heard of. Before she could react further, Kale lunged forward with his poison claws, declaring it was his turn now that Seraphine had found her. Srills attempted to dodge, but one claw grazed her arm. Poison immediately spread through the wound, sending waves of pain through her body. As she glanced at the injury, Hallucinations assaulted her mind, a vision of a dead father figure accusing her of betrayal. Srills recognized the danger instantly. This wasn't a simple hallucination but a lethal poison that directly contaminated the mind. She began preparing dark purification and cast it on the wound to purge the toxin. At the same time, Luna launched a magic attack toward her. Srills reacted quickly, erecting a barrier that blocked the spell just in time. She analyzed the situation rapidly, a coordinated assault that weakened the mind with poison before finishing with magic. The three enemies were fighting in perfect synchronization. Realizing this, she cast Abyss Divisio, splitting herself into multiple identical figures. Kale demanded to know which one was real. Seraphine observed that even the scent of blood had been perfectly replicated and instructed Luna to locate the real body. Luna activated Ment Explora, but to her surprise, every figure emitted the exact same mental wavelength. The multiple figures of Srills mocked them, explaining that this was no simple illusion. Each was an avatar given physical form through the power of the Abyss, and she questioned whether Tarsica possessed anything comparable. Angered, Luna dismissed her as nothing more than a test subject. Seraphine intervened, warning Luna not to fall for pointless provocation. She began preparing Sanguis Eruptio, stating that regardless of the avatar's form, they would simply erase them all. Dark mana slashes tore through the battlefield, striking each avatar in turn. One by one, the avatars vanished under the assault. Afterward, Seraphine observed calmly that in the end, there could only be one real body, well within her expectations. Srills felt a chill. Seraphine had erased all her avatars with a single spell. The glasses-wearing mage was far stronger than she had anticipated. Kale charged forward again, declaring that it was time to finish the capture. He unleashed multiple poison webs towards Srills. Sensing the danger, Srills decided the mission was over. She sent a message to Kella, Rin, and Wood, informing them that intel gathering had ended. She released a surge of intense mana, blasting Seraphine, Kale, and Luna backward. Simultaneously, she teleported her teammates into the Room of Abyss. Kella remarked that it had been a close call and praised Srills for her work. Kale reacted with excitement upon seeing them escape, shouting that they were getting away. Seraphine concluded that Srills had been stalling for time in order to gauge their abilities. Srills confronted Seraphine directly, asking whether this outcome had also been within her calculations. After a brief pause, Seraphine answered that it had. Srills immediately pointed out the hesitation, stating that Seraphine hadn't seen this coming at all. Angered, Seraphine's mana flared as she denied the claim, insisting there was nothing in the world she couldn't foresee. Watching this overwhelming surge of mana, Kella felt a chill, struck by its sheer intensity. Seraphine then declared that since all targets had now gathered, there was no longer any need to take them alive. Cruentus would be bringing them all back, as corpses. Kella quickly assessed the situation and concluded that Cruentus was undoubtedly the top elite force even within Tarsica. If they had begun targeting his group directly, it meant the pursuit had escalated significantly. He informed his companions that he would take on the glasses-wearing mage, recognizing her as the most dangerous among them, and warned everyone not to lower their guard for even a moment. Srills declared that she would handle the seemingly harmless mage, having already judged that Wood and Rin would be at a disadvantage against her. Rin immediately proposed that she and Wood would take on the cat-like opponent instead, asking if Wood was ready. Wood responded by raising her shield, signaling her readiness. With his decision made, Kella charged straight toward Seraphine, knowing he had to finish the fight quickly so he could assist the others. Seraphine reacted instantly, casting Sanguine Cultus. As the spell activated, her blood animated and swirled around her body, enchanted with dark magic. When Kella entered her range and swung his sword, the blood intercepted the strike, blocking it completely. Kella was taken aback, realizing that she had defended herself using blood, its metallic scent filling the air. Seraphine calmly noted that close combat appeared to be his specialty, and remarked that his raw mana surpassed her own. As she began preparing Rubius Maledictum, she stated that sheer mana quantity meant nothing against her. Once the spell was complete, multiple blood-formed snakes surged toward Kella. Before he could react, one clamped onto his left leg, another onto each arm, and a fourth sank its fangs into his abdomen. Pain exploded through Kella's body, as he realized her blood had taken the form of living snakes. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword and severed their heads, momentarily freeing himself. To his shock, the severed portions reconnected, reforming into complete snakes once more. Understanding dawned on him as frustration built. Physical attacks could not destroy them permanently. The blood simply restructured itself to regenerate. Seraphine observed that someone with his mana level would naturally resist most forms of magic, but blood magic was unfamiliar territory for him. No matter how many times he struck, she explained, it would be futile. The blood snakes lunged again, biting into him as Kella realized she was rapidly analyzing his abilities and adjusting her spellcasting accordingly. She was far from an ordinary mage. Elsewhere, Srills launched Spear of the Abyss at Luna, who countered effortlessly with her Loomis barrier. As the spell was blocked, Srills sensed an unfamiliar yet overwhelming power emanating from Luna's staff. Luna followed up by casting Draconis Memoria, forming a dragon entirely from her mana that charged straight at Srills. Srills immediately raised her shield as the dragon's jaws clamped down against it. Watching the golden mana flowing from the staff, she finally understood that the staff housed the dragon's energy, something completely outside the magical system she knew. At Luna's command, the dragon increased its strength, causing cracks to spread across Srills' shield before it shattered entirely. Shock coursed through Srills as she realized her shield had been broken outright. Luna taunted her, urging her to struggle as much as she liked. Srills attempted to flee the dragon's range, but it moved with terrifying speed, keeping her trapped within its snapping jaws. Anxiety crept in as escape became increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Kale rushed toward Rin, slashing at her with his poison-coated claws. Rin narrowly evaded the strike, but poison spread across the ground where his attack landed. She warned Wood that even a single hit would be fatal. Wood acknowledged the warning. As Kale closed in again, Rin slashed at him with her dagger, but he blocked it easily with his poison-covered arm. Mocking her weakness, Kale counterattacked, striking Rin and sending her flying backward. She stabbed her dagger into the ground to stop herself from being thrown further. Wood realized Rin had taken the blow directly so her weapon wouldn't melt. Rin coughed, admitting the pain was severe. Kale raised his hand and released a cloud of green poison into the sky, announcing that the next attack would be far worse. The poison rained down like droplets, forcing Wood to raise her shield, Gardy, to protect both herself and Rin. Wood warned that Gardy was melting and could not withstand the assault much longer. Rin clenched her teeth in frustration, recognizing that Kale's speed, strength, and deadly poison made him overwhelmingly dangerous. She struggled to see a viable way forward. Laughing wildly, Kale rushed toward them again, declaring that watching them die would be even more entertaining. Both Wood and Rin braced themselves, tension gripping them. Back on Kella's side, he let out a roar and activated his release mode, unleashing a violent surge of mana that obliterated the blood snakes restraining him. Seraphine acknowledged the sheer power of the mana rampage, noting that it was strong enough to detonate her magic in a single burst. However, she also recognized its flaw, the immense mana consumption. At best, he could only sustain it a few more times, while she could continue generating blood snakes indefinitely. As more blood constructs surged toward him, Kella cut them down while acknowledging her assessment was correct. Using brute mana output defensively was inefficient. To stop her relentless casting, he would have to disable at least one of her grimoires. He knew his mana reserves would not last even 3 minutes under these conditions, but he had no alternative. Accelerating with explosive speed, Kella charged straight at Seraphine, extending his hand and demanding that she hand over the grimoire. Seraphine observed his sudden mana spike with interest, remarking that he had indeed been hiding his true strength. Everything, she noted, was unfolding exactly as she had anticipated. She immediately cast Pervious Carcerate, forming a magical cage around Kella mid-charge. Trapped within the spell, Kella froze in confusion, staring at the structure around him as he muttered in disbelief at what had just ensnared him. Seraphine explained that the structure imprisoning Kella was a magic iron cage formed entirely from blood, a special prison that combined both physical force and mana. Kella struggled against it even in his released state, and realized with shock that he could not break free. Seraphine continued, revealing that it was a fusion spell that directly consumed the caster's own blood. The greater the risk taken by the caster, the more overwhelming the spell's power became. As she spoke, sharp spikes began to emerge from the bars of the cage, rapidly extending inward. Witnessing the sight, Kella could only think that the spell was utterly insane. Seraphine coldly stated that thousands of thorns were burrowing inward through the bars. Judging from his reaction, she noted that he seemed to possess regenerative abilities, so she intended to shred him completely before he had any chance to recover. As the thorns closed in from every direction, Kella cursed under his breath. Elsewhere, Rin and Kale's battle raged on. Kale pressed his assault relentlessly, slashing with poison-coated claws while venom rained down from above. Rin struggled to keep pace, blocking his attacks as Wood's guardy shield protected her from the toxic downpour. Kale mocked her, questioning how long a wooden shield could possibly endure and expressing his eagerness to watch her skin melt away. Rin clenched her teeth as she barely deflected his blows. She realized she was barely keeping the poison at bay, and protecting Wood at the same time was becoming impossible. The shield was deteriorating rapidly, and at this rate it would soon melt away completely. If it was going to break regardless, then there was only one option left. Suddenly, Rin shouted to Wood, asking if he could repeat what he had done before, when he had placed the shield onto her body. She was referring to the moment when Guardy had surrendered its entire form, transforming her into a massive, armored figure. Wood hesitated, knowing the risk, before admitting that he could do it, but only for a very short time. Rin immediately demanded that he do it at once. Kale burst into excited laughter, mocking them and urging them to proceed. Wood understood that he had no choice but to trust Rin. He directed Guardy toward her, silently entrusting everything to the shield. The shield warped and spread, enveloping Rin's body completely. Watching this transformation, Kale grinned, dismissing it as nothing more than wrapping herself in wood and boasting that he would simply smash it apart. He swung his claw, but Rin blocked the strike with her newly formed Guardy armor. Rin felt the ferocity of his attacks increase, but with the wooden armor, she no longer needed to focus on resisting the poison, at least for the moment. She knew she only had a few seconds left, and poured every remaining drop of mana into her body. She vanished in a burst of speed. For an instant, Kale lost sight of her. As he scanned his surroundings, searing pain erupted from his abdomen. Looking down, he saw blood pouring from a deep gash across his stomach. Snarling, he turned, but before he could react, Rin struck again, her blade carving into his right leg. Rin coldly concluded that the poison rain had been unnatural from the start. There was no way a mage of his level could sustain such a wide area attack indefinitely. Accelerating once more, she aimed her next strike directly at his chest, sending blood spraying as it landed. Kale roared in fury, shouting incoherently as poison surged from his body again, scattering like rain. He sneered, convinced that he had finally wiped the confidence from her face. Rin remained unmoved. She had already figured it out. His poison drew mana directly from the earth, and he had disguised that mechanism by dispersing it as rainfall. Gathering the last remnants of her mana, Rin charged forward as a violent explosion propelled her at terrifying speed. In that instant, Kale realized the truth too late. His feet were severed cleanly from his body. Blood flooded the ground as he screamed in agony. Rin knew she had succeeded in cutting off the limbs that absorbed mana. With his mana supply severed and her armor at its absolute limit, this was her only chance. She lunged forward one final time. Kale's head was severed, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Rin came to a halt as most of the Guardy armor melted away from her body. Burning pain surged through her as she exhaled deeply, staring down at Kale's corpse. She knew that if she had been even a second slower, she would have failed. Turning toward Wood, she softly acknowledged that her victory was only possible because of him. Nearby, Wood lay motionless, his skin severely burned. Completely drained of strength, Rin collapsed as well. She bitterly realized that Wood had sacrificed all of Guardy simply to maintain her armor. That reckless fool. Unable to move even a finger, Rin slowly closed her eyes. Wood whispered weakly to the shield, acknowledging the pain and praising it for doing well. His eyes gradually closed. At that moment, Luna noticed Kale's severed head lying on the ground. Her eyes widened in rage as she realized he had been taken down. Her mana flared violently as she shouted for the dragon to hurry and kill them all. A golden aura dragon attacked Srills, forcing her to cast a barrier shield to block the assault. While struggling to hold the barrier, Srills realized that this was not any kind of elemental magic. It was dragon magic, a power that belonged to no element at all. After enduring endless pain for so long, she knew she could not counter it. She refused to die like an idiot. At that moment, a memory surfaced, making her tense. In the endless agony of the abyss, every time she reached her limit, she had always been standing at the threshold of death. More precisely, she could never tell whether it truly was the gate of death, but it was undoubtedly a gate that radiated the energy of death. At that moment, the spirit Pharrell, who had been training her in the abyss, approached and asked what she was looking at. Srills answered that she did not know, only that there was a massive gate standing right in front of her. Pharrell explained that it was the gate of darkness, meaning she had already encountered it. Srills questioned him in disbelief, asking if it truly was the gate of darkness. Pharrell warned her that in her current state, It was a gate she had no right to even reach for and told her to turn away. Even so, Srills remembered how even Pharrell had regarded that gate with awe. After an immeasurable stretch of time, when she finally reached the sixth circle, she had seen the gate of darkness burrow deep into her abyss and vanish. From that moment onward, just as Pharrell had instructed, she had tried her best to avert her eyes from the truth of that gate. Yet her curiosity about what lay beyond it, something that felt like death itself, only grew stronger with each passing day. Now facing dragon magic with no spell capable of opposing it, Srills realized there was no other choice. To confront that unidentified power, she would have to borrow strength from beyond the gate. Even if she was unqualified, if she could shatter that magic, she would willingly open it. With that resolve, she reached toward the gate of darkness. She cast her spell, and as the gate opened, darkness began to pour out. Srills demanded that whatever lay within reveal itself. A massive figure of darkness emerged from the gate, its form resembling a grim reaper. Luna was stunned by the sight. Meanwhile, Srills' eyes glowed with a purple aura as she swung her staff and ordered the figure to attack. The dark entity obeyed instantly, swinging its reaper and obliterating Luna's golden dragon. Upon seeing her Draco destroyed, Luna grew tense. Before she could think further, the dark figure approached her, its eyes glowing purple, and asked whether she had stolen a dragon's magic. Luna clenched her teeth nervously. She had never seen such magic in Tarsica, and at that point, she could not even tell whether it was truly magic at all. A memory resurfaced of Seraphine asking her what the most terrifying fear in the world was. It was facing the unknown, something beyond common sense. That was why everything in the world had to be uncovered. The reason Tarsica had sought to reveal the dragon's magic hidden behind a veil was to prepare for the true terror. That was how Tarsica had begun. At the time, Luna had not understood what Seraphine meant by the fear of the unknown. Now, standing before the dark figure, Luna trembled as she realized that true fear was right in front of her. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious to the ground. Meanwhile, Srills dropped to her knees, gasping for breath, and looked up, wondering if she had succeeded. The dark figure addressed her coldly, calling her a foolish one who had summoned it without understanding the principles of darkness. Struggling to remain conscious, Srills wondered if the being before her was truly a reaper. As the figure retreated into the gate from which it had been summoned, it declared that 5 seconds was her limit. When she could peer deeper into the darkness, she was to open the gate again. Only then would it share with her the essence of darkness. With those words, it vanished, and the gate closed behind it, fading from existence. Still kneeling, Srills collapsed onto the ground. As she lay there, she wondered what that encounter had been. Her thoughts were scattered, and her mana was completely drained after such a brief summoning. She knew she had to help Kella, but before she could move, she lost consciousness. The scene then shifted to Kella, whose body was pierced by several of Seraphine's blood spikes, each one burrowing deeper into him. Seraphine observed the situation calmly, noting that Kale was dead and Luna had lost consciousness. It was regrettable, but still within her expectations. Now that Kella had been subdued, dealing with the remaining members would be the next step. Kella screamed in agony. Seraphine coldly announced that the blood prison had begun to pierce through his body and bid him farewell, calling him Kella Kalden. Kella shattered several of the blood spikes restraining him and freed his left arm. Seeing this, Seraphine stated that struggling was pointless, asserting that no matter how strong his mana was, it would do nothing against her blood prison. Kella responded that she would soon find out this was not struggling at all, thinking that the moment she showed up, he had intended to smash her obnoxious face in. Seraphine insisted that he still did not understand, explaining that her blood magic was fundamentally different from ordinary magical power. Kella then shape-shifted his sword into a bow and channeled his mana into the bow and arrow, dismissing her words as pointless noise. He launched the arrow toward her. Seraphine immediately cast a barrier spell and blocked the attack, judging it to be meaningless and noting that everything was proceeding within her expectations. At that moment, Kella shouted for the next move to begin. Instantly, Kella's stone slime emerged from the darkness and swallowed one of Seraphine's grimoires. Before she could react, the slime retreated beyond her reach. Kella chuckled, remarking that this was not him struggling at all and that he had simply been waiting for her to let her guard down. Seraphine ground her teeth nervously and questioned whether he had done all of that on purpose. Kella confirmed it, explaining that before they had even faced her group, he had summoned the stone slime in advance and hidden it in the darkness. He pointed out that there was a reason she possessed 2 grimoires. Flustered, Seraphine cursed him. Kella then began absorbing the blood spikes restraining him, noting that her blood prison was already weakening. Seraphine was shocked by the sight. Kella asked the spirit of Turk Kalden whether this was truly acceptable. Turk Kalden reassured him that he was doing great and that, for a first attempt, his performance was impressive. Kella observed that it felt like using release in reverse and questioned whether it was truly safe to absorb such a strange power. Turk Kalden scolded him, explaining that the power contained within the blood was incredible. It was a perfect opportunity to raise Kella's body to match the limits required by the Demon King's crystal. Without his insane regeneration and the Demon King's power, no one could attempt such a feat. It was like a banquet prepared by the world for him alone. Hearing this, a smile formed on Kella's face. Deciding to commit fully, he increased the speed of his observation and declared that he would take every last drop of her blood. Seraphine's blood flowed into Kella, and she panicked internally. She could not believe that he was absorbing her blood. As his body absorbed it, the information carried within her blood began flowing back to her instead. She noticed the horns on his head were dragon horns, and more than that, the structure of the bones throughout his entire body was identical to that of a dragon. Seraphine questioned whether Kella was a dragon half-breed. Kella was confused by the accusation. Seraphine continued, concluding that his absurd healing ability must be the result of dragon blood mixed within him. Kella wondered internally whether half of him was truly dragon. At that moment, Turk Kalden urgently told Kella to stop absorbing her blood, insisting that she needed to be kept alive. Kella protested, pointing out that Turk Kalden had been the one to tell him to absorb it all. Turk Kalden explained that Seraphine was a far more capable mage than expected and that the benefits of keeping her alive would be far greater. Reluctantly, Kella agreed. Thinking it was a waste but accepting the reasoning, he cut off the stream of blood he had been absorbing. Seraphine collapsed to the ground in pain, coughing up blood. She realized that he had stolen half of her blood, and at this rate she would no longer have the energy required to use blood magic. This outcome was far beyond her expectations. Kella approached her and remarked that he had deliberately left her alive, demanding that she explain what she had said earlier. Bleeding and grinning nervously, Seraphine looked up at him. The scene then shifted to a distant mountain range, where a crow returned to Hayden and informed him that the Cruentus trio had been defeated by Kella's party. Shocked by the report, Hayden demanded clarification, asking whether even Cruentus had been taken out, and noting that it had happened in such a short span of time that there had not even been enough time to receive a rendezvous signal. The members of Tarsica standing behind Hayden reacted with alarm, stating that Cruentus, their greatest asset, had been defeated and that they needed to provide immediate support. Hayden turned to them and declared that it was pointless, pointing out that if Cruentus had been taken down, they would only die like dogs if they intervened. He stated that Seraphine and Luna were still alive, and with an operation of that scale, discovery was inevitable. He ordered them to return to the base and request additional troops while he tracked Kella and monitored the situation. The Tarsica operative cursed under his breath but agreed, saying that there was no choice. He ordered the group to return to the base, gather reinforcements, and then return. In an instant, all of the Tarsica members teleported away using magic. Left alone, Hayden muttered Kella Kalden's name, wondering how much stronger he had become. Clenching his fist in frustration, Hayden realized that at this rate the situation would become dangerous. Trying to capture Kella before Killian arrived was a gamble, and even Killian might lose against the current Kella Kalden. The scene shifted to the sky, where Killian's party traveled at high speed toward Kella, each of them riding atop a dragon. Audrey shouted that she would smash Kella's skull with her axe. Kalka told her to control herself, pointing out that the captain, who had once despised borrowing a dragon's power, was now riding one. This alone showed how seriously he was taking the pursuit. Deed remarked that the captain must be furious after having his arm cut off by the supposedly weak Kella, joking that with Rudwalk's arm attached, the captain was now half man and half beast. Kalka and Audrey both glared at Deed and snapped at him to watch his mouth and shut up. Deed shrugged it off, stating that he would go all out this time as well and that he intended to kill Srills with his own hands, no matter what. Meanwhile, Killian maintained a serious expression as he thought that Srills should prepare herself. He was convinced that Kella now had no way to defeat him, as he had become more powerful than before due to Rudwalk's arm. The scene then shifted back to Kella's side. Kella and Seraphine were seated on chairs facing one another, with no table between them. Through Seraphine's spell, a thin stream of blood connected the two. Kella remarked on how strange it was that when their blood was connected, they could see each other's information. Seraphine admitted that this was her first time experiencing it as well and that things she had never anticipated kept happening. Kella acknowledged that he was a half-blood dragon, realizing that this explained, at least in part, why the dragon had helped him in the past. He concluded that the dragon must have considered him one of its own, which led him to wonder whether his mother, Karist, had been a dragon. Breaking his silence, Kella asked whether dragons in this world could use magic to turn into humans. Seraphine replied that dragons could wield more powerful magic than any other race, but they could not alter their own existence. They might manage an extremely brief transformation, but maintaining such magic for a long time was impossible. Kella concluded that Karist must have accomplished the impossible. He recalled that demons and dragons were said not to get along, and wondered how Hel and Karist had fallen in love. Memories of the Demon King's castle surfaced, where dragons were despised as a foolish species that clung to wicked humans and deserved to be wiped out along with humanity. Kella reflected that it could not have been easy for Karist to hide her identity among demons her entire life, and he wondered whether she had loved Hel that deeply. As he was lost in thought, Seraphine interrupted him by asking whether he had any more questions. Kella replied that he did not, at least not for now. Seraphine then stated that she would tell him what she was thinking and emphasized that it was important, and that he should listen carefully. A short while later, Kella abruptly stood up from his chair in disbelief and asked what she had just said. Seraphine explained that Kella had subdued her using a combat method she could not predict for the first time in her life, and through that battle she had learned the truth that he was a demon with dragon blood. Therefore, she declared that she, Seraphine, would become his bride. Kella was stunned and demanded to know what she was talking about, questioning how she had even arrived at such a conclusion. Seraphine responded that she had not expected him to like her so much, noting that his blood was growing incredibly hot. Kella immediately severed the bloodstream connected to his hand and demanded that she stop. He explained that he had only kept it connected as a lie detector. He stated that he had spared her because he intended to take her in as his vassal and ordered her to obey him from now on. Seraphine replied that if obedience was his preference, she could accommodate it, adding that as his bride, she should at least try that hard. Kella was taken aback, realizing that Seraphine was even more dangerous than he had thought. Seraphine reflected that ever since she was young, she had been called the greatest genius mage in the history of the Tarsica Magic Society. Not only her peers, but even her seniors had followed her, and she had felt it was her duty to protect them. She had feared nothing in the world and had always believed she would rule it with her magic, until the terror of that day arrived. That was the day humans appeared riding dragons and attacked Tarsica. Everyone she cherished, her friends, her juniors, and even her seniors, died while begging her to save them. The genius talent everyone had been so proud of had been utterly useless in saving them. The dragon magic that Tarsica had researched for so long revealed its true horror when it fell into human hands. In that moment, Seraphine understood absolute fear, the fear of the unknown. From that day on, she swore to uncover everything about dragons so that she would never again feel such helplessness and terror. Tarsica's creed was to understand all magic in the world, and when that creed merged with the trauma of that day, understanding dragons became the only way left for her to prove herself. Now, at last, she had found a demon with dragon blood. There was no opportunity more perfect than this. Kella Calden was the key to every answer she had ever dreamed of. Some time later, Luna awakened with a smile and asked where she was. Srills noted that Luna was awake and able to speak properly now. Luna turned toward her and commented that she was a pretty lady, asking who she was. Srills inwardly observed that her memory alteration spell was working and that Luna would no longer even remember who she was. Srills calmly explained that Luna was a companion traveling with them and that her name was Luna. Luna replied uncertainly that she must be Luna, though she did not remember. At that moment, Seraphine and Kella approached. Seraphine told Luna that from now on, she would be moving together with them. Luna smiled and said that she remembered her dear Seraphine. Kella then asked Seraphine whether she had truly been serious when she said she would become his bride. Seraphine answered that there was no lie in her words, and that since their blood was connected, he could feel it himself. She explained that she could not hand a dragon half-blood like him over to anyone else, as he was the core of the research she had spent her entire life pursuing. Kella questioned whether marriage was truly for that reason alone. Seraphine replied that it was not only for research. When Kella had exceeded her expectations, her heart had raced, and it was the first time she had ever felt something like that. Kella grew uneasy, realizing that the glasses-wearing mage was genuinely dangerous. He had never even dated properly, and now he was talking about marriage. Just then, Rin, who had just awakened, overheard the conversation. She gritted her teeth in frustration and shouted at Seraphine, demanding how she could appear out of nowhere and start talking about marriage, threatening to kill her. Seraphine calmly remarked that Rin was finally awake. Rin demanded to know what everyone was doing, insisting that those people had tried to kill them and should be dealt with immediately. Seraphine declared that she was no longer their enemy and that from now on, she would be the one to become Kella's wife. Rin protested, questioning who had decided that and calling Seraphine insane. She warned Kella not to listen, insisting that Seraphine was clearly plotting something. Seraphine asked whether Rin was jealous and stated that the matter was already decided. At that point, Srills intervened, asking Kella, Rin, and Wood to discuss the situation calmly in the next room. A short while later, the four gathered together. Srills urged everyone to think calmly, pointing out that the Tarsika mages were monsters beyond the norm and that all of their lives had been in danger. Kella agreed, noting that they had used magic that was impossible to interpret, and that without stone slime, the situation would have been extremely dangerous for him as well. Srills proposed that if Seraphine and Luna joined their side, it would result in a massive increase in their fighting power. More than that, if Kella married the glasses-wearing woman, they would avoid turning Tarsika into an enemy. In their current situation, nothing was more important. Kella acknowledged that this was true. From that point on, they would need to bring all the villagers together and build a dungeon, and having those two join them would be a great help. Moreover, the White Talton squad would never give up on pursuing them, so Seraphine and Luna would be tremendous assets when they faced them again. Srills added that Tarsika also hated humans, especially those who controlled dragons. Rin, still flustered, objected that even so, marriage made no sense. Kella was destined to become the Demon King, and choosing a bride so easily was unreasonable. Srills explained that this was precisely why it would be a sham marriage. Kella asked what she meant by a sham marriage. Srills clarified that they would use the glasses-wearing woman only until they had built the strongest dungeon and until her brother Kella rose to the position of Demon King. Rin disliked the idea but remained silent. Woon voiced his agreement with Srills, stating that if it was only a sham marriage, there was nothing to worry about. Srills then asked Rin for her opinion, suggesting that under those terms, she would not oppose it. Rin inwardly admitted that she hated it so much she could die. Although she was only a servant, she wanted to be with Kella someday. However, at present, she had no grounds to oppose Srills. Rin finally spoke, stating that in that case, she absolutely could not accept Seraphine truly falling in love with Kella or having a child with him. Kella reacted in surprise, insisting that there was no way that would happen. Srills accepted that condition and asked whether everyone agreed, stating that the final decision now rested with Kella. Kella reflected that in his current state, he could not protect everyone from the many dangers ahead. If a sham marriage was what it took for their sake, then it was something he could endure. He agreed to the sham marriage. Some time later, they returned to the room where Seraphine and Luna were waiting. Kella told Seraphine that they would first hold a simple engagement ceremony, and once they had decided on a place to live, they would have the wedding. Seraphine praised the decision as wise, noting that she had not expected him to decide so quickly, and teasingly suggested that he must have fallen for her at first sight. Kella denied that claim. Seraphine replied that there was no need to be embarrassed, as she understood what that felt like. Kella could only think that he had never even dated before, and now he was marrying a demon. A few days later, the scene shifted to the betrothal of Kella and Seraphine. All of the villagers had gathered, offering their congratulations to Lord Kella and Lady Seraphine on their engagement. Kella thought that it was fortunate no one had witnessed his fight against the glasses-wearing woman. Seraphine asked him what he thought of her dress, confidently stating that she knew it looked great. Kella's face turned red as he silently admitted that she was certainly beautiful. Before he could reply, Seraphine remarked that his blood was warming again, teasing that showing so little had been enough to stimulate him. Kella asked in surprise whether she still had that magic cast on him. Seraphine explained that a part of her blood flowed within him, allowing her to sense it without using any magic. Kella realized uneasily that this was bad, as he had not expected things to play out like this. The village elder pope, wearing a white and gold outfit and holding a book, stepped forward and announced that the betrothal would now proceed. Rin gritted her teeth in frustration and muttered that she was going to kill Seraphine. Wood quietly told Rin to calm down. Rin thought bitterly that she was the one who truly loved Kella, while that woman had appeared out of nowhere. Srills turned to Rin and told her that Kella could not do anything about the situation and that she needed to understand. Rin replied that Srills was right, but inwardly admitted that there was no way she could understand, vowing that she would never accept Seraphine. Meanwhile, the Pope declared that the ceremony would serve as proof of the engagement between the two. The villagers once again offered their congratulations to Lord Kella and Lady Seraphine. Seraphine told Kella that the two of them were one now, and warned him not to stray far from her side. Kella wondered whether this had truly been the right choice. Seraphine, on the other hand, thought that she could finally make the powers of the dragon her own, believing that through Kella she would liberate herself from true fear. A few days later, the scene shifted to a forest where Kella's party and the villagers were traveling together in search of a suitable place to develop a dungeon where they could live. Kella reflected that it had been 4 days since they left the town after the unexpected engagement. Traveling with a group of 200 people was far more complex and difficult than expected. The group consisted of 150 adults and 50 children. When food supplies dwindled, only the children were fed, and the adults did not complain. Putting children first was the same for humans and demons alike. After 2 more days passed, Wood's clairvoyance had grown sharper, allowing him to detect not only the Earth's energy but also some life forms. Thanks to the dragon who had handed over the clairvoyant stone, finding the ideal dungeon location progressed swiftly. Kella was certain that the dragon must have had a connection to him as a half-blood dragon, and he hoped to see that dragon again someday. At that moment, Wood told Kella that he sensed a strong mana flow about 20 kilometers west of their location. Kella asked what kind of mana it was. Wood replied that he believed it belonged to sleeping earth spirits, and that they should be able to build a dungeon harmonious with nature nearby. Srills commented that with earth spirits present, detection and defense would certainly be easier. Seraphine found the idea interesting and wondered what kind of synergy would arise from combining earth spirits with a half-blood dragon. Kella noted uneasily that Seraphine was still focused on researching his bloodline, which continued to trouble him every night. The scene then shifted to Kella and Seraphine's tent. Seraphine told Kella to come closer, saying that she was ready. Kella nervously asked what she meant by that. Seraphine asked whether he was still embarrassed, and stated that it would be prudent for them to have a child quickly for their future. With his face flushed red, Kella protested that she was saying it as if it were nothing, even though they had only just met and there were steps to such things. Seraphine moved closer, lifting his shirt, and saying that they should hurry through those steps. She closed her eyes and tried to kiss him. Thinking the situation was insane, Kella stepped down from the bed and rushed out of the tent, claiming that he was going to the bathroom. As he exited, he noticed Rin hiding behind a nearby tree, watching him. Kella asked Rin what she was doing there. Rin reminded him that it was a fake wedding. Kella replied that he knew and that there was no way he would forget. Rin warned him not to kiss Seraphine or even hold her hand. Kella told Rin that he understood and told her to get off his back, asking why she was not sleeping. Rin replied that as his servant, it was her duty to take care of his safety. Kella told her to take care of her own health first, pointing out that her eye bags were reaching her chin. Kella realized that every night, the same exchange between Seraphine and Rin repeated itself. Some time later, Kella hid inside a wooden box and thought that sleeping while hiding there was actually easier. At that moment, Seraphine opened the wooden box and told him that she had found him and would not allow him to sleep separately. She climbed into the box and lay beside him. Kella asked how she had found him. Seraphine replied that if he liked it there, then they could sleep there together. Kella complained that she was too close. Seraphine replied that of course they were close, since they were engaged. Kella noticed that Seraphine smelled like cotton candy. He did not dislike her scent, but because he felt he might fall for it, he kept her at arm's length. Seraphine closed her eyes and told him that she was all his. Kella let out a sigh and closed his eyes as well. Inside his mind, Turk Kalden appeared and shouted at him, asking how he could possibly sleep. Kella angrily demanded to know how he was supposed to sleep, complaining that he had barely slept for many nights. Turk Kalden shouted back, asking why he was keeping such a perfect wife away and insisting that he must propagate to ensure the bloodline. Kella asked what he meant by that. Turk Kalden replied that Kella still did not understand and that this was his fate. Kella angrily rejected the idea of propagation, calling the marriage nothing more than a sham. He reminded Turk Kalden that not long ago he had suggested draining Seraphine's blood, meaning he had originally intended to kill her. Turk Kalden responded that those circumstances were different. In the current situation, he insisted that Seraphine was the best possible match for Kella. Whether the marriage was genuine or not did not matter. Kella should marry her immediately and have a child. Kella, suspicious of the sudden change in attitude, wondered if this was the real reason Turk Kaldun had insisted on keeping Seraphine alive. Hearing that accusation, Turk Kaldun fell silent for a moment before loudly denying that he was so calculating. Kella immediately questioned that brief silence, but Turk Kaldun urged him to listen carefully. He explained that Seraphine was far stronger than she appeared and possessed immense potential that had yet to manifest. More importantly, she was genuinely serious about Kella. Confused by the remark, Kella asked what he meant. Turk Kaldun then elaborated that a demon king must take a wife worthy of his status, yet finding such a partner was never easy. The fact that Seraphine had appeared in Kella's life at this moment was fate itself. He urged Kella to stop doubting her and open his heart. Kella admitted that he could sense Seraphine's sincerity through her blood. Turk Kaldun then asked what the problem was. Kella replied that he knew Seraphine would make a good partner, but he fell silent afterward. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Turk Kaldun guessed that Kella was troubled because of the child involved in the situation. Kella admitted that the matter truly did bother him. Turk Kaldun shouted in frustration, calling him an idiot and ordering him to stop speaking nonsense. He declared that Kella must accept Seraphine as his wife because it was his destiny to continue the lineage of the great demon king. At that moment, Kella awoke from the abyssal space. When he opened his eyes, he saw Seraphine resting beside him with her head on his forearm. As he looked at her sleeping form, he wondered quietly to himself whether he truly had to go through with this. Soon the night gave way to morning. Kella addressed the others and suggested that everyone take some time to rest, noting that the children must be exhausted. One of the villagers acknowledged the order and announced a break for everyone. Privately, Kella reflected that he himself had not slept at all recently and was becoming dangerously exhausted. While the group rested, a child approached him and asked how much longer they would have to keep walking. Kella reassured the child that they only needed to endure a little longer. Soon they would reach a place where they could build a safe home of their own. The child asked if villains like the Heaven Guild would be unable to invade once they arrived there. Slightly surprised by the question, Kella promised that once they reached their destination everyone would be safe. The child thanked him with a bright smile before running off. Watching the child's cheerful expression, Kella smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Srills gathered the villagers and called for their attention. During the break, she decided to review the combat skills they had learned so far, instructing them to come forward one by one for testing. The villagers responded enthusiastically. Whenever she had spare time, Srills had been teaching the demons basic combat techniques. Those with strong mana were trained in magic under her guidance, while those with physical strength practiced close combat under Rin and Wood. Wood distributed swords to the villagers and explained that those who could not use magic should rely on weapons instead. The swords were reinforced using Gardi's power, making them far sturdier than ordinary wooden weapons. As the villagers received them, they murmured in amazement, noticing that although the swords were light, they carried a powerful energy. Rin demonstrated proper technique by swinging her sword and instructing them to aim for an enemy's vital points while avoiding reckless attacks. She emphasized the importance of predicting an opponent's movements before striking. The villagers acknowledged her instructions and continued practicing. Watching them train, Kella felt a sense of relief. Hope was slowly returning to their eyes. He knew he had to give them confidence that they were no longer helpless, especially for the sake of the children. The scene then shifted to the headquarters of the Heaven Guild. Inside a meeting room, 5 men sat across a large table. A silver-haired man with a white beard, the Heaven Guild Master, announced that all allied guild masters had assembled. Barrick, the guild master of the Steel Oath Guild, expressed disbelief that Drazelson, one of the Heaven Guild's commanders, had been defeated. Rappa, the guild master of the Guardians of Light Guild, replied that this alone was reason enough to summon every allied guild. Artemis, the guild master of the Wind Tracker Guild, confidently declared that tracking and assassination should be left to the Wind Trackers. The Alchemist, leader of the Sage's Tower Guild, added that they could not simply ignore Kella Kaldun, a descendant of the Demon King's bloodline. The Heaven Guild Master explained that Kella Kaldun had grown far stronger than expected. If even Drazelson had been defeated, then any allied guild could be the next target. This was no longer a simple mission to subjugate demons, it had become a matter of survival for all the allied guilds. Pointing to a map, he revealed that Kella and his group were currently moving toward a particular region. They were leading roughly 200 demons, and their likely objective was to construct a dungeon. Barrick reacted with frustration, realizing that Kella intended to establish a permanent base. The Heaven Guild Master confirmed this suspicion and declared that the allied guilds must never allow such a thing to happen. They had to eliminate Kella and his followers before the dungeon could be completed. Artemis agreed, urging them to depart immediately before it was too late. The Heaven Guild Master warned them not to underestimate their enemy, reminding them that anyone who lowered their guard would meet the same fate as Drazel. He then formally proclaimed the Allied Guild's expedition to subjugate Kella Kaldun in the name of humanity's infinite glory. All the guild masters raised their voices together in agreement. 4 days later, the focus returned to Kella's group. Kella calculated that they were about a day away from their destination. The demon's combat abilities had noticeably improved during the journey, and Luna had begun integrating naturally with the group. Despite these positive developments, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his mind. Unbeknownst to them, someone was observing the group from a distance. The watcher was none other than Caldera, Kella's older sister. As she watched her brother from afar, she quietly murmured his name. Srills carefully examined Luna's staff with curiosity. The weapon clearly incorporated the physique of a dragon, and she wondered how it was capable of storing a dragon's mana. Luna explained that in a dragon's body, mana was condensed into every single cell. Even after a dragon died, the mana within its body remained for a certain period of time. As long as the corpse was preserved properly, that remaining mana could be stored and utilized. Hearing this explanation, Srills admitted it was the first time she had encountered such a principle and asked Luna to elaborate further. Luna readily agreed and began explaining the details. Nearby, Rin approached Seraphine while carrying a tray of food and presented her with the day's rations. Seraphine glanced at the tray and remarked that the portion seemed excessive, wondering aloud if Rin was attempting to dull her movements. Rin reacted sharply, insisting that Seraphine should not misunderstand the situation. Although she personally did not acknowledge Seraphine, the woman was still Kella's fiancée for the time being. Because of that, Rin felt obligated to take responsibility for her health. She explained that the extra food had come from her own rations and told Seraphine to eat it gratefully, emphasizing that she was only doing it for Kella's sake. Seraphine responded with a teasing remark, claiming that Rin must secretly be in love with Kella and was therefore jealous of her. Rin immediately denied the accusation, asking how she could possibly dare to love someone like Kella. Seraphine dismissed Rin's denial, referring to it as a one-sided crush. When Rin demanded to know what she meant, Seraphine calmly explained that she herself was far stronger and possessed immense power that Rin could not even compare to. At the very least, Seraphine believed she would be far more useful to Kella than someone who served merely as an attendant. Rin clenched her teeth in frustration as Seraphine continued speaking. She advised Rin not to torment herself with pointless jealousy, adding that someone more suited to Rin's level would eventually appear. Although the words angered her, Rin reluctantly admitted to herself that Seraphine was not entirely wrong. Compared to someone like her, Seraphine was indeed better suited to stand beside Kella. At that moment, Kella approached the two women and casually asked if they were finally getting along. Seraphine replied that they were getting a little closer, then mentioned that she had something she wanted to ask him. When Kella asked what it was, Seraphine posed a curious question: could a descendant of the Demon King fall in love with an attendant? The question immediately caught Rin off guard. She felt certain that Seraphine had asked it deliberately to hurt her, and anxiously wondered how she would handle Kella's response. Kella answered calmly that if the attendant in question were someone as outstanding as Rin, then of course such a person could fall in love. His response surprised Rin, causing her to blush. Seraphine, somewhat unsettled, asked him to repeat what he had said. Kella clarified that Rin was no longer simply his attendant. She was now a companion and a friend. Moreover, he believed that being an attendant did not prevent anyone from falling in love. Seraphine silently reflected on his words. The fact that Kella had spoken so openly made her uneasy, and she began to wonder whether he might actually have feelings for Rin. Before the conversation could continue, Srills and Wood hurried toward Kella. Srills called out urgently, telling him to listen to what Wood had discovered. Wood reported that it was an emergency. A massive number of people were approaching their position. When Kella asked how many, Wood estimated that there were at least 600. He could sense several different types of energy gathered together, and at their current speed the force would reach them within 3 days. Seraphine quickly concluded that the group could not be Tarsika's forces, since there would never be such a large Talcan squad. With so many different energies mixed together, it had to be a human allied guild. Kella realized that the Heaven Guild had truly begun moving against them and that their enemy was only 3 days away. Ren anxiously asked what they should do, pointing out that fighting would be extremely difficult while trying to protect so many people. Kella replied that their only option was to reach their destination as quickly as possible and construct a defensive position. He asked Wood how much farther they had to travel. Wood estimated that at their current pace they would arrive by the following evening. Kella immediately rejected the timeline, stating that it was too late. To prepare for the coming battle, they needed to arrive by that evening at the latest, or by dawn at the very latest. Srills pointed out that everyone was already exhausted from the forced march and questioned whether they could truly move that quickly. Kella admitted they had no other choice. Somehow, they had to manage it. He climbed onto a large nearby stone and addressed the villagers loudly. He informed them that the situation had become an emergency. A human allied guild was pursuing them, the same heaven guild that had been hunting demons. The villagers murmured anxiously among themselves, wondering if their large numbers had caused them to be discovered. Kella shouted for them not to panic. He declared that once they reached their destination and built a defensive position, they would face the allied guild in 2 days. From that moment onward they would move at full speed. Anyone strong enough was ordered to carry the children and run. If they wished to survive, they had to trust him and follow him without hesitation. Inspired by his words, the villagers raised their arms and shouted that they would follow Lord Kella. Watching this scene, Srills felt a powerful aura within Kella's voice. It was infused with mana in a way that reminded her of the declarations of a demon king. For the first time, she sensed a commanding dignity in him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Heaven Guild forces pursuing them. The Heaven Guild master urged his troops to increase their speed. They needed to catch up before Kella's group reached their destination and wipe out the demons as quickly as possible. At his command, the riders urged their horses forward. Some time later, evening fell upon Kella's group. Many of the villagers collapsed to their knees from exhaustion. Kella urged them to hold on, but several people admitted they could no longer move. Srills had anticipated this outcome. The forced march was pushing everyone beyond their limits. She remarked that it was unfortunate they could not use teleportation magic. Kella refused the idea. They did not know when the battle would begin, so they needed to conserve as much mana as possible. Gritting his teeth, Kella suddenly ordered everyone to gather every piece of cloth they could find, tent canvas, clothing, anything available, and stitch it all together. The villagers immediately rushed to carry out the order. After some time, they reported that all the cloth had been collected. Kella instructed them to place the collapsed people and the children on top of the makeshift sheet. Once it was ready, he began pulling the heavy bundle himself. Seeing this, Rin warned him not to overstrain himself. Kella insisted he could handle it, and told her to focus on ensuring that no one was left behind. His hands trembled as he dragged the weight forward, his teeth clenched with effort. The burden was immense, but he forced himself onward. In his mind, he reminded himself that the lives of the children rested on his shoulders. He shouted encouragement to the others, telling them they were close to their destination. Those who were carrying children responded with renewed determination, urging everyone to keep going. Observing this, Srills realized that Kella was pushing himself far beyond his limits. The shared determination to save the children, and the belief that a descendant of the Demon King stood at their center, was pushing everyone to exceed their physical boundaries. In that moment, she sensed that Kella himself was growing stronger in the midst of the crisis. She began to wonder if, in the coming battle, he might truly. At dawn, Wood informed Kella that they had finally arrived at their destination. The group stood before a large cave at the base of a mountain. Kella remarked that they had barely made it in time. Srills sensed an immense force rising from the earth and commented on the incredible energy present in the area. Kella felt that powerful spiritual energy was flowing from the entire mountain, as if the land itself were alive and breathing. His attention shifted to the ground beneath his feet, and in confusion he asked Wood about the strange energy he sensed deep underground. Wood asked what he meant. Kella wondered aloud if Wood truly could not feel the massive energy that seemed impossible to describe. Srills commented that Wood had chosen an excellent location, explaining that if they established their base there, it might be possible to build an extremely powerful dungeon. Satisfied with the location, Kella ordered everyone to rest by the nearby river and recover their stamina. The villagers acknowledged the order and thanked him. Kella and his companions then entered the cave. Srills suggested that they begin by inspecting its interior. After exploring for a short time, Srills observed that the cave was wider than she had expected and that its conditions were ideal for constructing a dungeon. Wood added that there was plenty of space, good ventilation, and several internal passages branching in different directions. Seraphine found the cave suspiciously perfect, and wondered whether a naturally formed cavern could truly possess such ideal conditions. Srills admitted that the same thought had been troubling her as well. At that moment, Kella suddenly noticed a pair of green glowing eyes in the darkness ahead. Rin also saw the presence, and warned him that something was there. Seraphine sensed a powerful energy approaching. As the source of the eyes moved into the light, 2 enormous dragons appeared, one red and one blue, accompanied by 3 small hatchlings. Kella realized they had entered a dragon's nest. Seraphine felt the overwhelming mana radiating from the creatures and noted the intense hostility they were displaying. The pressure emanating from them carried an unfamiliar and terrifying presence. Luna trembled with fear, admitting that her body would not move. Kella realized that these dragons possessed power so great that even Tarsica would likely fear them. Suddenly, one of the dragons prepared a breath attack and unleashed it toward the group. Kella immediately warned everyone and ordered them to release their defenses. Srills quickly cast Abyss Shield, while Wood activated Shield Guardi. The dragon's breath collided violently with their defensive spells and barriers. Observing the attack, Seraphine noted that the breath was extraordinarily powerful and confirmed that the creature was a high-ranking dragon protecting its young. Kella muttered in frustration that they had no time to fight dragons when they still needed to begin designing their dungeon. Srills warned that the dragon was too strong and that her defensive magic would not hold much longer. Seraphine attempted to chant a spell in another language to communicate with the dragon, but the attempt failed. The dragon immediately launched another breath attack. Seraphine realized that the creature was refusing even dragon communication magic, suggesting that it had never interacted with other races and intended only to kill intruders. Kella concluded that if even Tarsica could not communicate with it, there was only one option left: a gamble. He told Srills and Wood to hold on just a little longer. Concentrating his aura into his left eye, Kella glanced toward one of the baby dragons. When their eyes met, he activated his ability, Vassal. In an instant, the hatchling found itself standing alone in front of Kella within the abyssal space. Confused, the baby dragon asked where it was. Kella realized that the dragon language was reaching him exactly as he had hoped. Ever since learning that he was a dragon half-blood, he had wanted to try communicating this way. With a baby dragon, the vassal bond allowed them to understand one another. The frightened hatchling began crying and called for its parents. Kella calmly reassured it that he meant no harm and had only invited it into his abyss so they could talk. The baby dragon hesitantly asked if that was true. Kella explained that he was a dragon half-blood who shared the same lineage as dragons. The hatchling pointed out that he looked like a demon. Kella clarified that he was both demon and dragon, which was why he could speak with it. The hatchling admitted that Kella did indeed carry the scent of dragons. Kella then explained that he had no desire to harm the dragon family. His group was being hunted and simply needed a safe place to live. He asked whether the dragons might allow them to build their home there. The baby dragon protested that the cave was their home and asked if Kella could not build somewhere else. Kella replied that they had nowhere else to go and that dangerous humans were already approaching the area. If those humans arrived, the dragon family would likely be captured as well. The hatchling reacted with alarm at the mention of humans. Kella asked whether the dragons avoided contact with other races. The baby dragon confirmed that its parents had always warned that both demons and humans were dangerous. Kella admitted that this was not entirely wrong but insisted that he was different. He would never endanger those who shared blood with him. If the dragons allowed his group to stay, he promised to protect their family from humans and from other demons as well. He swore this oath in the name of Kella Kaldun, a dragon half-blood who had inherited the bloodline of the great demon king, and asked the hatchling to believe him. Kella silently wondered whether this desperate gamble would succeed. After listening to him, the baby dragon said that it could feel his sincerity and warmth. Kella thanked the hatchling. The baby dragon then agreed to speak with its parents, but only if one condition was met. Kella asked what the condition was. When the hatchling pointed towards something, Kella suddenly grew nervous. As Kella released the baby dragon from the abyssal space, the hatchling immediately flew toward its father, who had been preparing another breath attack against Kella's group. The young dragon quickly began speaking to the adult dragon. After a brief exchange, the massive creature finally halted its attack. Rin noticed the sudden change and expressed surprise that the dragon had stopped attacking. Seraphine observed that the baby dragon must have done something to convince it. Srills turned to Kella and asked how he had managed it. Kella calmly explained that he had used kinship to ask the hatchling for a favor. The large dragon then spoke, asking whether the child's words were truly accurate and demanding proof. Hearing this, Kella felt a surge of nervousness as he realized that he could now fully understand the dragon's language. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of his horns and snapped it off. Extending the broken horn toward the dragon, he urged the creature to verify his bloodline, insisting that he had not spoken a single lie and that his horns were made of the same dragon bone as theirs. The dragon lowered its head and sniffed the horn carefully. Kella raised his voice, declaring that half of his body carried dragon blood. The dragon reflected silently that a hybrid of a dragon and a demon was something it had only ever heard about in ancient legends. Kella waited anxiously. After a moment, the dragon finally acknowledged him. It declared that it would accept his claim, but warned that if any of Kella's people dared harm its children, it would show no mercy. Relief washed over Kella as he realized his gamble had succeeded. He promised that such a thing would never happen. The dragon then gathered its family and moved away from the cave's interior, stating that they would step aside and leave the place to Kella and his people. Kella waved toward the baby dragon that had helped them. Srills praised him with amazement, while Rin asked whether he had truly been speaking directly with the dragon. Seraphine muttered in disbelief that such communication had been achieved without magic. Luna excitedly asked how Kella had learned the dragon language. Kella replied that they were in a hurry and that the explanation would have to wait. At that moment, the spirit of Turk Khaldun appeared behind him and commented that using kinship on a baby dragon meant Kella was finally beginning to use his powers properly. The spirit added that the ability to communicate with dragons would become an enormous advantage. Kella quietly told him to stay silent because he was busy. A short time later, the villagers began entering the cave and asked Kella whether they could finally begin building the dungeon. Kella confirmed that they had to begin immediately before the allied guilds arrived. Raising his hand, he summoned a system window displaying a detailed map. Kella reflected that dungeon design was his greatest ability. This time, he needed to create the ultimate dungeon. Although he had almost no time to complete the design, he planned to take advantage of the abyssal space, where time flowed differently, to finish it. As he began working, his mind drifted to memories of his past life on Earth, when he had been known as Kangchi. In that memory, a friend had asked how many hours he had been working non-stop, calling him a crazy bastard. Kangchi had remained focused on his computer, and replied that he was almost finished. His friend asked whether he truly loved making apps that much. Kangchi had answered that he did. The friend remarked that it was impossible to beat someone who genuinely enjoyed their work, pointing out that every app Kangchi created reached the #1 spot. Curious, the friend had asked him to reveal the secret behind his success. Kangchi had casually replied that the trick was simple: build it as if it were real life rather than just a game. One should pour their whole heart into it, and design a dungeon they would genuinely want to live in. Back in the present, Kella finally completed the dungeon blueprint. Looking at the finished design, he felt confident despite the limited time he had been given. Some time later, he shared the blueprint with his companions and addressed the villagers. He announced that the dungeon must be completed within 2 days. Since time was critically short, everyone would need to use their magic to its fullest. After examining the blueprint, Srills noted that the dungeon's layout was completely different from standard designs. Kella explained that they were being hunted by the allied guilds and the White Talcan. They could not predict what other enemies might appear, perhaps even powerful demons like Tarsika. A normal dungeon would not be enough to stop such threats, so they needed to surpass common sense and build the ultimate dungeon. Seraphine studied the blueprint and quietly observed that the structure was divided by magical attributes and filled with traps that could endanger both humans and demons. She wondered whether such a complex dungeon could truly be built in only 2 days. Kella turned to Rin and explained that the first floor would serve as a physical trap zone. Since many demons were skilled in close combat like her, it would become the frontline defense and gradually drain the enemy's stamina. If they followed the design correctly, they could significantly reduce the enemy's numbers from the very beginning. Rin accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Kella then explained that the second zone would focus on magical illusions and mental attacks, assigning Srills to oversee it. Srills questioned whether placing such a dangerous magical zone so early in the dungeon was wise. Kella explained that their enemies would naturally assume the dungeon became more dangerous the deeper they traveled. They would exploit that arrogance and eliminate the enemy's magic users in the second zone with powerful trap spells. Srills admitted that the strategy made sense. Next, Kella turned to Wood and assigned him the nature magic zone. Wood was instructed to create an inescapable maze by manipulating the earth itself, a shifting labyrinth that constantly changed its structure. Wood replied that he had already begun communing with the earth. Kella then gave Seraphine her assignment. She was to fill her zone with Tarsika's blood magic, creating barriers and traps so complex that no race would be able to decipher them. Seraphine accepted the task and approached Kella with a faint smile, remarking that she would ensure no one interfered with the secret honeymoon life they would begin there. Kella quickly moved on and assigned the final zone to himself and Luna. This last area would serve as their ultimate fallback if every other defensive line was breached. Seraphine immediately questioned why he planned to work alone with Luna and jokingly accused him of already cheating on her. Kella pointed out that there was a specific reason for the arrangement, clearly indicated in the blueprints. Seraphine then turned to Luna and warned her that if she so much as touched Kella, she would not survive. Luna nervously agreed. Kella then summoned his slime companion, Stone, and ordered it to register every demon present as part of the dungeon's military force. This would allow him to monitor the status of all troops in real time. Stone immediately began registering the demons. Kella then addressed the villagers once more, declaring that the survival of their children depended entirely on the dungeon they were about to build. Everyone needed to treat the construction as if their lives depended on it. The villagers responded with determination. Kella urged them to risk everything for the sake of the children. Watching him, Seraphine quietly reflected on everything she had witnessed: a dragon hybrid capable of communicating with dragons, extraordinary dungeon design skills, and the qualities of a future great demon king. By every measure, he seemed perfect. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that he still failed to grasp something fundamental. An uneasy sense of anxiety lingered in her mind. Genius protagonists, overwhelming growth, and legendary battles, this is your battlefield. We're just steps away from 20,000 subscribers. Subscribe now and rise with us.